My mission.
The original sin is the fairest. Everyone sinks. Make the most of the final feast. Because for the sinners, the curtain call has come.
Ladies and gentlemen, she did it! Seeing is believing, my friends. This has been Linny and Lynette's magic show.
The essence of magic is getting people to believe a lie. And the most important part of this is what people see. People don't realize how much they expect their eyes to tell them the truth. But what you see is not real. It's all a show. And every part of the show is carefully controlled.
Controlled how?
By choosing the right time, the right place, and the right people. Whoever controls these three controls everything. But keep your eyes peeled, and you might be able to turn things to your advantage. In a nutshell, magic is what you see with your own two eyes.
Very fun. But it's not enough. Let me make something clear. You think of yourselves as magicians, but when you're on the stage, you're first and foremost actors. Good actors hone their craft to mesmerize the whole crowd.
Boring! I mean, why do I even bother? When are we going to finally see a real twist for once?
Please refrain from levity in the court. This trial is far from over.
Just like fireworks.
everyone, and welcome to the Prince Cup Summer Invitational. My name is Leah, aka Leah on Twitch and Twitter, and joining with me today is...
It's Blep the Cat on Twitter and on YouTube. Very happy and excited to be here at the Summer Invitational. Had so much fun at the last invitation. I'm really looking forward to everything today.
Yeah, me too. So last time we were in LA, right, Blep? And now we're in Korea, except not quite.
No, we're joining virtually, but the stage looks great. We can see it from here. And for those of you watching at home, you're right there with us. And I want to mention they are holding a prize draw if you go on their YouTube link, and there'll be 10 times throughout the event here, but for 5 minutes you'll be able to drop your UID along with a cheer for your favorite player and be entered into a raffle to win Welcome Moons. So if you're not already there, jump in on the YouTube live stream and definitely be involved in the chat as we go through the event.
And that's specifically the YouTube live stream, the official Astra Carnival YouTube, not any of the other sister broadcasts that may be happening on Twitch or on my Twitch as well. Make sure you drop your UID there and you will be entered into a raffle for a Welcome Mood indeed. So we have an entirely different set of players this time, don't we, Blep?
Yes. I'm very excited to see these players. We're really familiar with the players on the North American and the European side of ththings, but we haven't really gotten a lot of chance to interact with the players today. So I'm really excited to watch them play. Obviously, some of these are veterans by now of these big tournaments. They've been on stage several times, and we'll talk more about that as we see the players. But this is I'm sure a lot of viewers first time seeing some of these players in action.
Yeah, so we have players that are coming from the JP Prince Cup, also from the Korean Prince Cup, and then also from the Catskills Gathering Asia Season 2 tournament. So there are a wide variety of players. Also, I think 4 of our players participated in WCG Busan as well, which recently happened. So extensive tournament history here as well.
Very extensive tournament history.
We're pretty looking forward to seeing these matches today.
Yeah, and and we're looking at, and there are real stakes on the line here. These prize pools are very real. We have a total of $1,240, and that's split between each team. There's going to be 2 teams of 4 players each from each different regions. And in the first half, there'll be some stakes on the line, but that second half prize definitely is where the bulk of it is, with almost half the prize pool going to the winner.
Yeah, and it looks like, even if you lose in the second half and don't win anything in the first half either, you still walk away with $700 per player, so that's not too bad.
Look, in these invitationals, the pride is more on the line than the prize money, I think. It's a lot of these players, especially with some of these matchups we have against specific people, there's going to be a lot to prove. There might be some revenge matches here with, we have players playing against each other who have previously played in final matches and lost. Maybe they're looking for a chance to prove that they are the better player in this invitational.
That's very true. And with this invitational, for those of you who didn't join us for the first invitational that we were casting, it's not only about winning, right? it is very much about getting the points. And
it is.
And putting on an entertaining show for people who are watching. It's going to be competitive. And I think this one will be more competitive than the LA version that we did, but
I think so. Maybe hopefully they took some learnings from what we did, in the previous invitational, where let's just say one of the decks maybe is a little better at accruing points than the other ones. But you see our point total list there. There's going to be basically balance. the
わかりません、まだ。
そうなんです。
I'm gonna talk about Electrocube.
Go ahead. Go talk about Electrocube while we wait.
So the caster decks that we all submitted, we got to choose one character card and then build basically support cards for that character. And so we couldn't include things like Elemental Resonance or Wolvens, so we were kind of limited in our deck building compositions. So I went with Electrocube and Double Talent.
And I think we might be seeing the players on stage right now. Hopefully, again, not sure if our audio is coming through, but looks like we're getting an introduction to the players on stage right now. We have two teams, Team Astra and Team Carnival, each with different players from different regions who have played against each other. And sometimes, we have some players who have been playing against each other on the same team here. So hopefully they can put aside the differences and all work together to win.
Maytel, a lot of these players came from the Prince Cup JP tournament. As you can see on the screen, Maytel took 3rd place.
Yeah.
And Stranger took 1st place in the Korea Prince Cup.
Yes,
which is very impressive.
We have both the winners from the Korea Prince Cup and also the Japanese Prince Cup here as well, along with some finalists from Cat's Tail Gathering Season 2. So the quality of players is extremely high. And, I know we've been talking about, that this is a fun day with the point system, but these players are competitive. They are going to be looking not only to win, but also to min-max those point scores as well. So we're going to see some pretty interesting games here.
And there might be, opportunities for them to not re-roll the dice at risk of, misplaying.
For sure.
We'll have to see.
We'll have to see, how hard they decide to go off the points. And of course, the points will funnel into something later on in the second half. So
which we'll
stay
talk
tuned
about
for that.
later.
Mm-hmm.
So our first match looks to be Shinichi versus Inzaghi.
Mm-hmm. Inzaghi, of course, being one of our finalists from our winner of the Season 2 Cat's Tail Gathering.
And Shinichi took quarters in Season 2 Cat's Tail's Gathering. So both of these players have seen each other in the same tournament before. Looking forward to seeing what caster decks they might pick. Do you have any guesses? Predictions?
Look, I don't want to predict. It's really hard to predict anything in this case, so we'll just have to see. But I'm really interested to see. We have Armando versus Stranger later in the 3rd match, and Chikwa versus Buildup. Both of them played... both of those pairings played against each other directly in their respective Prince Cups. So this is a good opportunity for them to have a revenge match.
And it looks like... Oh, these are the casters decks. So this
yeah.
is Sungduck's Bennett deck. Lots of stall. Lots
of stall. Look, I'm getting a little bit concerned for our cast here because I'm seeing a lot of healing and stall in these lists. So we'll have to see if the players decide to play into that theme. But yeah, lots of healing here.
I see 3 send-offs.
I do see 3 send-off. That's got to be a mistake. Unless it's some secret tech I'm not aware of.
The same way as a Kaya deck. Also lots of stall. Both Wangshu and Cathedral.
Yeah.
For those of you who don't know, Cathedral will heal 2 to the active character at the end of phase, and then Wangshu heals 2 to the lowest HP inactive character.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if we see these 2 decks pitted against each other. 2 healing stall decks, both using swords.
Here's Zuno's Ayaka deck. Double talent. Talent. Definitely going for DPS Ayaka here.
Oh yeah, and this is a fun one. I'm really looking forward to seeing this one. This goes back to the days of the old Yoimiya Ayaka combo. These are kinds of the cards that used to run in that deck as well.
I mean, Ayaka
very old
Freeze
school.
is pretty popular right now.
It is very popular, yeah.
Especially with the heavy strike implemented. Oh, there's mine. Oh my god, like Electrocube. I brought talent.
Yeah,
the
only monster in the lineup, I think. But that should be a really fun deck, and of course, the Friendship Eternal.
Hey, it's a monster of a deck.
It is. It could possibly be a monster of a deck. We'll have to see.
There's your deck.
It is my deck. I chose to use Yoimiya. I've really missed seeing Yoimiya being played, so this is my chance to forcefully put her on stage. I'm not going to miss that opportunity. Just built around her normal attack. Of course, Friendship Eternal as well, because who doesn't need friendship?
Definitely built around her normal attacks. DPS Yoimiya, right?
Yeah.
So...
We'll have to see what cards, these players are gonna have to choose 2 other characters to combine with these fixed caster decks.
This is definitely Mona stall deck.
Yeah,
I see lots of healing. And Tubby, yes, Tubby.
I was really close to bringing Tubby. I'm glad that I didn't, because I think seeing 2 Tubby decks in this list might have been a little bit much for our viewers back at home. But I'm glad there's one.
considering the point system, you get points if you use food. I'm surprised we're not seeing any food tech here.
We know. I mean, I'm kind of glad. I was really worried when I saw that point score. And here we have the final deck.
Geoceanid without the Latrell and Oceanid.
I mean, Geoceanid is basically Zonly anyway, and this is just everything that he would want. You know, he's got his equipments, he's got his card draw, and yeah, this might be a really big contender because I see all the makings of a good Zonly deck here.
Honestly, I feel like stall decks have a good chance at coming out on top with the gathering points because you get more bursts, more opportunities to gather points, right?
But,
and you could probably win with more characters alive if you have a lot of healing.
You probably could. And here we go. We have our first contestant, Shinichi, selecting his caster deck. So remember, this not only chooses their first character, but also the cards that they're playing. Oh.
Zhongli.
You know, I'm not surprised. Shinichi's favorite deck was Barbara Kokomi Ito. He looks like a player that loves to play stall. Yeah, and this really is going right into that.
How will Injaki respond?
Yeah.
And it looks like we're going with same way as Kaya deck. So 2 stall decks. 2
stall decks. And maybe that's how you need to fight stall with your own stall. And this is, I mean, this is super interesting because they take their characters one at a time. So there's really room for counter picking here. You know, if you see your opponent playing the Zhongli deck, you know what cards are in it. You could actually pick a deck that has the tools to fight it.
I anticipate we're gonna see, there is Kokomi, not Oceanid like I expected. There's Kokomi.
No, if Shinichi finishes off with Barbara, oh man, that's gonna be tough. I think Inzaghi should, I don't know if they can repeat characters, but if there's any chance to counter, wait, are they doing it face down? Oh, I think it's face down.
So wait, they don't get to actually see the cards that they're picking up?
No, they don't actually get to see the cards. Okay, so I think they only get to see the caster deck and pick that one. But all the other cards are face down. Okay, no, this is really spicy. This is really spicy. Oh, we got the Oceanid! What? What a luck sack! There's no way! He just has his old V deck. It's just perfect. He doesn't have Hydro Resonance,
perfect deck for Zhongli there.
It really is. I mean, okay, so the good thing is he doesn't have Ocean. Oh!
Latrell.
Probably not the best pick.
Oh no, tragic.
Okay, so the one thing that Inzaghi has going for him is that Shinichi wasn't, you know, even though he has double Hydro, you know, we weren't allowed to include any of the Resonance cards because there's no guarantee that those decks would be played with Resonance. So he is going to be missing a lot of healing, but that's... Oh, I don't want to pick a favorite right now, but Shinichi's deck looks so much better.
Okay, so counterpoint. Injaki's deck has a lot of 2 energy bursts. So maybe we'll see a lot of bursts going off.
You know,
and high damage.
Sino's a pretty good stall breaker because, you know, as he sits on the field, he's going to build up those stacks of his energy and let him do really aggressive normal attacks. So if Inzaghi can kind of use that to his advantage, he might have a chance here. But Shinichi's deck is just so much more synergistic.
Yeah, and I was looking in same way as Kaya deck to see if there's any damage boosters, but it doesn't look like there is. It's largely a stall deck. I don't see any Adeptus. I do see Calx's art, which could, you know, help with getting the points for burst, but...
Yeah, we could see something interesting where, you know, we could have like a Lava Chill burst into another burst with Calx's arts. Maybe that's what you need to win. Definitely if Inzaghi can snipe off Shinichi here, but maybe he's just gonna have to look to rack up points, you know? Maybe the Kai deck, with their cheaper burst, can get more bursts out, and maybe that's just the route to victory at this point.
That could be true. I'm also looking, you know, there's points for doing one-time, like, maximum damage in a game. So what I was thinking is if there's an Adeptus in one of these decks, you could easily go for an Adeptus burst play, and, you know, it's ×2 whatever damage you deal that is the max in that game, so...
Definitely a good idea, but no Adeptus in this list. In fact, the only damage boosting food we have is the tandoori chicken in your cube deck. So until we see that, there's not going to be a chance of that. And look, I gotta imagine the highest damage burst or skill has to go to, like, that Oceanid burst is going to be very devastating, I think, in combination with Zonly. Like, that was such a good pick.
It really was, and also...
Yeah, I mean,
the stall capabilities on that deck is...
Yeah, when Shinichi picked up Kokomi, I seriously thought he had a choice out of all the characters that it wasn't even random because it just seemed like the perfect complement to Zonly. But knowing that was just complete RNG and he got 2 great characters for that deck, it's quite something.
I'm rooting for the underdog. Definitely not caster bias. Definitely not biased for Sino.
Look, I think we've seen Zhongli enough on camera. I would definitely also want to see Kaya do something cool on screen, especially with Sino as well. I mean, there could be something there, he does have Superconduct in his elemental reaction capabilities, which should go through all of the shields, but we'll have to see. There's going to be a lot of healing coming in from Shinichi's deck.
Yeah, there's basically a lot of Superconduct and then also crystallized reactions in Injagi's deck. And I don't know, sometimes these things surprise you.
Definitely. And, like I said, this is only the first half of this Invitational here. These games do have something at stake, but I'm sure the players are thinking also of what's to come. So, not only winning, but getting those points up for sure.
So I see the same way as Kaya deck has Kaya's talent in there. Do you want to talk about Kaya's talent card, Bleb?
Yeah, you don't see it too often, but Kaya's talent card allows him to heal 2 health. Ooh, what is it? Actually, look at these visuals. We got to
really
preview on some of these. Yeah, they're really cool that they kind of just show up floating in midair there. Wouldn't you love if TCG was just, you could play it like this?
Especially with the actual physical cards. They look so good, actually.
Like, I always thought it would be really cool if, a character uses a burst, you can see them actually perform their in-game animation there. But we're about to head into our first set. Team Astra versus Team Carnival.
Shinichi versus Injagi. Right off the bat, I see stall, I see healing.
Shinichi drawing that tenacity there, very big.
Oh my gosh, wait, that is... Okay, so that arcane card is going to allow Shinichi to equip both of those things for only 4 dice, I think.
Yeah, and for those of you viewing at home who haven't really had the chance to catch up with 3.8, that new card that you're seeing with that diamond symbol is one of the new card types added in 3.8. They're called Arcane Legends, and the trick is you draw them always in your opening hand, so you can see that Shinichi was guaranteed to draw that card provided it's in his deck, but they have very big restrictions on when you can play them, and you can only play 1 card in the whole game.
Yes, but in this case, you only needed to play, to put Zhongli's artifacting weapon on him, Vortex Vanquisher and Tenacity of the Millip.
Yep, so. And yeah, the card we're looking at there is Ancient Courtyard. The restriction, of course, is you can only play it if you already have a weapon equipped, and it reduces the cost of one of your next weapons by 1. So Shinichi's going to get off to a really good start with 2 equipments for just 4 dice, and he's going to be feeling pretty good. Look, it's not looking good for Inzaghi. The high rolls just keep going.
Listen. So for those of you who don't know, Zhongli in Oceanid is actually a very commonly known core for a deck called Geoceanid. And the point is to basically stall out the match until Zhongli has Vortex Vanquisher and Tenacity of the Millith equipped, and then he has unlimited shielding power. It's a stall deck, and he does do big damage at the end. So the fact that Shinichi drew both of those key cards at first, and then...
Yeah.
Also Tenshikaku.
Yeah, and combined with that Arcane Legend, look, it's a really difficult start, and I'm sure as soon as Inzaghi sees what his opponent will do on the first turn, he's really not going to be happy about that. And these, these players are definitely used to playing with these types of decks against each other in high-level tournaments. So once they see that opening, they know that it's really going to be tough to come back.
So Injaki's only 2 dice off getting the dice jackpot. Omni count toward it. So basically, if a player has all of the same elements, Omni or not, they get 20 points, which is a pretty big buffer, especially if you don't think you're going to be winning that match. And it doesn't matter. I think it's a repeatable bounty that you can get as the games proceed. So it's not like a once per game thing.
Yeah.
So...
One thing Inzaghi does have going for him, he drew 2 foods, which is part of the bounty. So if he can keep drawing more food, maybe he can just make it up. Yeah, it's a lot. It's actually a lot.
We don't use food that much. No one brought food tech.
No, thankfully, if anyone brought NRE, I think it would be an instant first pick because you can just rack up the points, with NRE every single turn so much. So I'm pretty glad we didn't have a repeat in the previous Invitational where there was just one deck that was so much better than the rest. Oh, a second? Oh my god. This is going to be tough. And we saw Inzaghi there leading with a Kaya normal attack instead of a skill, mainly because Kokomi, of course, applies Hydro on herself, so she would just be able to cleanse off that Cryo instantly anyway. So already thinking very much ahead, but looks like we're going to get a rush to Kaya's Burst here.
Kaya's Burst also 2 counters on that Sealy, so 1 more counter, and Inzaghi will have 3 cards going to his hand. See Tenshikaku coming down. There is Vortex Vanquisher and Tenacity of the Millith on Zhongli. You see Inzaghi smile and his heart rate going up because he knows it's due.
Look at Shinichi's heart rate going down. He's just like, I'm so comfortable right now with my double equipped Zole on turn 1 with Tenshikaku with like no pressure. Like, he's just sitting comfy. You can see the gears turning in Inzaghi's head. He's thinking about how can I actually win this game, and maybe even think about like how can I. Maybe he just wants to lose the game as quickly as possible, but rack up as many bounties with bursts as he can, because he does have the burst and energy advantage right now.
Inzaghi thinking about what to reroll here, trying to think if he goes for the dice jackpot or not.
Oh, yeah, and we see the points updating live there, very helpful. I think both of them got a no reroll in previous turns, so they're currently tied. Oh,
He's thinking hard.
Yeah.
You guys can see the heart rate monitors on the left on their webcam, so the Shinichi's just jumped from about 80 to 110.
It's going to be really distracting not to watch those heart rate monitors just this entire time because they're so fun.
Close.
I don't know if rerolls do count, don't they?
No. They don't. Like whether it's
don't.
reroll or not, as long as you get 8 of the same element.
Oh, so he could go for a Ningguang reroll here maybe with the toss up. That could be some kind of intense strategy.
Does that count?
It probably shouldn't, but you know, who knows with the rules here. Things are a little bit loose on invitational days, but that's what makes them so fun. But part of the reason I like watching the players definitely some. And here we go, the first burst of the game, going to Inzaghi.
And that is 5 points for Inzaghi.
And more food.
And more food.
Yeah, I think the food is going to be really big here. Like, I believe he could just play to bursts and apply as much pressure as he can, and it will eventually probably lose the game, but maybe he'll get enough value out of that food and the burst to make up for it.
How will Shinichi respond? Sitting
we're
on
probably gonna
a lot of bad dice.
Yeah, his dice isn't covering. We'll probably see him switch around a little bit and maybe eventually swap to Zhongli if the time calls for it. We're probably gonna just see him drop a Lieben at the end of this turn.
I think Lieben pass for Shinichi. As for Inzaghi, 3 Omni, 1 Geo, looking like you can do anything with that, really.
Yeah, I mean, I really like swapping over to Lawachol here
I do
it's gonna trigger some cryo damage, and then you can crystallize that. You will get hit at the end of turn and reduce Lawachol's shield, so you do have to manage that carefully. I think Lawachol burst is one way that Inzaghi can come back.
Inzaghi is hovering over both General's Helm, Lieben, and Vanarana, so it looks like he might not go for any further damage, looking to see what he can do with all these cards.
Yeah, I think he wants for Kaya to take the hits from the summons and not expose Lawachol. So yeah, he's gonna go for the double play here.
Wait, what? Wait,
so,
why?
You have to drop the Lieben, otherwise you're going to overdraw the next turn with that Lieben 2.
Oh yeah, that's true.
He's counting the cards
you draw
heavily.
4 cards, you draw 4 cards.
He's still actually 1 over, so he might actually just play the Li Su here. And actually, Li Su in this list is going to be really fun. If he equips the artifact, Lieben won't trigger, so it might not matter. But I think you still maybe want to equip the artifact anyway. Or he's going to tune it. Okay.
Well, I guess, you know... 6 cards in hand, you can't go over 10 cards or else they get burned to a crisp. You never get to use them anyway. So why not tune, right?
He doesn't want to overdraw, and he's throwing away a card that he doesn't think is very important in the matchup. You know, the worst feeling in the world is when you forget to count your cards, and then you see that overdraw, and then one of the cards you've been waiting for, and just disappears off of your screen forever.
To me all
it
the
happens
time.
so much. But you can see why, like, these high-level players, you know, even in this kind of setting, still thinking about all of those plays so carefully. They're still in it to win it.
Getting...
Yeah, ooh, more food!
Dice jackpot. More food.
I mean, okay. Shinichi has his own food as well. He has that hashed brown there to help him recover. This game could go... You know, it'd be amazing to just see so many points racked up here that the other games have a really hard time catching up just because of how long we expect this game to go.
I mean, so my prediction about Inzagi's deck getting more bursts off is kind of coming to fruition so far.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
we have one burst on Inzagi's side and nothing
Ooh.
from Shinichi so far.
최선을 다하지.
Yeah, we might be seeing him trying to rush out a Sino burst here. I mean, surprised he didn't play that Lee Siu. Just so that you could go get Sino's burst up right on this turn. But maybe he's counting his dice carefully and understanding that he doesn't quite have enough here.
If Inzagi skills with Sino, it's going to apply Superconduct as well. I really feel like that synergy is pretty nice. Because, you know, every time you swap from a character with Kai's burst active, it will apply the 2 cryo damage. And then you can just trigger an elemental reaction straight away.
Yeah, definitely very good class swap there. You know, we saw Inzagi using Leave It To Me there to class swap onto Sino.
And that piercing damage does go through Shongli's shields, by the way.
It does. It really does, yeah. It's going to be one of the main ways that I think Inzagi can come back from this matchup. So I'll have to see what he chooses to do here. He could follow up with another Sino attack, but he doesn't quite have the dice for it right now. He does have Toss-Up, of course, to reroll everything that he needs to.
Toss-Up, Bestest. I would never tune Liu Su in this case because you want the energy points to get the burst points.
Yeah,
this is not just about winning.
It isn't just about it, which is why I'm so surprised he didn't put the Lee Siu down. You know, maybe this is the first game, so you know we can cut the players a little slack. Maybe not playing around enough the point values here, but honestly, the points ended up, you know, in our previous Invitational, the team that ended up losing had the point disadvantage, but the match advantage. And so going after points is a really important part of this kind of format.
I have to wonder if re-rolling with a toss-up would count towards the dice jackpot.
There's no way. That'd be too
It would
good.
be so cool if it did.
It's true.
Nice hack.
Like I said,
it's rolling, right?
It is rolling. Yeah, I believe it should count. So maybe we'll see him going for it now. Oh.
Nah.
Not quite that. Were they the same dice that he
It was the same
I
exact
think they were
dice.
the same exact dice. Sometimes toss-up gives you the goods, and sometimes it doesn't.
Sometimes it gives you exactly what you put into it.
And we might see a
zero
Lotus
cost card.
Crisp here. Because, of course, it's
Lotus
only
Crisp
with
for
that...
5 points.
For points. Eating food for points, imagine that. That must be nice. If I could, you know, get forward in life just from eating, that'd be great. He's gotta watch his time.
Sustains you.
It does sustain you. And he's got I think that's all the food in the deck. Yeah, it is. It's both Lotus Crisp and both Mushroom Pizzas. So Inzagi here having a buffet.
He's taking a sigh. His heart rate is 137 right now. He's really thinking about what to do. That timer is counting down. Goes for the...
아니요, 발사.
Here fighting from the back foot here with the deck choices already. And looks like nothing much has changed. It looks like he's slow swapped to Lawachol, and it looks like he might just start spamming food. Okay, saving those last 2 dice for Narana. The first kill in a game, but not so much this time, as we see Shinichi going there for the full ramp.
Using Despair Kokomi.
Now, Lava Shell is going to lose all of its shields here, so I think Inzaghi is planning on just using him as a tank and not really to do damage. Which is a bit of a shame. I would have thought that Lava Shell's burst would have been a pretty big deal in this matchup here.
See another dice roll. Nope. No mono element.
No mono element, but pretty good on Inzaghi's side.
Inzaghi deciding probably to keep the Electro and forego the points entirely.
Yeah, I think it's very important you start getting Sino online right now, but Shinichi's dice rolls are not very good, so we'll have to see what he can do with that. He does have the 2 Omni dice from Lieben, and we'll get Tenshikaku giving him an extra Omni die, given that he's definitely rolled more than 5 elements now.
So one thing I should say about Gyoshin in general, and then also Shinichi's deck, is that when the casters built these decks, they were not able to include Elemental Resonance or Woven. So typically in Gyoshin, you have double Geo and then a Hydro character. So you'll have 2 basically free Geo dice, and then Geo Resonance, which gives you extra shields, which is where Zhongli gets his like 10 million shield points from. But that's not gonna happen in this case. So
It isn't.
even with Vortex Vanquisher and Tenacity at the Millilith, the shield points won't be too bad to break through.
Won't be too crazy, but he's looking pretty comfy right now at 8 health and a hash brown in hand.
He is, but honestly, Inzaghi looks kind of ahead here.
You know, it always looks that way until you actually start to try and chip away as only, and he just never goes down. It looks close, but we have a lot of dice, on Shinichi's side there, a lot more than Inzaghi has to work with. That's a whole skills difference with 3 dice difference there. We might see Elysiu come down. I think Burst is going to be one way that this deck can come out on top. Yeah, so here we go.
I think
we might
it's not
see
a
swap
bad
back
idea
to Kaya.
swapping to Kaya to get that energy point. I think it's not a bad idea at all.
And we're getting Kaya's
burst is very helpful here.
It is. It is. It's very good value if you can get all the triggers off, and Inzaghi is very good at applying the cryo and then using it right away for a reaction. So applying more cryo here is going to be great for Sino when he probably takes the field either this round or next.
Inzaghi's thinking hard.
He's really going to the tank here, trying to figure out what to do. Oh, looks like he'll start with
swap
Sino.
onto Sino instead.
And Sino, of course, with 3 stacks, does have Electro infused on his attacks. Still not quite at that +2 damage buff.
Yeah, that's okay though, because the interesting thing here is that Shinichi has 2 characters that have cryo application on them, and the only one who doesn't is Zhongli, and you don't really want Zhongli on the field just yet.
Yeah, Shinichi's beginning with a tough spot. If he swaps into Oceanid, which would probably be normally the best play here, he is going to lose Kokomi to that superconduct damage, so he must be thinking whether he wants to summon Kokomi's Jellyfish now, which probably wouldn't be a bad play. Clears that cryo out, causes Sino to waste a lot of damage. Ooh, going for a reroll. He has a lot of dice already. I'm surprised he's going for a reroll here. Look at all this dice.
Oh my gosh, Omni.
That's so... You really need more dice. I think
She's shaking his head. He did not get what he wanted. We do see Kokomi's jellyfish coming out. The hydro from her jellyfish cleanses her, but in this case, it freezes her.
But I think that's good. It doesn't really matter here. We might just see... Yeah, it looks like Inzaghi's just going to swap off to Kaya. Maybe refresh his burst pretty soon. He basically is looking for Shinichi to swap off of Kokomi first, but this fast swap might put... Oh yeah, so we're probably going to see as only 5+ skill here. Look at that. Oh.
Ooh.
That was so much damage and shield as well. Buffed, of course, by that Vortex
6 shield
Vanquisher.
points going on to Zhongli there. Even without Geo Resonance, it's a lot. It's a lot to break through.
Yeah, Inzaghi's at risk of losing his Kaya here, which could be tricky. I think Kaya is going to be one of the ways. Yeah, he's looking to equip a Lotus Crisp here. Oh, onto Lao Chao. Okay.
He's swapping to Lao Chao. Using a Geo die.
Yeah, we're probably going to see Inzaghi end the turn after this because both all 5 of his dice can go to his Lieben and the Banarana. So we might see that. Otherwise, maybe a Wing Shun. Yeah, he might need to tune so he doesn't burn an additional card here.
Oh, it would be
Needs to
so good to
carefully
play
think
it
about his
though to
dice.
heal Kaya. It would be so good to play it and then use mushroom pizza. Because
You know,
then
healing
your
isn't
Kaya
gonna...
won't die,
Yeah.
and then the food would give Injagi points, 5 points.
It would, but I don't think healing is going to be the way you win the game. If anything, healing is going to let your opponent play more cards and use more bursts. Like I said, the strategy here might be... Look, I gotta say, it's very hard to win from this situation as the Kaya deck. I think your strategy really is to try and rack up as many points yourself, and then take out a couple of characters so they don't get points for keeping characters alive, but then try and have the game not drag out. Like, in this case...
It could be. It could be. I
It
think
could
there's
be.
multiple ways you can, come at it from,
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure as a pro player, you never want to lose or intentionally try and end a game quickly, but, sometimes that's a strategy. But who knows? Look, this is still a team game, so, Inzaghi hopefully can get a decent enough point lead for his team. Ooh! Okay,
Kaya's
okay.
talent.
He drew
And
Kaya's talent
Aquila.
and Aquila, so maybe we can see Kaya being suited up almost as hard as Only here. It could happen.
Keyword almost.
Almost. No, Aquila, unfortunately, not as good as Vortex Vanquisher, and that talent not as good as Tenacity.
I would definitely use pizza on Kaya, unless you're planning on swapping to him with Lotus.
Yeah. I mean, you definitely want to use all your food before the game ends, because they are worth points, so there's no
They're worth
reason not to.
5 points each, same with Elemental Burst, and those points can rack up faster than you think.
They do. And I was really, like I said, that's what I was really hoping to have that Lava Chill burst come out a little bit earlier. I think his PS is still very much thinking with like the tournament mindset of making the most out of this plays, but not thinking enough quite yet about farming those points. And we saw this in the last Invitational too, where it took the players a little while to figure out that it can be more efficient to make strange plays for points.
The slow swap onto Kaya. I wonder if Injagi is not thinking about the quick swap that she might have in hand, which we see he does. He was thinking about playing it. Or if he's intentionally trying to sacrifice his Kaya for double I haven't lost yet into a Lava Drill Burst.
Yeah, those definitely are looming there, and we can see him switching over to Zhongli here, who's again very healthy, still has that last tick of pizza as well, so effectively at 17 health. And this is kind of the end boss Zhongli that a lot of players I'm sure at home have faced several times on queues as well, here appearing in the Invitational in his full form.
Raid boss Zhongli indeed.
Yeah.
The question is, how does Injagi respond? Would a Lotus even be enough at this point?
I believe it would, because it isn't a crystallized. No, it would still be enough. I think that's still 5 damage.
Injagi thinking hard.
Yeah, there's not really any good plays. Yeah, maybe just force it.
It definitely looks like he's trying to do that double I haven't lost yet and do some bursts.
Yeah,
Not making any side moves yet.
Yeah, 3-cost skill finishing off the Lava Shell there. So we might see I haven't lost yet into a burst here. And the thing is though, if we Kaya burst and only have one character left, then he loses a lot of value because you can't actually trigger his burst anymore.
You can't swap anymore. You won't deal any of that crab damage anymore.
Yeah.
So.
He does have pizza. I think a Lotus Crisp will save him now that the opponent's dice has gone a little bit lower. So he does have that option, but might be a little bit too late. So here we go. We start with the first I haven't lost yet.
You about the
Into
Lotus?
the Lotus Crisp. I think... Oh, he's going to put on Sino. Okay.
Oh, this is so good when the crane returns. So after Kaya casts his burst, it'll automatically swap the Sino that will protect Kaya, and then also the Lotus is on Sino, so that whatever damage comes into him, he's already prepared for it. That's actually the perfect play.
That's actually really good. And, it even triggers his burst, I believe, after that swap. So this is some secret tech here. I think same way with a very good, is Kaya there. Definitely including cards to make him pop out. And there we go. The swap with the Kaya burst hitting Zhongli.
Only 2 of those 6 shield points being taken off.
Yeah.
Oh no, Zhongli's burst coming in. Sino cannot move for the rest of the game.
But this is okay.
Or
You know,
for the round.
Inzaghi does have 2 healing cards. I think here is where you just drop probably Cathedral and a pizza, and you can just end the turn here. It actually looks okay for him.
I would personally equip Aquila onto Kaya.
No, I think Kaya is in too low of health right now. I think you want to focus on Sino, because Sino's about to get to 4 stacks on his passive, which means he's going to actually start doing real damage just on every normal attack.
I think he's about to die.
No, it'll be fine. With that Fenrir's Cathedral, and especially with pizza.
Shinichi is on 4 dice right now, and then also there's 2 summons on the board that will do
Oh yeah, the
damage.
4 dice, yeah.
So, someone's gonna be taken down here. Juggy might be strategizing just to bide his time.
Yeah, it looks like he is thinking of swapping off to Kaya, but I think he's okay to stay on Sino.
I don't think so.
Well, looks like he's going for it. Keep in mind that because of the order of the summons on the other side, there won't be a crystallized reaction, thankfully, so this is only 2 damage coming in. But yeah, it looks like a normal attack might actually be able to finish this off. Oof. It's pretty rough.
Well,
Inzaghi did end first, so he will get his heal off before. So that is one benefit. But I think the swap to Kokomi here...
Sino will be at 4.
Mm-hmm.
Actually? Does Sino live here? I think
Sino does
lives here.
live, but the problem is what happens now. We have Kokomi here sitting at effectively 7 health. Oh, there is a fast swap and a Catherine. Can you double swap here? Is that a thing that you want to consider? Like, you put down Catherine, fast swap onto Kaya, then play Leave It to Me, and fast swap back onto Sino just for those 2 triggers on Kaya's burst. That doesn't sound very good, but you could definitely do it.
It wouldn't be the end of the world, especially considering Zhongli and Ocean already have cryo application on them, and someone's about to get taken out here, right? I mean, both of them are. You need to start putting damage on faster. The reason why I thought that Aquila would be good on Kaya is because, you know, every time the enemy uses a skill, you gain HP. So if you can, like, put a Lotus onto Kaya and just live for 1 turn, like, just rack up some points if you can put his talent in.
No, you can't. You can't fight a fully equipped Zonli like that. I think he wins that fight. You know, the Archon is not gonna take anything from from Kaya here. I believe that's not quite strong enough to overcome it. Yeah, definitely a tough spot. I think it'd be really funny to see a double swap here. I don't know if he'll do anything, but he obviously can't take out Kokomi here. And I think at this point, you really just want to take out Kokomi so your other team doesn't get those points.
Well, if you don't win, you should go for the burst on Sino, right? For the
That's
5
true.
points?
That's true, yeah. Oh, I'm going to see a quick swap here. And that's going to protect Kokomi as well.
Injaki smile, he knows.
And Shinichi, they're playing the food very heads up. You know, Inzaghi has to play his pizza. He's got to play his pizza. It's very important that he plays pizza. Even if he's going to lose, he has to play it. It's 5 points.
It is 5 points.
You got to play the food.
You should have also played Sino's first. Tuning Wang Shu in, and probably tuning a lot of things here.
I mean, he's probably going to go for the Frostnor talent card here, but he's got to play the pizza. Okay. Aquila. Into
this is
Frostnor,
what I wanted to see. This is exactly what I wanted to see. Here we go. I don't think it's gonna be enough. And also, the pizza wasn't played. The pizza. There's 1 dice left. The pizza. No.
No.
Oh my god.
5 points on the table. Shinichi as well, not playing the food here. The players, you know, they gotta get savvy onto these point stuff, because we've seen this before, right? If a team completely ignores the point system and the other team is the first to figure out that the points is how they win, they're gonna get a huge advantage.
And you have to remember, so I mean, winning gives you 50 points, but also winning with 3 characters alive gives you 80 points because it's the amount of characters left times 10, right? So that's what we just saw here. 80 points are going to be going to...
Yeah, look at him put up his glasses. Like, yep, easy game. You know, all I had to do was just RNG pick 2 best characters that could possibly go with Zonli, and the rest just worked out.
The Team Astra should be sitting almost 100 points right now. Shinichi took home 80 points just from winning in those conditions. And Inzaghi not going for the Sino Burst or the pizza and stuff really hurts Team Carnival.
couple of points down on the table there. Hopefully, when you're in the seat, it's a lot of pressure, and even in these kind of a little bit more casual environment, these players are still looking to win. There's still money on the line. Hopefully, their teammates being able to spectate that match are gonna start pointing out, it's like, hey, you could have done this thing here, and they're gonna like really ramp up their strategy really quick by game 2s and 3.
Yeah, hopefully the teams will come together and discuss a little bit about what's went on. I mean, as a reminder, so the prize pool for the first half is 310 USD per winner. And here we have the breakdown of the points from this game. So yeah, 109 points to Team Astra and Shinichi.
That's massive. That is a massive... I mean, most of that lead is just from winning and having the characters alive, right? Like, you can see there that otherwise they'd be pretty close. So victory here is pretty important. No dice jackpots,
Elemental Burst, only 10 points in Jagi. That Sino Burst, Sino... Wait for the normal attack, do not burst. Wait
it
for
been
the
an extra 10
Kaya
points.
talent, no pizza. No dice jackpots.
It's really hard to get used to playing the game, not only just as a as TCG, but now have to add in this new point system. It's a lot for the players to process here. So again, hopefully by the second game and into the later rounds, we'll see them start to utilize more of those strategies.
Noting that the highest damage from each player is exactly the same, so 6 times 2 is 12, yeah.
Yeah, no giant oceanid burst here, which could have put them further in the lead.
Yeah, no giant ocean burst, no deftness in either deck, I believe. Players not going for the reroll bounties either, only 2 points going to Shinichi for that one.
That one's pretty hard to do. I think it's more worth it to get the right dice than it is to not re-roll in the last situation. Here we go. Another draft? Oh no,
no, this is the highlights from the first draft.
Yeah. Look at how happy his team is.
Laughing when you see...
This is what I love about these invitationals, is you can really just see these pro players start to have fun with it. Because, in the end, yeah, this was a really good RNG from Shinichi's side to pick 2 good characters. I think the writing was on the wall from the beginning, but they tried their best, did what they could.
They did try their best. And now it's up to Carnival's team to try and win some more points, right?
Yeah, definitely. We'll be switching up players and decks as well for the next round, so we'll see something hopefully a little bit different. I am still really worried. We have so many stall lists that the casters brought here. I guess a lot of these casters, love their healing cards. That's no surprise.
Is very meta right now.
It
very,
is,
very,
yeah.
very meta right now.
It's very popular. As we saw here with Zhongli, like, he is the epitome of stall, we haven't seen him in tournaments too often lately, but very good, strong showing here.
I'm just surprised that Shinichi managed to draw what's basically a meta deck. Like, look at that.
He did, and he drew the perfect opening hand. We can't forget that. He not only rolled the best deck that he could have with Zhongli, given the circumstances, but he also drew the best hand he could have right from the start.
And poor Injagi is sitting on Rainbow, Kaya, Sino, Trill.
Look, the luck can't last forever, so, you just have to hope that this is the best deck that Team Astra is going to roll for the entire 4 set, and then you have to come out with a better result for the next couple ones.
Yeah, Sino getting taken out without using his burst. 10 points Injagi could have gotten there.
Oh, I love this graphic. So we're seeing how much damage each character dealt and how many kills they got. It's only basically eliminating. It's a triple kill. Eliminating
damage.
Yeah, it just dealt all the damage to the other team. Kokomi and Oshinin were just spectators there. I mean, that's kind of the power.
Raid boss.
Yeah, the raid boss, and really living up to his name as the raid boss.
Well, as I was saying earlier, like, the point of Zhongli in this deck is to equip him with everything and then go. And he got those equipments immediately with that Arcane Legend. And
yes,
also,
with that Arcane Legend too. Yeah.
Like, just look at the draw. Literally.
If I was in Carnival's seat, you definitely chalk that one up to just luck. And here we go, our second set of players, Dapao versus Maytel.
Yes, and I'm excited to see what caster decks. Oh, it's mine!
Big cube! Okay. Nicely done,
Let's go!
Dapao.
Is that Dapao? Yes! Oh my
is it gonna pick man? Oh, the caster decks are face down as well. It's gonna be Bennett. Okay.
Bennett. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So what are you hoping to see, Leah, in this random draw? What would be your ideal card here that Dapao draws?
I didn't include much healing in my deck, so I feel like Oh, Overload's not
Xiangling?
bad. That's
Okay.
pretty good. Honestly,
Okay.
I will take Xiangling. I feel like a character that can heal would
healing
help.
character?
Yeah, it would help that deck
Okay.
a lot. Like
Let's
I was
see.
thinking, like Electro Charge deck. Oh my
No
god, Pyro
way.
Kaching.
Oh, here we go. So now the luck is swinging to the other side. You know, maybe Maytail here. If he draws like another Pyro character, it's just gonna be so good.
Ciao. Wait a second.
Okay. Okay.
I
mean,
don't know
if
how to
you're
feel about this one. Wait,
you
how
know-
swirling Overload?
swirling, yeah, you can swirl Overload here. We could see some huge thing. Oh, Oceanid. Okay.
Okay.
This could be something.
This is
So-
spicy.
You know, it's really funny if you know they released the player profiles at the on social media before. Maytel listed as his favorite deck, or one of the decks he plays a lot, Bennett, Keeching, and Klee. So he's basically got his favorite deck there, plus a little Oceanid action because why not? So he's gotta be happy with that draw.
I'm very excited to see Dabao's cooking in this match, literally with Xiangling.
Let's hope you build him a good deck. Although I'm definitely rooting for Carnival here on this one. This time they got the better deck draw here, so we'll have to see if Dabao can make something happen with a very unusual combination on his side.
Remembering how I built my deck, there's a lot of dice fixing and ramp, and not a lot of healing, like no healing at all, basically. So I know the caster deck with Bennett includes a
Sangdok
lot
deck.
of healing.
It does.
Sangdok deck.
Yeah,
So-
it looks a lot like the Kaya deck that we just saw, except replacing the Kaya talent with a Bennett talent there.
I think Dabao's gonna want to get damage off really quickly, and like considering the
Yeah.
composition of that deck, I think it should be possible. Honestly, without dice fixers, it would be hard to get Electrocube's 5 cost skill off. And also, I'm a bit concerned because with Bennett and Kuching, you could interrupt it. You could interrupt rock, paper, scissors.
with Overload. Yeah. That definitely is a thing to watch
So-
out for. But as we saw in a NA Prince Cup final match, there interrupting the cube is not the end of the world. You can definitely still recover from that. I really like, I've got a hats off to you for including cube. I'd love to see it back on stream here. We have not seen enough cube action in recent tournament matches, so this is the perfect place to see it do its thing.
I was definitely inspired by our time in LA when Team destroyed with the Electro Cube
Yeah.
on stage. It was great.
Look, I want to see, Carnival make a bit of a comeback here and win the match, but I'm really excited to see the cube deck in action.
Also, so I want to give a reminder to the audience. So Dabao took 3rd place in Asia Season 2 Cattails Gathering. Meanwhile, Maytail took 3rd place in the Japan Prince Cup, and then also finished in the semis in WCG Busan. So both of these players do have extensive tournament histories. Very excited to see who comes out on top here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, definitely in this case, I want to give an advantage to Maytail here. Funnily enough as well, Dappa, one of his favorite cards is Oceanid. And I bet he was really hoping to draw Oceanid no matter what, but looks like that's not going to happen here.
I do think Maytail has a very good deck composition, so
Yes.
I do
Yes.
think he's favored to win this match right now. I agree with you.
Yeah, and here we go. Ooh, I love this graphic.
The awesome graphics. Look at the
Look at that
beautiful
cube.
Electro Cube.
Cube in high
Play rock, paper,
definition.
scissors.
We do. Yeah, we have to continue our trend from rock, paper, scissors whenever that skill is used.
We have to do it when Cube appears too.
Oh yeah, we do. Okay. Well, we're setting up.
Okay.
Let's do it. Ready?
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
What do you got? I got.
I have
No, it's a
scissors.
tie again. Oh my god.
Did you
That-
do scissors? Are you
I
serious?
scissors. No, I'm serious.
Why do we always
we
do?
tie.
Why do we always do scissors first? We
It's
did
fine.
that
I'll do
last time,
scissors
too.
again next time. So you just shouldn't.
You're
go
trying to
paper.
mind game me. You're trying to mind game me.
No, I wouldn't do such a thing.
Chat, please keep track of our rock, paper, scissors. Right now, it's a tie.
It's a tie.
Looks like the players are getting geared up. I wonder if we'll see the heart monitors again. I noticed in the middle of last match they disappeared for us.
Oh, they did.
Yeah, they did, but I really want to see
it-
them.
It's probably because Shinichi got so calm sitting on his own Lee that his heart rate monitor kind of fell off and they couldn't detect anymore, so they had to turn it off.
It sounds a little too calm.
And here we go. The coin toss going to Dabao. And we see another one of those new Arcane Legend cards. This one different from the previous one. The Covenant of the Rock. Looks like Dabao's going to throw it back. This one's been very powerful in the recent tournament decks, granting you 2 extra dice. And the condition there is that you don't have any dice left when you use it, which actually isn't too hard to achieve.
About also getting rid of the Lotus Chris. It's -5 points, Dabao. It's -5 points.
Yeah, but he's playing to win. You gotta win first, and the food is secondary. Okay. So he's gonna start on Xiangling.
I think that actually makes sense because you can go for Gulba and then probably swirl with Xiao, right?
Yeah, and I think he's also aware that the cube can get interrupted by Pyro there. So if he takes the first hit on Xiangling, it's a lot less chance that if he does get to set up a rock paper scissors combo, that it gets interrupted. But judging by his hand, he might actually just see a double ramp here. He has both Liebens. And assuming his dice rolls don't go his way, he has the option of just dropping both of those and just having a big next turn.
Rolling all the Electro, not planning on using Electro at all in this first round. Most likely going for Gulba.
Yeah, we see Maintail there, of course, thinking about what he wants. I think it's down on Oceanid, so keeping those Hydro Die, maybe trying to get up to that 5 cost, because that could give him a pretty big advantage against the other deck already.
I think Xiangling getting your burst off quickly would be pretty good for Team Astra here.
Yeah. I mean, I think definitely you are right that if we can get that Xiao Swell, that makes the Electro Cube Rock Scissors really, really dangerous. Especially if it swaps you like onto one character after the other with Pyro on them, and you just get overloaded to oblivion.
Electro Cube's passive coming down. If you guys don't know what it does, because I mean, Electro Hypostasis isn't played too often. I know Chico has played it before, but so once Electro Cube falls, it will revive. And then I included Electro Hypostasis talent in the deck, so it will apply another Electro Core onto the Hypostasis, so it can fall twice and revive twice.
Yeah, so don't be deceived by that 8 health. Effectively it is 9, and with how damage works, it can sometimes be higher than that. And wow, look at this. Maintail laying down a lot of cards here. Summoning once with Oceanid and then ramping. And here we go. We have the Xiao set up there with Dabao, so we might see a swell of the Pyro.
The first round happening very quickly here.
I think Dabao's looking at you see him hovering over the Electric Utella. I wonder if he's reading and trying to figure out what he does. I'm sure these players have not seen this card before, or have not thought about it in many a time.
Listen, it helps because you could have Electrocube take all the damage and then revive, and then take more damage and then revive, and then if you win the game, you win with one more character card alive. It's a Michiu.
Look, I'm gonna bet that we probably see him just tune it at some point in the game, but I like your optimism.
Stop! Stop!
He's totally gonna tune it. It's the fate of that card in these invitational decks to just be tuned. Ooh, okay, here we go. It's time for a swap here. And of course, Maytail's swapping off Oceanid there to prevent that swell. I think he's also thinking definitely that having Pyro on his other characters is gonna make for a really bad rock, paper, scissors combo.
Look. We saw a swap onto Electro Hypostasis. It works.
We did, but now it's dangerous because
No,
Pyro
don't do that.
Oh!
Oh no, don't do that. No, wait. Okay, wait, Pleb, ready?
Oh yeah. Rock.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Shoot. I did paper. What did you do?
Oh my god, you won.
1-0. And here we go. Ooh, Cube getting taken out by an Overload is going to revive there, but is going to get his combo interrupted. Catherine coming in with the fast swap there for Maytail. That was a big turn.
I can't believe you took a round off me, Blab.
Can still mount a comeback. Don't worry, I'm sure someone will pick the Cube deck again.
This is actually really, really bad for Dabao.
It is really bad. Yeah, he basically lost, 3 or 4 dice worth of skills there. Not expecting the fast swap from his opponent.
Well, the problem is, when you're against Overload as Cube, you can be interrupted anyway. Even if it wasn't a fast swap, it could have been a slow swap.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's definitely an option of switching to Xiangling instead, maybe getting a normal attack off and the burst, but definitely using the skill there was a little bit greedy, I would say. I think Dabao could have probably taken a different line and played around a fast swap effect. Granted, Maytel only is running the 2 Catherines in his deck, so there wasn't, there's a chance that your opponent doesn't have it, but yeah, that was a pretty big blow.
I do think that Leibniz Pass, or Leibniz Vanarana Pass was the best thing for Dabao to do because, I mean, Kuching's the only character on Team Carnival's side that does not have any elemental application on her right now, and so Gulba will apply Pyro, and you can overload onto Bennett with a swirl. Dabao should be starting first. So, should be some pretty big damage coming out of Team Astra, and does all that swirl damage count towards like the maximum skill damage? Will that be all added together?
I'm not sure about that. I would say it should count. Like if you can set up that kind of combo, you should be rewarded for it. I would love for it to count.
I think so.
I think so. I think it counts.
To happen.
I mean, technically, when you hover over that skill in your on your cards, it shows you all the damage you do with that one hit. It counts. It totally counts. I hope it counts. We'll have to see. If Bennett doesn't come out on field, I think Metal has to be aware of that and probably isn't going to risk leaving Bennett out when Xiao is the active character, because that swell could be pretty big.
About thinking hard about what to do with his cards. Honestly, his card draw is not very good for the deck that he has.
No, and he's definitely on the
not
back.
going for the swirl, really.
No, he's probably trying to save it so he can swell that Electro on Bennett. Bennett's going to be the kind of be the raid boss here in this hand. So we see Aquila Favona in Maytel's hand. If he equips that on Bennett with Tenacity, it's not quite its only levels, but it's getting pretty close, especially if Bennett drops his burst.
We also know that this deck has Bennett's talent in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So pretty huge if Maytel manages to draw it.
Yeah, and that definitely could come into play at some point. But we probably will see a Bennett burst here based on Maytel's dice here. And a fast swap being enabled by Catherine as well.
Bennett burst, plus 5 points for Team Carnival.
Yeah, and Xiaoling's a really tough character to go up against this with because she doesn't have a lot of upfront damage, isn't going to be able to get Bennett low enough to avoid taking extra damage from his attacks. Oh, this is a good setup from Maytail's side.
It really is. Honestly, if Dabao stays on Xiangling and goes for Ghoul, but that Stiletto could do some major damage.
It could, but I don't know that you have any other plays right now. If your opponent uses the Keeching skill here and swaps over, you actually have a good opportunity to lay down a rock, paper, scissors. Because the one thing Dabaga has going for him is he has a lot more dice than his opponent right now. Ooh, there's a Tandoori chicken too. Unfortunately, not the most synergistic with Xiangling.
Not at all.
Not at all being able to
But might be
have
pretty
any
good
effect.
with Xiao. Might be pretty good with Xiao.
It could be. And unfortunately, for those at home, the Tandoori chicken doesn't apply to every hit of rock, paper, scissors, just the first one. So there's not quite a combo there like you can do with Bennett. Oh, he's hovering over the Q talent.
I would not tune the Cube talent because that's minus 10 points if Cube dies.
Well, if you're not winning this game, then your Cube is going to go down no matter what.
Listen, why would you tune?
And we might just see that Stiletto play here, pushing Xiangling up. He's going to probably use Paimon here. And yeah, Lotus Crisp.
Yep, Lotus onto Kaching. I think that's the best thing to do here. It's going to be a whole lot of damage on Xiangling. I think minus 7?
It is.
Yes.
But surely we can see a rock, paper, scissors combo here, because it's going to get 2 overload. Oh, he's using it!
Oh my!
He used it!
Let's go!
No way!
I told you. I knew it. I knew it was gonna happen. And now, swap to Xiao? Swap to Xiao?
No, it's gonna be rock, paper, scissors.
Rock, paper, scissors
this is rock, paper, scissors.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, ready?
This is what you want. Okay.
Ready?
Rock,
paper, scissors, shoot.
Rock.
Okay, we're tied.
Okay.
We're tied.
2 ties.
2 ties,
anyway,
and then you took the win.
Yeah, let's not forget the action on screen. That was the exact combo we're talking about. Rock, paper, scissors, going to overload on one character, then overloading the next, and then finally putting them on Bennett. But it doesn't look like Maytail's in any danger at all right now.
So, this is gonna be pretty hard.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Using that Covenant.
For Vanarana, yeah.
For Vanarana, yeah. It's one of the combos you can do with that card. If you have nothing else to use it on, at the very least, if you have Vanarana, you can put into that. Oh, this is a Bennett talent.
Oh no, send off.
Send
No,
off
that's so
brutal.
bad. That's so bad because look, Electrocube's ult is up. And like that's going to be like if you don't know what Electrocube Burst does, it makes it so that it puts a summon on the board, and the damage it doesn't matter. It's a utility summon. So it makes it so your opponent has to use 2 elemental dice to swap characters instead of just 1, and that like puts such harsh limitations on you when you're trying to swap around, right?
For sure.
So that send off is just gonna destroy it, or Golba, like either way.
Yeah.
So tragic. That's tragic.
It's pretty tragic. But Metal Dice aren't very good here. Has no Electro Dice to use any of Kaching's skills. So
yeah, nothing you really want to tune here. I guess you could tune Aquila and also Cathedral.
Maybe
I don't
tune
think
one
you'd
of the
want to play
second
the second
Catherines.
calf. Yeah.
No.
I don't think you'd want to play it. I don't think you'd
But
want to
tune 2
tune
cards.
Bennett talent either, especially since Bennett's already at 1 energy point.
Yeah, I just don't know what the follow-up here is if you use a Kaching skill, because there won't be enough dice to use her burst anyway. Ooh, getting rid of Aquila.
Yeah.
A little bit
I
surprised.
think this is a good tune.
I would have thought he wanted to keep Aquila, because if you put Aquila on Bennett with his burst up, I don't think you can lose from there. But here we go. Kaching skill doing 5 damage here thanks to Bennett's burst. But the cube is going to come back once.
He's back! Cube talent, let's go! Oh, poor Davao does not know that Maytel is sitting on a send-off. Look at Davao laughing.
I mean, he's got to be threatened with the burst here. Your opponent has 5 dice. You don't know that they don't have the correct dice, although Maytel could choose to tune his entire hand to get that burst off. So swapping to Xiao here is not an option. That is just instant death. So you either stay on cube or you go to Xiangling here. Oh, it's going to be a fast swap. Maybe onto Xiangling? Yeah, here we go. This is probably one of the better plays.
I also think this is a pretty good play. The unfortunate thing is that Maytel does have these burst up, so going to Xiao would be a guarantee loss almost.
But this threatens Kaching in lethal range of a rock, paper, scissors combo. And Dabao does have 5 dice there, so it could go for another one. Pretty dangerous because you'll lose the Electro Cube to whatever follow-up the opponent has. But with the dice, Dabao's not in actually the worst spot here.
Also, 5 points for Xiangling's burst will go to Team Astra as well. Can't forget the points.
Oh my god, look at me, forgetting the points myself already as I'm trying to focus too much on the match.
Tuning send-off, oh no.
Oh, is this the burst? This is the burst.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is the burst.
Wow. Okay. Gonna eliminate everyone
for sure
except for Xiao. Yes. Cube goes down. Oh, yeah, I don't think you come back from this. This is too much.
Gambler is going down. Oh, we see an end. Not opting to even use the energy point from I Haven't Lost Yet. I guess saving it to tune in case... Well, he has toss-up though.
You probably should have used it and then at least use a skill. At the very least, use the food. Come on. I just sitting here at home watching those food just rot away. Free 5 points in people's hands is starting to be a little bit much.
Yeah, it's really hard. I mean, I think Davao definitely didn't want to skill there because he wants to go first.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But the problem is not using the I Haven't Lost Yet.
I
mean, I know you don't get anything from it, but
well, you could at
get
least
energy point. The energy point's important.
It's true. The energy point might have mattered. The food might have mattered as well. You know, there's a lot of things here. Oh, great dice rolls from Dabao side though.
It's pretty good.
Not gonna matter, I think, but still good nonetheless. Yeah, Bennett definitely.
Draw 2 Lotus, but you can only use one.
You can only use one. Yeah, you gotta think ahead to get those food points. You really gotta plan out not just the turn you're on, but the future ones as well. Oh, look at that! Those beautiful Nemo dice. And here we go with the swell there.
There's the skill. Fortunately, no electro application anywhere. Did not get to see the great Overload Swirl.
Overload Swirl. And yeah, Aquila here. I'd say this is an interesting equip. Because Bennett should be going down to... Oh no, this is lethal.
Yeah, that
There
is
we
like-
go.
yeah.
Oh. At least got 5 points from that Lotus Crisp at the end. I mean, again, that was kind of the deck getting high rolled there, as we saw there. Maytail with a very good combination with Bennett and Kaching, both in the same deck.
You see, both teams are 1-1 right now,
They are,
and this is
yeah.
important because I mean they're 1-1 and they both had 3 character cards surviving, so it's 80 points to both sides.
Yeah, I mean, this really
So-
closes the gap.
It closes the gap, and it will matter what other points they gain during the matches, more than the points they gain from winning at this point, because
Yeah.
they essentially negate each other, right?
They do,
You get
they
the
do,
same
yeah.
net points for winning.
We're pretty much tied, but then if they're this close, and we are playing 4 matches, there's a very good chance that the players get a very close point score if they win 2 each, but it might really come down to who was more aware of playing those extra food cards. We saw, 2 extra food cards in Dapao's hand there not being used. That's 10 points. And that could, if the game gets decided with as close margins of like 10 to 15 points, that food is going to matter.
I definitely feel like the players are not considering the point system at the moment. I think
No.
they're playing to win, which is understandable
They
because
are,
the
yeah.
points are so heavily favored. If you win a match, you get 50 points. And then if you win a match with a bunch of characters alive, so basically if you sweep your opponent, you get another 30 points. So it's probably the more appealing thing than going for suboptimal plays for the other point values. I do understand anyway.
But it's just free food. It's just there on the table. That's what I do if there's food on the table and no one's claiming it. I'll just eat it. It's free food. Can't turn
I mean,
down
that
free
is
food.
true. It was, what, 4 dice
Yeah.
that Bao had?
Yeah, at the end
Could
there,
have used
unused.
Tandori. just for
Could have used the
free 5
Tandori. I mean,
points.
there was a Lotus at the end there, but after losing his 2 characters, he wasn't able to actually put out any more food because he missed it on those other 2 turns. And he did have extra dice left at the end of that second round, so he could have definitely used it since he was ending early anyway. Should have expected the Kaching burst there. Should have known that was coming and played around it.
I have to wonder, so the rock, paper, scissors combo, yeah, so highest damage about only 10, that means 5. But the rock, paper, scissors combo did 2 instances of overload, right?
It did. That might have, but that would have counted for more, because that means Maytail did a 10 damage skill in the round. That would have added up to more. I think that was actually the swell. I think that was Xiao's skill.
No, I
coming out
don't
to
even
swell.
think we had a swell. So Maytail wasn't playing the cute deck, right? It was Davao.
Oh,
and
you're
Davao
right, you're right,
only
you're
did
right.
5
Yeah.
damage, because, it's 10
Oh, that was
divided
the
by
Kaching
2.
burst. Yeah, that was the Kaching burst. Yeah.
Yeah, the
So
Kaching
Davao-
burst was 10
10
points,
damage.
but you like your cubes not being factored in here.
No, well, technically it's not one skill, I guess. It's many skills, but maybe that should count because the game certainly does think of it as a single skill because, only one Tandoori Chicken applies. It only benefits once from cards that talk about skills, so yeah.
I have
A
to
bit
consider
unusual.
too, if you have Xiao and then you use Tandoori Chicken and then you're swirling like an overload, for example, like
That
how
has to
much
count.
damage would that do? And like,
It's a lot.
would it count? Would it count towards the
It
bounty?
didn't happen. I mean, we might see it again. Who knows what? It's really hard to predict now what we're gonna see in the later decks because
I know.
it's really. I didn't realize that it was random. I thought the players would get to choose out of the decks that we provided, but this is better.
all the cards are face down. They just get to pick them up and see what their luck is,
And here we
It
go.
looks like
Looks
the
like
highlights for
Yeah.
the draw phase.
Look at that thumbs up.
with Kuching, of course. He
His
has
team is so
Pyro
happy about
Kuching.
that. Yeah, I mean, it's his favorite deck. He literally got to play his favorite deck just with pure RNG, just like Shinichi did in the first round. And we
It's
have
another
Bennett
case
there.
of draws being unbalanced, I think.
Both teams are subject to the same RNG, so as unbalanced as it is, that's just the luck of the draw. And it balanced out, We had one high roll from one team, and you saw the scores there. If you add on the scores we saw at the end, they're actually neck and neck. We'll probably see the updated point total soon, but they're actually really close.
Cube comes back to life.
Yeah, and here's the big hit as well from that Kaching overload.
Yeah, minus
Not the
7
highest
on
damage one,
Kishan
though.
Ling. No, it was not the highest damage one. Only 7. The highest damage was her burst for 10 because
Yeah.
it did it across the board.
Yeah, and you know, I really think if Dabao hadn't chose to use that rock paper scissors, he would have had a chance. You know, if he saved that for a later time, didn't use up that 5 dice, he might have been able to stage a comeback. In the end, it was somewhat close. He might at least be able to take out 1 or 2 characters here, and that can matter for the point score. And here's the big Kaching burst.
Tuning, yes, here it is. 4, 3, and 3 for 10 total damage.
10 total
20
damage.
points.
Yeah. And a lot of overkill there, even on Xiaoling and the cube. But that doesn't matter for the point counting.
It does
Still
not
getting
matter.
the full value. I mean, Team Carnival's got to be happy about that.
This was actually a great play, going for a kill equip onto Bennett just to get the lethal range. It was great.
Yeah, Xiao there with the high note there,
Vaporize.
so this Vaporize comes into 6 total damage.
Yeah.
Just enough to get through that Lotus Crisp. Well played by Dabao. Again, very much an uphill battle based on the deck matchups. Oh,
Kaching at 27 total
my
damage
God.
over that round. 2
that looks
kills.
eerily similar to our first game, but reversed, right? Like, even in that other game, we saw, like, the losing side have, like, not very much damage and then 1 character on the other team. At least Bennett got a honorary kill there onto Xiao at the end. So it's not all Kaching.
It's a bit unfortunate.
Okay, let's see how this matchup is going to go.
Hopefully, we're not going to see one team picking meta decks and the other team suffering.
Ooh,
Oh,
okay.
same
we
way
see
as Kaya deck again for Amanbo.
Oh, come on. I want to see Yoi on camera. And... nope.
Mona!
It's the Mona
Another
deck.
stall deck.
Another
Both of
stall
these are
deck.
stall- No, this is the Tubby deck. This is the Tubby
Oh,
deck.
that's the Tubby deck. Yeah. Okay.
So
you know-
Aoki built a deck with Mona and Tubby. Oh, Xiao! Xiao with
Kinda
Kaya.
Xiao. That's actually kind of
Okay.
cool because Xiao is plunging attack based with his burst, and Kaya does have a burst that also synergizes with swapping. So we could see something really cool here from Amambo.
Amber!
Mondstadt represent.
Sadly, no Mondstadt resonance
No.
in these decks.
Ooh.
And, wait. This
That
is
seems
like...
kind of good.
It does. It's swirl and then also superconduct.
Yeah. There's something going on here.
Okay, Kuching
Okay.
interesting for Stranger.
Yeah. Very odd decks this time. This time I definitely can't pick a favorite.
I think I favor Amambo's deck.
You think? I really
Yes.
think the Tubby deck. If the Tubby deck draws Tubby, I think it's just over. Like, I really think it's with how hard it is to kind of use these decks. Tubby is just going to make all of the difference. So that's what I'm going to be looking out for.
I do like how both of these decks are not exactly meta, right?
No,
they're very
no.
for fun decks here. We're not seeing anything immediately recognizable, so I think this matchup will be very, very interesting. As a reminder, Stranger actually took first place in the Korea Prince Cup, and so I'm expecting some high-level plays from him. As for Amambo, he took second place in the Japanese Prince Cup, and then also finished in the WCG Busan quarters.
Actually, Amambo
Stranger and Amambo did.
No, yeah, Amambo actually played against Stranger in the finals of the Korean Prince Cup. So these players know each other. They've had experience playing against each other at high-level tournaments. I think Amambo was second place in the Korea finals.
No. It was Japanese Prince Cup.
Pretty sure Amambo is one of the players in the Korean Prince Cup. We will definitely need to check that later on. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure these players have played against each other. If not here, then definitely at WCG.
Yeah, both of them were in WCG quarters. Quarterfinals, so definitely tournament history on both sides, and very, very high placements at that second and first place respectively, so definitely expecting to see some high level plays from both of these players.
Yeah. And Amambo, I think, does tend to favor the kind of stally decks here, so even if the characters don't line up exactly how he wants, I think the rest of the deck is going to fit his playstyle very well, whereas Stranger favors more of the aggressive type of deck, so this might not be the type of... I wonder if he's even played much with Tubby. Like, hopefully he knows how important Tubby is going to be
a
this
card
deck.
that many pro players go for.
No. No, he can be very good though, especially if you draw him early on. It can accrue a lot of advantage as time goes on, especially if your deck is built around it. And, you know, this deck from Atoki with Mona and Tubby is very much built with that in mind. Lots of location cards, like what you'd expect from a Tubby deck. Plenty of healing as well to prolong the game and take more advantage of that Tubby discount.
And for those of you who don't know what Tubby does, basically, Tubby is a support card you can play, costs 2 to play, and then any support card or any location card that you're playing afterwards costs 0. But it's only once per round, basically.
Yeah.
So you want to play Tubby early on so you can maximize getting all those location cards on the field for a nice price of 0. Otherwise, it's kind of useless to pull them later on.
Yeah, here we go.
Kaya,
Kaya
Xiao,
shining.
and Yaemiko, I know, so nice.
I can't get enough of this effect. Like, I could watch this all day.
It's super cool. And Mona Amber Kuchin.
Yeah, bit of an odd combination here, but you know, a lot of good summons with shields as well. So that actually, Amber fits pretty nicely into the defensive strategy while also providing a lot of damage. And going to set 3. Oh, look at the point scores. Look how close. So, I mean, like, just think like 3 or 4 food cards. Oh my god, double Tubby.
Double Tubby!
You don't want 2 Tubbies,
It's winnable.
but
You don't want 2 Tubby, but it's
one
winnable.
is very good. Oh, not
Oh
gonna
my
keep
God.
the lucky dog. Okay, okay. Oh, this is such a good
Doer's
hand.
City, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I mean, the main card you're looking for when you're playing a Tubby deck is Liyue Wharf, because that's the one that draws you into other location cards. So this is huge.
Yeah, I think Doer City's okay. Too as well, you know.
Definitely, definitely. I mean, I think it's the second best choice, but Liyue Wharf is the most important one, and having drawn that first is going to be pretty huge. So I'm going to see Stranger, I think, decided to go take away with the game, and look, he's looking at his dice. Might want to keep 2 of those for Tubby, and not have to use any Omnis. So Zero considering, yeah, it's going to keep those 2 Geo dice for Tubby. Rerolling the other 2.
I think we're immediately, well, not immediately. We should see Tubby play.
No, it's going to be a surprise, right? Tubby doesn't
Is
cost
it a
you any
surprise?
turns. Yeah, it is a surprise. You gotta make your opponent play as if you didn't have Tubby, and then when you throw Tubby at them, it completely
Tubby
derails their
Wharf.
plan.
Tubby Wharf Liven, right?
Yeah,
Wharf
yeah,
Liven?
I believe so. It's gonna be a lot of cards.
Nice.
For Stranger, yeah. Wow, what a start.
And ending on 2 cards. So let's see. Liven's gonna give 2. Wharf's gonna give 2. And then the next turn's gonna give 2. So
Yep,
Stranger
so
will
we
be
have full
sitting
hand.
on
8 cards. 8 cards. And this is why Wharf is so good in the Tubby decks, because you're getting a lot of cards out of your hand naturally because you have a discount, and it just draws you into so many new cards. Look at these cards coming in. It's
My
unstoppable.
gosh. It's beautiful. I mean, Amago does also have a lot of ramp on his side.
He
to be
does, he
fair.
does.
It's
He
not
played-
played levels of ramp, but
No, I'm gonna play the perfect, way to counter that start there. Staying on Yae, normally you'd swap off her after using her skill, but staying on Yae, eating up that second hit on Mona, so keeping that Hydro application in control.
yes, it's very smart.
Okay. Drawing to a lot of card draw of his own as well, so he might actually be able to make a comeback. It takes a couple of turns for the Tubby decks to start building up an advantage, so if you can make use of that, ooh, look at that.
That is 6 damage from that Electrocharge.
Yeah, very big
So-
hit there. I think I'm almost fine with this. You're probably going to want to swap off of Yae anyway. And you have a lot of dice to work there. The question is who? You got to imagine you want to start on
Probably Kaya. Probably
Yeah.
Kaya. Because there's no elemental application on Kuching right now, so
Yeah,
you wouldn't
and-
want to go to Xiao to swirl anything. You go to Kaya.
And with that
And then-
Lusu, Kaya will be able to use his burst immediately after one skill, and that could be pretty big.
You could also use
Ooh, he's going to resummon.
when the crane returns. Really, going for another summon.
I kind of like this. It's going to be really dangerous to bring Yae back on the field at full health. And she can have a lot of value just having burst up and having that skill be on field. And, it's one thing that players might not know about the skill because you don't see it often on 5. If it is above 3 stacks, it will trigger immediately when you end your turn. So you can get an extra shot of Electro in there at some point.
So, Amago's probably gonna go straight for Yae's burst here, right?
We're probably going to see him. No, you'll be wasting. Yae's burst will eat up the totem summon there if you use it right now, and that will waste a lot. We're probably going to see him sit on Yae for a lot of the game, and then bring her out as a surprise fast swap to snipe off a key character later in the game.
Oh, I do see.
Ooh. We might see a quick swap onto Xiao here for the swell.
Yeah, I think going for the swirl would be the
That's
best play
pretty
here.
good. And Xiao also is going to have his burst up as well.
Oh, Kaya?
Kaya's also good. I mean, this is the same play we said before. Looks like he's opting to
gonna
try and get that superconduct. You know, he's expecting a swap off of Mona.
Also,
if
the
he does
Liu
a slow swap.
Su giving Kaya 1 energy point, so we get Kaya's burst up faster, which would actually benefit Xiao's swirl a whole lot. Because as soon as you swap to Xiao with Kaya's burst, you're going to have
right.
Kaya to swirl.
That's actually
So-
quite a combo. Yeah. I really like that.
Yeah,
Mambo,
that's
they're
pretty
thinking
good.
carefully.
I think Amambo is in a good position here.
Yeah. I'm even wondering if you want to burst here. You might just want to maybe drop a cathedral. Or
Could
Liven
Cathedral.
pass.
Could even Aquila could
Yeah.
live and pass.
He has a lot of cards in his hand, so he wants to get rid of something, I think. He could burst this round, though, as well. But he might want to go first next round.
Could Sealy Cathedral. Oh, tuning? Tuning Sealy, maybe?
Yeah, this play makes a lot of... Oh, no, it's going to be... Okay, so again... players are having a lot of hard time with overdrawing this game, set of matches.
Tuning the Sealy just to not have 7 cards in hand, because Liven plus 2 cards at the start of turn would overdraw. Big
You know,
brain.
I actually would have really liked the Kaya burst here, because I forgot that the totem triggers additional time. I think Mona would have gone down to the burst and the totem procs at the end of turn, which
Highest burst
could have been
costs
a pretty good
4.
play. Oh, it
Highest
costs
burst
4.
Yeah.
Oh, I keep thinking it costs 3. Okay.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty high cost, but it's also high reward, you know?
Okay, that explains that a lot. I guess I haven't played with
Yeah.
Kai enough. I need to start adding him to more of my decks.
Honestly, he seems pretty good with Xiao.
It does seem pretty good. I'm really excited to see that combo in play, because I think it's actually going to be pretty good. Ooh,
You
the
get
dice
Kaya
rolls
burst
aren't
off,
great.
and you swap to Xiao, and then it's gonna, apply cryo, then you swirl it. It's perfect, actually.
Yeah. So a Mambo here going first. Definitely going to go for that Kaya burst, but looks like he's going to have to play Bestus there to fix his dice a little bit, because they did not roll
Also,
enough cryo. Oh no, it's toss up.
Look what happens when you have Sumeru City out in a full hand of cards.
Yeah, I mean, Tubby decks are one of the best decks for Sumeru City, because that Wolf just draws into so many cards that you're almost always going to get a discount.
So if you have less dice and you have cards in your hand, then your skills cost 1 less, I believe, right?
It is.
So
it
that's
is, yeah.
why Kuching Stiletto only costs 2, because it's counting as your skill.
And
as
it's
Sumeru
really
City's applying there.
it's really rare to see it as well with 8 dice at the start of the turn. It's not that common to have more cards than your 8 starting dice, but here we are. Power of Tubby.
Oh, we do see when the crane returns coming down, so gonna
This is gonna
see
be cool.
Kaya's burst is gonna be superconduct as well. And
Oh,
then
yeah.
it's going to automatically swap to Xiao.
It is, but the superconduct isn't actually going to let him apply. I actually would have preferred. Oh no, it's going to reapply cryo right away.
Yeah,
Okay, so this is still fine.
it's going to reapply onto Mona, but the thing is Mona has quick swap, so
Mino has quick swap, so probably going to see him swap off. Yeah, I kind of would have wanted to see just a regular swap there. Ooh, I'm going to see.
I definitely agree, but
This is interesting.
because it's going to be cross swirl onto Amber and Kuching.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
sure if
this
that
is
was a
gonna
good idea.
This is going to let Xiao swell and deny that Mona burst as well. And yeah, preempted. He's expecting I haven't lost yet Kuching burst here. Very heads up play there. Equipping the Lotus Crypts here for 5 points, of course, but also to prevent taking too
For
much
5
damage
points,
from the
of
burst.
course. Also, -10 for Stranger. Every time a character card falls, it is -10. You see Stranger's
Here we
heart
go.
rate is at 136, and Amambo is at 80.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
10 damage, Yaimigo falling.
Yeah. Technically that was 13, but of course if it's blocked by Lotus Crisp, that doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but we saw that electro charge damage, getting an extra hit on the side character, taking out Yae before she can burst. But I think she's actually doing a lot already with those totems. More
That was
healing.
a whole lot of points. I have to think of
Yeah.
it in terms of points, Blab.
But Stranger's starting to build up a lot of advantage. He still has another set of healing stacks from that Furnace Cathedral here. So we'll have to see. We might see. Yeah, here we go. Probably going to be dropping a Liben and passing.
You think
Don't
Liben?
know.
I think he's
Could be
gonna
a
go
skill.
for Kuching's skill because
Skill here.
Mona Mona's gonna leave Shao at a nice 1 HP.
Yeah, definitely looking good for
Mona
the
summon.
Tubby side here. You know, getting a lot of advantage out of that turn 1 Tubby.
Also, there's conveniently no application on Kuching now after Yaemiko's totem coming in, so chopping the active character here is not great, but we do see a quick swap.
We do quick swap. Unfortunately, you can't quick swap into a character that does any reaction here. So you can only quick swap into... Both sides were almost doing the same dice rolls. Ooh, we almost had the full
Almost
Omni.
had the jackpot here.
Almost. It's so hard to do
I
that.
think Stranger should have went for it.
He's already ahead though. He's gonna win the game if he keep playing correctly, I think. He's at a very significant health advantage here. But Amambo here playing out all the food in his hand, which is gonna make a big difference.
I think you have to, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, this is a good play. It keeps your Shao alive 1 extra turn. You know, you're threatening to kill off Keqing here, or a swap to Amber here would be pretty bad for you anyway, so that's not something you're interested in doing. Oh, it could be Amber versus Kaya here. 2 characters we don't normally see going head to head.
I actually think Kaya would win.
Kaya, I mean, with that Aquila in hand, Amber's not going to be able to output a lot of damage, so this could be a really tough spot, yeah. I think Stranger could have definitely worked to, like, put Amber out more often and have her take more damage instead of Keqing, who's better as a finisher. But we'll see.
I'm just looking at Amambo's dice.
I think you Lotus on Amber and swap. Or this is also fine. Either way, you protect Keqing.
Well, if you Lotus on Kuching, what Amambo could do is quick swap to Kaya and then skill, and Kuching still dies. Because the Kaya burst is going to take out the Lotus, and then Kaya would just...
That is actually I hope Amambo sees that play, because I think that's actually really good. Amber can't apply Pyro. Here it is. Yeah, Amambo sees it. The Stranger there with the eyebrow raised, thinking like, wait, is this? Oh no. Yeah. Amambo
You have to
sees
do
the
it,
play.
right?
He's gonna do it. He has to do it. I
What
think
else
that's
do you
the
do
right
here?
play. Oh, he's thinking if he wants to play Lee Siu for that
No,
extra energy.
you want to go for the skill. You want to go for the skill. No, no, don't play it now. The skill.
Oh wait, yeah. Did he miscalculate his dice? Oh no, he's still. Oh no, he has the. He had a. I think he had a. Oh, it's Xiao's burst.
Oh, it's
Xiao's
burst. Oh my god.
Gives you a free. Yeah. Okay. This is why the professional players are in the seat and not us. You're totally forgetting about Xiao's burst there, discounting your swap by 1 die. So Amambo did have enough dice there to put down the Lee Siu. Ooh.
Wait, that
lucky
is
dog.
so good though. Uh-oh.
Okay, I'm gonna say a lucky dog into Baron Bunny probably. That's gonna put Amber at 8 health, which is really good.
I think Stranger should definitely
is still
go for
close.
the free Sangonomiya Shrine as well.
I mean, you have to. But again, it's a like you can leave that for your last action. Your opponent doesn't know about it, so it isn't gonna play around it. Oh, this is
definitely
I think.
true.
Yeah, you have to end first here. If Xiao's gonna go down to an Amber burst if he gets it off.
Yeah, there it is.
I
a
think
whole
Amber
lot of
might take
healing.
it. I really like this from the Amber side. Look how close the point tunnels are too.
The pizza. It's coming in clutch. 1 HP Xiao and Kaya.
Both characters in it. Oh, okay. Okay. No, that doesn't. That's not. I think Amambo has to start with strategize and hope to draw into more healing, because as it stands right now, he doesn't have enough to take out Amber. Very close game.
Oh my gosh, this has been fun to watch.
It has been very fun to watch. Yeah, I think you start with strategize there, hope to draw into something, because Aquila doesn't save you here even with pizza. I think Amber's burst does
Also,
do
Amber's
2
burst
damage.
is going to take out both.
Yep, starting with strategize.
So you need
See?
something like if you pizza the inactive character, it wouldn't even be enough. I think.
Not
I think
enough.
it's
Yeah.
2 piercing, right?
Yep. It's 2
remember
piercing,
right.
so not gonna be enough. Very heads up there, Mambo. Playing that pizza at least is gonna get him 5 points, and the burst as well. Yeah. So you can see him farming the points there, which
have to
is what I
farm
like
the
to see.
points.
You gotta farm the points. Amber, take it out.
You have to realize, because Mona and Kuching are both down, that is -20 for that win. It's not going to be a full 80 points
Not gonna be a
to
full
Team
thing,
Carnival. It's going to be 60 points. So,
Yes. Still very much within range. You know, the series is very close right now. The Team Astra definitely has a chance of taking comeback, especially if they can get, you know, a set of good draws here. Ooh, they're showing the audience here.
Ooh, there's a lot of people watching.
There's a lot of people watching. Hopefully everyone at home is having fun as well. And just a reminder, if you are watching on one of the streams, you know, we do have raffle events that are happening on the YouTube live stream in particular. We have 10 of these events happening throughout the duration of the stream. And for 5 minutes, if you shout out your favorite player, provide your UID, you will be added to a raffle to win potentially one of many welcomes. So definitely get in on that chat.
Make sure you're on the official Astra YouTube. It cannot be the Twitch. It cannot be my Twitch. If you're watching from my Twitch, you have to go to the official Astra Carnival YouTube channel and put down your UID and shout out a player, and you'll be entered into that welcome raffle. So, good opportunity.
Yeah. But of course, I already have my prize already, winning the winner of the rock paper scissors tournament so far.
Oh my god. Okay, we don't know if
hang
we're
that over
gonna
your head.
see another cube. We don't know
We
yet.
don't know.
So
We don't know.
come on.
Now I'm hoping that the cube doesn't come back up, just so I can keep that lead, but maybe that's a bad thing.
Oh, look at the cosplayers.
Oh, it's a Sayu.
They look great, yeah. And Levine.
Sayu's
They
not a
look
very
great.
common cosplay, so it looks really good.
Oh, the plushie. These players are setting up for the. It should be the last match unless they go 2-2,
Should
right?
be. Well, even if they go 2-2,
Actually,
it will still be the last match, but
it
because
will-
the point
it'll be
totals is what
yeah.
matter.
Yes.
It'd be amazing if we actually see a tie. And look at that, someone
Champion
Stranger there.
Stranger. Is that a prediction?
I mean,
Or is that-
I mean,
that's
sorry,
from,
Stranger was already the champion,
he was
and he
already the
still
champion
decisively take out this match, yeah.
Korea. Astra
Yes,
Carnival
the Korean
Prince
thing.
Cup,
I think it went 3-0 against Amambo in the final, so Amambo not able to take a win off of Stranger as at this point. So maybe in the second half, you know, they will get to play again. So hopefully in the second half, they'll have another opportunity to even out that score a little bit. There's a lot of cosplays out.
I love these cosplays.
Yeah, it's great seeing kind of the support that at these events.
I kind of have to wonder what we're going to see going into this
That
last
Bennett.
match of Phase 1. And Bennett thumbs up!
Yeah, there you go. Bennett having a good showing. You know, so far we've only seen Kaya as a repeated one. Who haven't we seen? There's Ayaka still to be picked. There's Mai Yoimiya deck. Those are the two characters that have not yet made an appearance. So very much hoping that in the last phase, oh, I'd be so sad if Yoimiya doesn't end up making it.
We've seen everyone else, right? We've seen Zhongli, we've seen Mona, we've seen Electro Hypostasis, we've seen Bennett, and we've seen Kaya. So yeah, just Ayaka and Yoimiya.
Yep,
The good old
just two
Ayamiya
characters
deck.
left. Yeah. You know, but I don't think you. Unfortunately, you can't actually get to that because I believe since Ayaka was already selected as one of the caster decks, she doesn't appear in the pool of cards that the players select. I didn't think about that. You know, I wanted to focus on her normal attacks, but someone could have definitely picked up an Ayamiya combo.
You're 13
look at
from
that.
that Kuching burst, 26 points for Team
That was-
Carnival.
Yeah, huge. But Amambo did manage to pick up quite a lot. Look at that food advantage. He
See,
had-
you have to use your food. You have to
Yes,
use
he
your
uses
food.
food. Yeah, look, I mean, it really adds up. Burst as well, you know, that burst at the end and the food was an extra 10 points. He needs to keep that gap closed so that they can make a comeback in this last game.
Still no dice jackpots for either
No.
team. It's really
Oh,
hard to get that.
It'd be amazing if the dice jackpot is what decides the point scores at the end. Oh, could you imagine?
I think,
Okay.
you know, Team Astra would definitely have to take a win in this last match of the first phase
Mm-hmm.
to even it out. So
Here we go.
look at the highlights
replays.
for set 3's phase.
Yeah, that Tubby deck is a monster. I mean, when you, especially during both Tubbies, it's just like adding insult to injury. Look at lots of that Tubby. So happy there.
This was such the perfect start for
It
this
was.
deck.
It was. Yeah,
More
Amambo definitely
flooding
had the
pass.
uphill battle. Did the best he
Yes.
could, given the circumstances. And you can see the Carnival's team, they're very happy with that start, knowing that the Tubby deck, Tubby is what matters.
13 damage.
Yeah.
It shows 10, and then there's also 3 for the Lotus that was on Shao.
Very big hit. Probably, I think that is the biggest single hit we've seen so far, as well. You know, we saw a different Kaching Burst come out with 10 damage, but that one with the Electro Charge proc was even higher.
Oh, the Shell's burst was not enough, unfortunately.
Not enough. Yeah, and Amber being able to clean up. I think that Lucky Dog ended up mattering quite a lot. I mean, in the end, there was a lot of damage coming out from Amber there. But that
And
Lucky Dog definitely.
This play from Amambo was pretty good, considering you know what he had on hand. It was pretty good. Also calculating that he would only need 2 dice for Kaya's skill as well.
Yeah, in the end, that I haven't lost yet ended up mattering a lot. If Amber didn't have that second energy, Amama would have been able to use Aquila to be able to outlast Amber in that last turn, I think, or at least have a better shot of taking her out.
Yep.
So every point of energy matters here, every dice matters here. Games are really close.
Also, you notice the 2 Vanarana from Strategize totally not helpful.
No, those are the 2 cards, of course, that Mambo drew off of that Strategize. Not at all the cards he was looking for. If he had found something, it could have made a comeback, but M-Burst to finish things off. Very decisive victory. But I think that was mostly just highlighting the power of Tubby there. I mean, if you draw Tubby. The Tubby decks when they don't draw Tubby are a wreck.
Double Tubby in draw phase, that's just too good.
Oh yeah. It's comfortable. Okay, and we have our last round now between Chikawa and Buildup.
I'm really excited for this one. Chikawa took first place in the Japan Prince Cup for Astra Carnival. And also third place in WCG Busan. Meanwhile, Buildup has placed in the semifinals in the Japan Prince Cup. So
yeah, Buildup actually played a lot as well in the Cat's Tail Gathering tournament series. Oh, we have the Mono deck drawn again.
Hubby.
Look how happy Chico is. He's a
I
very
would be
expressive
happy
player.
after seeing that performance. I would be happy.
Yeah. I mean, you have to draw Tubby first. Hey!
Oh, there it is. There's your deck.
That's my deck. Yes. Oh, I'm so happy. I don't know if this is a favorable matchup though. We'll have to see. That Tubby Stole deck is really good. Look.
Buildup doesn't look happy.
No. I don't think the deck is that. Oh, official.
No way.
No. That's huge.
That is
Not
huge.
like this. Not like this.
Let's go,
Come on,
Chico.
Xingqiu. I'm hoping for Xingqiu. You have to draw Xingqiu here. If you draw Xingqiu... Oh, Cryosisson. Oh, it's workable. I mean...
Is it? Oh, it depends on the third card.
Cryosisson's really tough because there's so many reactions coming out from the other side. Oh man, if this is like Nahida...
Cleat?
This is pretty good, actually.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
It's pretty good. That's a high power
I would be happy with that, yeah.
Oh, Buildup. You can do it. Xingqiu. No, it's... Oh, no. Suppose if you don't know where, you know, Cryo and Dendro don't really have the best reaction together. So that's not quite the synergy we're looking for. But if they can set up Burning, they might be able to make something happen here. Look.
Burning or Melt, I guess.
You know, if Chikawa doesn't draw Tubby and Buildup gets off to a good start, he might be able to make something happen here.
Buildup's reaction's so funny, dude.
I know. And again, these players have played against each other in the same tournament, so they know each other. They're on friendly terms.
they do.
This is gonna be a fun match.
Yes.
I mean, either way, you know, Team Carnival has the point lead right now, so Buildup, even though maybe he's not favored to win here, needs to just try and rack up points and not lose bad. Take out some key characters and try and reduce the point lead that Team Astra can accrue here. Because that's really the game here, right? Like, even if the other team wins, if they don't win by enough, your team will still come out on top.
Yeah, and I do think Chico's deck is definitely favored to win this matchup, so
Look, not
it's
even
as you say,
Tubby.
Buildup has to go for points, right?
Look, usually I root for the underdog and really want Team Astra to stage a comeback, but that's my Casa deck there. I'm going to be rooting for Carnival here. Chikawa, please do not draw Tubby. We've seen Tubby already once on stream. We don't need to see Tubby again.
The caster bias, jeez.
The caster bias, yeah. You know, assuming if the Tubby deck is slow enough, we might be able to see Yoimiya set up her burst, and maybe we can get some combo there with Terror Shroom, setting up multiple burning reactions at end of turn, because Burning isn't a reaction you see very often, but it actually does a lot of damage when you add it all up.
For those of you watching at home, I would like to hear which deck you think is favored to win and which team you think will come out on top for the first phase, because we're about to find out after this match as these players are just finishing setting up. Man, Mona official cleave. It's way too strong.
It is very strong. I don't like the odds of the Yoimiya deck in this case. But I mean, again, it all hinges on that Tubby card, if you draw Tubby or if you don't draw Tubby.
If you have a Sissy Mage summon out there, it shouldn't be too bad. There's just not a lot of elemental application beyond Yoimiya, like for Yoimiya's Pyro-infused normals to do well, but maybe Buildup can make it succeed, you know.
No, you really had to find one of the characters that synergizes better with Yoimiya, like Xingqiu, maybe even like Beidou or someone with another application for those normal attacks. But without that, it could be pretty tough. Sissy Mage also not the best matchup into Mona and Fischl because they're very reaction heavy. And you know, if you've ever tried playing with Sissy Mage, you do actually lose a stack of her skill every time a reaction is triggered on your side. And here we go.
Here we go. We see Mona, Fischl, Klee. Very, very strong deck. Basically a meta deck. Almost a meta deck. Mona Fischl is a very strong core. Mona Klee is a very good core.
Yeah, at least I get to see Yoimiya kind of in
Yoimiya existing.
4K HD. Yeah.
Flaps Yoimiya and then Sissy Mage and J-Flip Terror Shroom. I am terrified of the Terror Shroom deck.
Yeah. I mean, you shouldn't be. But I'm sure it's scary for other reasons. Yeah, it's too bad that we didn't get to see the Ayaka deck in action here, made by one of the Japanese side, Zuno.
Yeah, the only deck we haven't gotten.
The only deck that didn't come out, yeah.
Zuno's Ayaka deck.
Ooh, okay. No Tubby!
No Tubby!
There's a chance. Come on.
Oh
and let's see, we have a 70-point lead. So, you know, with the victory in mind, that's only like a 20-point gap, so you really need to make up everything with the points here. A full
mulligan. I think that's what Chico should do for Tubby.
Probably, that would be the play. We see the Friendship Eternal.
Eternal?
Yeah.
The ramp? Can you go
you know
for
what?
greedy ramp?
You know what? Friendship Eternal is going to be very good against the Tubby deck, because they're almost always going to have a full hand. So, you get to draw 4 cards, and they don't. It's the best. This is a favorable matchup now that you've drawn Friendship Eternal.
Friendship Eternal will always win.
No Tubby!
Truly. Still no Tubby. Wait, did Chico have mulligan his entire hand?
He kept one card. He kept one card.
Was it Worf?
I believe it. No, I think he put back Worf. I believe. I have to double check the cards. You know, it just wasn't Tubby. That's all that matters. I mean, still, you know, Buildup is just in such a tight spot. Like Mona Fischl is going to be such a strong start with double summons. Right off the bat, and Buildup here choosing to start on Sissy Mage. Probably going to summon.
Probably a good idea. Probably a good idea. Go for Sissy Mage summon, right?
Yeah, and for those of you who didn't catch the Japanese Prince Cup, Chico was a very expressive player. I'm gonna have a lot of fun just watching his reactions on camera. Definitely encourage the viewers at home to keep an eye on him. He definitely shows his emotions when he's playing, and I think that's great to see, especially in these kinds of invitationals.
Yeah, I have to love these face cams, especially when they have the heart rate monitors, because it's really fun watching the players' reactions to things and being able to comment on them as a caster.
I mean, I wasn't really a fan of seeing Buildup's reaction to selecting the Yoimiya deck and then picking Sissy Mage, so, you know, I really hope he does win here. Ooh, he's gonna tune. No, not the Friendship Eternal! It's so good in this matchup. Oh well. You know what? I think that's okay.
Not here to make friends.
Look, I think that's okay. You drew a treasure-seeking Sealy already, but a little bit disappointing. I mean, that card can be good if you use correctly. I think this might be the matchup to do it. Ooh, you might see a Mona Klee opening.
We're gonna see one Paimon coming down, right?
Yeah, definitely a Paimon here with the dice provided. Chico, of course, very likely to swap off onto Klee here.
Buildup should have tuned one of the Paimons, because then, you know, you have no card to hand. You can just play Friendship Eternal.
You could just play Friendship Eternal.
Exactly.
You know, since the opponent isn't starting on Worf, that actually is a little bit worse of a play. So I think this is fine, but Chico here is going to get off to a really quick start here, rushing out Klee's burst.
Yeah, and the Paimon's gonna come down anyway, but that vape on the Yoimiya is gonna be really hard, especially considering Yoimiya is supposed to be the core of this deck, right?
It's supposed to be the core of this deck. Yeah, and I'm really worried because the two characters left here are Terrashroom and Sisonbage, who don't react with each other. And that Vaporize is gonna reduce the number of stacks as well. Oof. I think keep staying on Terrashroom might be the better play there.
You know, I have to wonder if the players have seen the support cards, like I know they showed them briefly at the start, but I wonder if they've like gone through the support cards and like know what they're going to be roughly playing with, you know?
I think they know the decks beforehand. The Yoimiya one definitely is very normal attack heavy, and unfortunately look at that rainbow roll. Unfortunately the deck setup is not well suited for normal attacks, so yeah, buildup is gonna have a hard time. Definitely gonna need to play for points, I think. If he can take out at least 1 or 2 characters, then he will put himself in a pretty good spot, but he needs to make that happen first.
And Shikwa should... No, Buildup's going first.
Yeah, I think you're forced to swap off of Yoimiya here.
Yes.
That Klee burst is very threatening, though.
Swapping his system mage would be very painful when Klee's the active character. We see a swap into J Plume. I think that was the best thing to do.
Best thing to do, but here's where it gets really awkward. The cryo, isn't gonna do anything with the Dendro.
What do you do in this case? What do you do if you run up?
There's really nothing to do. I mean, I think you have to use J Plume skills. Maybe you have enough to set up for a burst. You could get a very quick burst out and hope your opponent's dice aren't very good, which they're not. Actually, Chikua doesn't have a lot of dice there. Is gonna just use a charge attack here with the extra dice, and is definitely going to set up that Klee burst.
Chikua only has between 1 though for Klee burst because charge attack does not take any pyro dice.
Look at that,
after Klee uses her skill.
Seeing Cryo and Dendro together is so awkward.
So if Yoimiya applies some pyro, what happens here? Will the Dendro react or the Cryo react?
I believe the Cryo goes first. It happens in the order that the elements are displayed, and Cryo has priority there. They don't both trigger, which would be very good if that was actually a thing, but it's not.
Oh, if only.
If only. If only.
If only.
Yeah, we're probably going to see a single tune into a Klee burst here. Chikwa is wondering, because he is definitely in danger of losing Klee to the Terrastream, but I don't think you care about that. Like, I think once your burst goes off, you're perfectly happy to sacrifice Klee, and you can set up Lieben for your next turn. This is going to be a tough spot.
This is very tough. I think this match is kind of decided in a way, I'm sorry to say, but I don't know how you set up on Buildup's side. Meanwhile, Chikwa is barely dented. It's in such a good position to Lieben pass.
Yeah. Honestly, I mean, we don't know, of course, Buildup doesn't know that Chikwa is just going to play Lieben and pass, but I think swapping back onto Yoimiya would be the perfect thing to do here. But she's definitely at risk with that Klee burst. Needs to use that up. And here we go. A normal attack here. Drawing some more cards.
Parametric Transformer. Look at all these cards be great for Yoimiya if she had Skyward Harp and...
Going into Kleemona is so tough though. I mean, that's one of the premier aggressive decks right now in 3.8. That combination of Klee and Mona together is just so much damaging active character, and we're seeing that really make a beating here on the other deck.
Kleemona Vape is a very, very, very strong deck right now, and then also Monaficial in some Electrocharge variants, especially with Nahida.
Ooh, opting to draw instead of use Lieben. Interesting. Oh, okay. So gonna choose to use food, which is pretty good because of course it gives him points as well, and protects Klee from the burst. I believe. I think the Tertian Burst should only do 7 damage here. Oh, okay, yep.
Lieben gonna eat up the 1 dice. Yes.
Yeah, Chico there, you can see him checking the damage, but this is not gonna be enough. Gonna leave on 1.
To be tragic.
But if you don't use the burst here, you'll lose all of the stacks at end of turn, so you have to burst. There's really nothing you can do.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think going for Parametric Transform would be good, but I mean, the problem is that you have to get the damage off because this deck, like Yoimiya Sissy Mage, J Plume Terror Shroom has no synergy together. So if you
No
have an
synergy.
opportunity, to use J Plume's burst, you probably want to go for it.
You gotta use it. And you know, at least this is 7 damage in one skill, which is a pretty big point lead. You know, the Vape deck isn't as good, hasn't put out much of a single high damage attack yet.
The other thing too, you know, it ate up Klee's burst, so it's no longer a threat to Yoimiya or Sissy Mage, and J Plume did survive, you know, 1 HP.
I mean, definitely very much Chico is still favored here, but we'll have to see.
Thinking about using changing shifts
I think
to
he's thinking
swap
if he's
another
gonna...
character.
Oh, that's true. I think you want to stay on Terror Shroom here. 1 HP is a little pretty awkward for the other deck to actually kill off. You know, they actually have to swap onto a different character or use up 3 dice to use one of Klee's skills.
Ooh.
Oh, I haven't lost yet. Okay.
I think that's pretty good, actually.
Could we see something with Sisson Mage here? You almost never see Sisson Mage use any of her skills. Or especially her burst. We might actually say, oh man, this is brutal.
I think the only deck I know she's played in is Fatali.
Yeah.
Fatty
She's
Goats.
only playing in 1 deck, and that's it. Dropped off a little bit in popularity. Definitely the Klee Mona combo is the premier first turn kill deck in the current format. Not so much
There is
Hu
a
Tao.
deck where you play, I think it's Agent Hu Tao, Sissin Mage. So you have Fatuli Resonance, which is pretty strong, and then it's a Vaporized deck, Melt deck, because it's a 2 Pyro, 1 Cryo.
Yeah, very strong choice still for sure, but definitely fallen out of favor recently. We've seen a lot of the players, especially on the Asia side, the metagames can be a little bit different, but they really prefer Hu Tao with Yoimiya alongside Xingqiu in a Vape composition. So, you know, Yoimiya is actually starting to see a bit of play back as well. She did get a slight buff in the last version, so not quite enough to bring her into the mainstream. And here we go, swapping off with Klee.
The comfortable slow swap on official
Yeah,
there's nothing to worry about. You can put parametric down, maybe. I don't know. What do you do here?
I don't know. I mean, you really would want to take out Klee so you can at least snipe off one of the characters and you know, prevent your opponent from getting 10 points. But there's not really a good opportunity to do that. Okay, here we go. So this is going to parametric.
I think this was a good idea because it's at the start of both of their turns. So unless they want to spend their dice swapping back and forth for 5 times in a row.
What we might actually see here is Fischl just use a normal attack. That would actually deny the parametric transformer. It'd be very mean. Oh, there's Tubby finally making a little bit of a late appearance.
I don't know why you'd play Tubby right now, to be honest. Sumeru City.
Tubby is still gonna be good at really any point in the game.
Yeah,
even now, you know, assuming the game will probably go into another round, and then Tubby will net you an additional dice here.
Cathedral, ooh.
Playing Cathedral before taking your action is a little
and
bit...
then Paimon and then Liben.
Yeah, it's just a pass. Ooh, okay, can Banat make something happen here?
Go to Yoimiya. No, there's no dice.
There's no dice.
There's no dice.
No, and doesn't have enough in terms of Pyro dice either. There is a Minty Meat rolls. Let's see. Okay, oh no, but Yoimiya isn't set up yet with her burst, with her skill. Otherwise, you could have Minty Meat rolls into 2 normal attacks, triggers parametric onto a 3rd one with Heavy Strike. That would have been really huge, but he's short one dice.
You can see Banab doing the calculations in his head what he wants to do. He's really thinking about it. Probably going to use changing shifts to conserve one of those dice, or maybe not. Maybe just a regular swap.
No, I think at this point you might just need to use Yoimiya's skill and then end turn on a different character, because you need to set her up to start doing pyro reactions, and you probably swap back onto Terror Shroom to sacrifice it in a turn.
I think she's gonna go for normal. I think he's gonna do normal.
I think this is fine. I don't think this triggers parametric end in turn because it's only reactions. But yeah, I was gonna change shifts back onto Terror Shroom. This is pretty good.
That is pretty good.
Yeah.
And then you sack Terror Shroom, and then you have I haven't lost yet. Be pretty good. Also, I do like the Heavy Strike Minty Meat Rolls combination. Now that Yoimiya has her skill activated. Oh, there's Harp too.
There's Harp. Harp probably not very good here. It's too dangerous to equip. But that Covenant draw might be something. It's 2 extra die, and with Minty Meat Rolls, it's an extra attack out of Yoimiya.
Yes. Yes, it'd be very good.
Oh, keeping that Dendro. I think, but not maybe anticipating that Chikawa might not want to kill Terra Shroom here. But I think you kind of have to.
I also think you have to. At least if you do it with Oz Summon, it's gonna forcefully go onto Yoimiya, right?
Yeah, but with Chikawa with 12 dice in this round, I think that's just too much to overcome. Definitely, though, make sure to play that minty meat rolls there, Buildup, so you can get those extra 5 points for playing the food. But other than that, I think his goal should be to try and kill off as many opposing characters as he can in the time that he has left.
Did you put gamblers in this deck, Flap?
I did not put gambles in this deck.
Aww. Aww.
No.
If only, right?
If only. You know,
only.
Look, I wasn't planning on Buildup to low roll the team so badly here. It's just so unfortunate. These are some of the worst characters.
You wouldn't choose Sissy Mage and J-Boom Shroom as secondary cards for Yoimiya?
No, I've seen enough combo of Cryo and Dendro. The good thing here is Fischl can't threaten Yoimiya with lethal here, so maybe there's a chance. Maybe there's a chance.
It could be, but I mean the question is how much you set Yoimiya up here, because it's gonna eat up your dice if you try to use Skyward Harp, right?
Yeah, you definitely don't want to quit Skyward Harp here. I don't think it's worth it, dice-wise, to do that.
Oh, the hash brown.
Yeah,
5 points for
Fischl on
Team
the range.
Astra.
But I think what we might see is a Yoimiya burst, and then Sis and Mage. Yeah, I think that's a really good. I haven't lost yet into Sis and Mage.
Yoimiya, yeah.
That might. I mean, we'll finally get some reactions happening. Fischl burst is being threatened, but it's not super effective against Yoimiya out here. I think you have to apply the burst. You know, swapping to Sis and Mage here is going to lose Yoimiya no matter what, so you can't make that play. And at the very least, it's an extra point for burst. So I think this is what you want to do. If your opponent stays on Fischl, you can finish her off and then deny your opponent those 2 extra points. So I think that's the right play.
Yeah, I do think you sacrifice Yoimiya here because that Fischl burst is threatening.
It's gonna come anyway. Unfortunately, Minty Meat Roll's probably not gonna play this round. As much as I want the free food, the food points, it doesn't make sense to play it if Yoimiya is gonna go down. But we'll have to see. Chikawa here deciding whether he wants to stay on Fischl or swap off. He does have 3 dice to do something with on his turn. He also, of course, has Sangonomiya Shrine that he can play for free for extra healing. Oh, he's gonna swap over to Mona.
Interesting.
He's trying to keep his characters alive. I think he's really trying to play for the points here. You know, trying to keep the game going. He knows he can heal up his characters and get them out of lethal range here. And the opponent is eventually going to run out of Yoimiya Burst in a couple of turns.
Yeah, Chikawa not enough dice to do any damage, but can play a location card for free because of Tabi, and then also opt for another lucky dog, maybe.
Well, no, that Sumeru City is going to let him use a skill for 2 dice, so he actually still is going to be able to use a Mona Summon. Yeah, so I was thinking about that. Honestly, though, I kind of like Chinju Forest into Lucky Dog. Oh, sorry, Sangonomiya Shrine into Lucky Dog, and just taking the heals, but I think overall this is the better play. You know, you set up Oz with an Electrocharge reaction at the end of turn 2, which is very strong.
Well, it depends. I think Oz already has an Electrocharge reaction, but it applies Hydro again. So, assuming Buildup stays on Sissy Mage, so...
Yeah, I'm almost certainly going to see a Sissy Mage skill here.
Sumeru City is so good.
Yeah, I think you have to use the summon here, because you want to well, I guess it maybe doesn't matter. Really trying to do that. You know, there's definitely the route of just using Minty Meat Rolls on Sisson Mage here and making 2 normal attacks. Oh, no, you can do 3 normal attacks with the Covenant. I totally forgot to... Covenant. Yeah. I don't think Chico will be playing around that. Was that enough to snipe off Mona? That's a lot of damage.
With Yoimiya Burst.
Oh, I wonder if that's enough. I think it is. I think I would do that. The skill here isn't very good here. I think you really want to try and trigger those bursts as much as possible.
I actually agree. Do it?
Yeah.
Yes! Oh my
Yes,
god!
it's happening!
Oh my god!
Oh, it's happening! This is actually really huge! Mona's gonna go down to 3 normal attacks.
Oh, this is painful. Look at Chikoa.
She can always be like, okay, I'm safe here. There's one more attack. It's totally fine, right? I'll still have Mona. Oh my god, and look at how low the other characters are. Oh, this comment is gonna be so huge. Come on, Buildup.
I think the problem is that Official Burst can just end the game, though, right?
Oh, that's true. I think Official Burst does end the game. Oh. Still, I mean, you still want to do this to prevent your opponent from getting those extra 10 points.
Oh, look at Chikoa. He's like, what are you doing? What do you mean?
Oh man, imagine if you had an extra dice card here as well. I think you have to do it. Unfortunately,
where's your gambler's web?
Oh no. If there was gamblers over here. Unfortunately, Mona here is gonna be on 1 health. Yeah, I might actually see him swap.
This is exactly. Oh, look at Chikoa. He's like, no. This is exactly what buildup needs to do, because this means that CC Mage is not in lethal. I think.
I think you're right. But your opponent can still fast swap off of Mona, so this is still really dangerous. You know, Fischl is almost certainly going to want to burst here. It might come down to the dice rolls. Oh, buildup rolling really well.
I think buildup still loses.
I think he still loses, but you know, it's not really about winning or losing at this point. It's like, can you eliminate
do something with this deck?
You gotta eliminate 1 or 2. Look, if buildup wins, it's gonna be such an upset. I'm all for it. But I think at this point, you're really playing to see, can I take out either Mona, Fischl, or Klee? Hopefully 2. You know, even if you don't win this match, if you can take out 2, it really limits how many points your opponents can get. And with how close the totals are, you know, if you add on 60 points to Team Astra, they're not ahead, but 70 points would put them within very much range of Team Carnival there.
Indeed.
It's really close.
Indeed.
Yeah, of course, it's not just about the match win here, but
it's about
Chikoa,
the points.
Yeah, Chikoa with the overwhelming dice advantage, so he's definitely going to be able to end the game this turn. So the problem is how he's going to achieve that. And don't forget, System Mage does get a shield when she bursts, so he has to factor that in. So it is an extra, I think, 1 or 2 points of shield that comes in.
Yeah, so for the prize pool for the first half, just a reminder for those of you watching, it's 310 USD per player for the winning team, and the winning team is decided by which team has the most points, not who wins the most matches, but has the most points. As we've seen so far, winning matches contributes greatly to your points, but it is not the only thing. Astra could take this win, it would be 2-2, and then it would come down to the points gained over the course of the matches. So
yep. And I wonder if we'll see fast swap onto Klee here, because Klee is the lowest one. She's the one the most, although Klee will go down to the skill, and then Yoimiya's burst will trigger on whoever you go on to next, which would actually kill Fischl.
It would.
So this is actually maybe pretty dangerous.
No, I think
this is a little dangerous.
Oh, actually.
I mean, you have to burst
only has
here.
1. No. He has quick swap in hand. Chico has quick swap in hand. It's fine.
Okay. You have to burst here, right? Because that lifts the shields up. There's really nothing else you can do.
So I think what you do here is Chico Klee falls, right? And then you go to Mona. And then Mona takes -2. And then use quick swap to Fischl for burst.
You have to not swapping to Fischl loses you 10 points, I think. Anything else wins you the game.
You go Mona. You go Mona here.
Yeah, you have to go Mona here. Chico, they're thinking hard about this. I mean, honestly, like 10 points is gonna be like the difference between first and second here. Like, it's gonna be so close.
Chico was thinking.
Like, Chico can't actually misplay this. There's actually a lot on. Oh no! Oh no! It's okay. It's only 1 damage. It's only 1 damage. Okay, we're fine. Yeah. And now the game should end.
It doesn't, yeah.
Here we go. And with the burst across the finish, is going to close up the point lead with 2 characters left alive. Is that enough to do it? The point totals are so close. It's going to come down to a lot of like the tie-break things. So the re-rolls, the food, the number of bursts used. But congratulations, team. Should be Team Astra there, I believe, right on the left. That one.
Congratulations either way. We will have to see how the points line up here. I'm really curious to see the one-time damage, like the maximum damage done in this match.
Yeah, I think that might have deciding it, because like based on the point totals, the 70 points from winning and having 2 characters left alive was just enough to close that gap that we were seeing on the screen there. So it really makes me wonder if both teams in that first couple of games had started playing their foods early on and just got those extra like 10-15 points, they could have really tipped around. That's so close. So that's why everyone at home, you don't waste food, all right? You gotta eat all your food. Don't waste it.
Oh my gosh, you're turning this into a life lesson.
Exactly. I mean, TCG just teaches you about these life lessons in ways that no other game can.
Maybe someone should have brought a food tech deck. One of the casters.
Look, I think that would have been totally broken. I'm really glad no one brought a food deck, because I think that would have just... It just wouldn't have worked out, because like you would have just get so many points from playing food every single turn that it'd be really hard to come back from it.
It really would have worked out. It would have worked out great. That's the point. It would have been amazing.
It would have been too good. Well,
I mean,
just like
also
that
depends
chill
on what
Vader
characters
deck.
you.
It's true.
You
It's
draw.
true. Well, no,
you
when
build
this...
such a good Yoimiya deck, and then
Oh my god. Look, all it needed to not be was probably System Mage and Terrace Room. Those are probably like the worst things that it could be, because they don't have very good applications, and of course the other 2 characters don't react at all. And into Clean Mona as well. What an upset.
You know, there is a good deck out there that has Dendro and Cryo in it.
I'll agree that there is a deck out there. Whether it's a good deck or not, I'm not willing to make that statement on air. I'm just closing up here, waiting for the point totals to be tallied, as we'll quickly get to see who is going to come out on top. There's $300 still on the line for every player here, so, you know, things matter even in these types of games.
And the points are definitely going to be close. They went 2-2, these teams. There won't be a tiebreaker in the first phase. It's basically going to come down to whoever had the most points to take home that $300 per player.
Oh man, it'd be so hard to actually get them to exactly tie, but that would be so amazing.
What was the highlight of this first phase for you, Bleb?
You know, I honestly really liked that Overload rock. You know, I know the rock paper scissors electrocute deck didn't win, but that Overload chain was really satisfying to watch.
I was really hoping to see a Shao Swirl. I was really hoping to see a Shao Swirl.
Didn't quite get there, you know. I think I preferred the Q tower. And it's just unfortunate the Q got swapped off. And we're probably going to see some highlights as well from the previous match. Although, I'll be honest, that was just mostly Yoimiya getting wailed on by the opposing deck. But the System Mage really put up a good fight right at the end. You know,
I think the third game was my favorite.
Third game?
Yeah, the third game.
Yep. The one between Stranger and Amambo.
Yes. It was very high level play from both players, and also I did appreciate not having super meta decks on either side, you know. Very unusual character choices.
Yeah, our first 2 games were kind of a wash because one side just had an overwhelming advantage with the deck choice there. But you know, these last 2 ones are a lot more scrappy. Unfortunately though, you know, we didn't see bad RNG until we saw Bunup's deck there. With not only no good synergies, but like anti-synergy with Cryo and Dendro. Not what you want to see.
Not what you want to see at all. And then Yoimiya taking all that damage early on, as you know, you built the core of the deck to be around for normal attacks, right?
Did.
And so like she can't even like be the active character because she's already at like 4 HP so early on.
Yeah,
which is really tragic.
Really would have liked to see, you know, the Terrace Room there take a little bit more of the damage there. Oh, 94
points going to Team Astra.
I don't think that's enough. I
No, I
actually
don't
think
remember.
that's
I
enough.
don't remember the points before. I didn't look at it
I mean,
right before.
some of the points were being tallied as we were playing the game, so it's a bit hard to tell the exact gap. But I think with only 94 points, it's, most of the other wins would get above 100 points and then just under. And Team Carnival got to put together a lot of good points with their deck. Oh man, I'm so sad at seeing the disappointment. Oh, look at Carnival's. They know that they did not come out on top with the draw here.
No.
I love how Maytel's with the hand waves saying like, go next, the game is over, just go to the next game, we're not winning this one.
Oh, that draw was so good though. Like I think
was.
the best gameplay was game 3, but I think the best draw was this one.
Okay, you know what though? Maybe it's just putting away that friendship that was what
Yeah,
lost
that's
in
what
the
lost.
game.
That's what lost
Yeah.
fun of the game.
They had
Tuning
more
friendship
cards.
eternal, absolutely.
Yeah. No, but just the clean Mona combo, we're going to be probably seeing more of it in the second half as well, but it just outputs so much damage that it makes it hard for characters like Yoimiya to stay on field there, and we're definitely seeing that. But very good play from both sides. I think buildup playing in a way that allowed him to snipe off one of the characters on the side might have been the difference for bringing his team to win. So even if he didn't win the match, the way he played might have won this first half for his team. Which is
buildup
very
getting
cool.
off the burning with Yoimiya's normal, and then also
Finally.
getting off the Yoimiya burst. I think it's really
Yeah.
huge considering Yoimiya took so much damage early on. It was really hard for her to be the active character
It
at any
was.
point in time.
Yeah.
So I think buildup played this considerably well. Like looking
Very
at
well.
the deck he was given, he did great. And what he was
Even a
against,
great deck.
he was against Mona Klee Fischl.
Yeah. And it was looking really good at this point, but of course the Electro Charge at end return is going to be very deadly, and that Fischl Burst being ready would have one-shot the entire other team. So buildup trying to make the best plays he could, maybe hoping to draw into something better, but unfortunately there's just so much raw power from the other side.
And here comes Klee -5 onto Cryo CC Mage. The burst will take Klee down, but we know how this ends.
Well, the really cool thing about this play that buildup chose, choosing to swap over to Yoimiya instead of staying on Sisson and make another normal attack to kill Mona, he got another burst off, and that could have been 5 extra points that will matter a lot.
Here's the post-match breakdown. This one is definitely more balanced than the past ones we've seen. Not one character taking home a lot of damage or kills. Fischl
Look.
is there with a double kill.
Yeah.
Yoimiya with 18 damage.
Yoimiya was the highest damage dealer on either side. That makes me happy. It's the raw numbers speak for themselves.
Uh-huh.
I think she
J-Plume
takes that
Terrorstream
win.
did pretty good.
Yeah, the Terrorstream burst was very good. I think that was one of the higher damage hits and definitely added up a lot to the point score there. And Fischl's burst, even though it came off at the end, didn't do any damage to sideline characters, so wasn't as high of a number as we've seen her in some of the other games, all with like Kaching burst. Has 8 potential damage, but only be able to do 4 because the other character's already down.
If I remember right, I think both sides got 10 points for max damage this game, so that's, highest hit was 5 on either side. Not any heavy hitters this time, unfortunately, but I mean, when you have a deck like Yoimiya, Sissy Mage, and J-Plume Terrorstream, I'm not sure what you could do.
No, I definitely butt up to the best. Again, a lot of, I think he did everything he could, which was to prevent the opponent from scoring too many points and also try and mitigate some of the points on his own side. I think he might have done just enough to have Team Carnival come out on top. It's gonna be close.
It looks like these players here reviewing their match scores and talking about their strategies for phase 2, no doubt.
Yeah, and we'll definitely share more of that when we come to it, but first of all, of course, we gotta decide this phase 1 first. I don't know, I wonder if the players have been adding up their points on the side there. I see notes and paper. They might already know the outcome, but of course, there was too much action to keep track of. I was not keeping enough track of the points there. So very excited to see who's out on top.
I'm actually not sure if I remember correctly the point difference. So it was like 100 points going to Team Astra, right? And then it was like
it was close.
54-ish going to Team Carnival. So
yeah,
I feel like the point gap was like 70-ish.
It was. Yeah, the point gap was about 60 to 70, and then the point total at the end was only about 50. So I don't actually think that was enough for Team Astra to close that gap despite winning that game.
Look, they're doing math. You can see them doing math. Who won? Who won?
They want to know.
Those of you watching at home, I guess you guys know who won, right?
I think the players at home, people at home might have been keeping track already, so they might already know, but we're excited to find out here. More people cheering for our players here, always good to see.
I really love the cosplayers who are in the audience today.
Yeah. It's always fun to, especially definitely as a player, be able to see that and all the people coming to support you is a really fun experience. Some of the things I missed about, the Astra Carnival Prince Cup that we went to in LA, that there wasn't a huge audience. I'm really excited to see more of these more public events to come. TCG is still going strong, so I have high hopes for what's to come here.
Now, honestly, being here from the very start of the Genius Invocation TCG scene, it's definitely been fun to follow along with all these players and how they've grown, and also, grown their competition, and I just kind of wonder what it's going to look like next year now that these players already know each other and how they play and have been studying like the international scene and not just like their own regional scenes.
And
I would
definitely
really like to see more people in the audience,
And definitely the other regions played very differently. Like I mentioned it earlier, but like Hu Tao, Yoimiya, and Xingshu isn't a deck you see very much with the NA or the EU regions. It's very popular over there in Asia. A lot of players are playing it. Part of my inspiration as well, because I know the players there prefer to like using that deck, so I was hoping to throw them a bone with Yoimiya there. But it seems like very fun TCG.
Like they weren't able to choose their own decks, right? They had to choose them face down. So
face
both
down,
the
that was
caster
tough.
decks and the remaining character cards were RNG.
Yeah, that was definitely tough. Again, I would really like to see the Ayaka deck. I think it had some potential there, but as it was, we got some very close games, and we're going to see a very close point score as well.
Going into phase 2, the Hazel cosplayer. I love this.
There's
going
a lot
into
of
phase
variety.
2, there is a lot of variety, but they submitted their own decks for next phase, right? We'll talk about that more later after the break.
Yeah,
but
we'll definitely talk more about it after the break. Get ready for the competition to really ramp up, because the second phase is where a lot of the prize money is, and the actions in this first one are going to matter going to that second match.
Yes, and we'll get to see what the players decide to bring instead of, being thrown into chaos with. I think that's why the prize pool increases so much in phase 2. Oh, look at them waving. Hi! They can't hear us.
But of course, it is very different. These players are all used to playing, in their own best of 3s, but here they're only going to play another match against each other, and we're going to be relying a lot on their teammates. So hoping they'll see, give their teammates advice. We'll see a lot of coordination between the team members to try and outplay their opponents and, play the right strategy at the right time.
I love those glasses that their cosplayer was wearing, by the way. I don't know if you saw them. They were
I
so
did.
cool.
Very cool.
I love it.
Yeah, very fashionable here.
I'm looking at Team Astra. Huddled together. What's going on?
Look, that maybe they're even already planning for their second phase, because I'm sure they have that info already, getting ahead on their opponents there. Maybe they already realize that they lost that match and they really need to find a way to come back in the second half and win that bigger prize pool.
They're doing math. And it probably is taking a minute to finalize the scores, because this does solidify who is going to be winning $310 per player. It's a lot of money to be taking home, so they have to make sure that it goes to the team that genuinely won all of these point bounties. So probably reviewing and double checking everything. Both teams seem to be going over the math. Very heated discussions going on.
And while we're waiting for the results to be announced, this is a good time for those of you joining us on this stream who might be a little bit newer to TCG. If this is a lot of fun and you've been enjoying it, definitely there's more action still to come this weekend. As part of the Astra Carnival, we of course have the Cat's Tail Gathering knockout round finals streams happening in about a day and a half. They're going to happen on Sunday in the various regions. Definitely keep an eye out for the posts for the information on that. Lee and I will be back to cast the North America finals and third place matches on Sunday. So if you want more high-level TCG play, definitely check those out.
And just to add on to that, so events like what you're seeing right now, this summer invitational, there are players from the Cattails Gathering tournament playing here. They were invited here to play in Korea. That is amazing. It's an amazing opportunity. And if you've seen the Astra Carnival Twitter, I think Southeast Asia just opened their Prince Cup registration.
They did. I think
if
their
you are
wildcard
from that region,
registration's
also
open.
Hong Kong, right?
Oh, here we go.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, it's so close!
Oh, it's like 5 point difference.
It's so close. It's like one food. It's literally one food. If a team master had played, I told you, I knew this would happen. I knew this would happen. Oh, they're so happy about it. It's so close.
No wonder why it took
Congratulations.
so long. Congratulations to Team Carnival. It was a very deserved win. I mean, these teams went 2-2. Of course, the points are going to be close, right?
I mean, okay. And it's crazy. So if buildup hadn't made that play that let him get that extra Sissin burst in that last round, that would have turned the entire result. That was 10 points that he was able to get by playing slightly differently than the most obvious ones, just normal attack, make use that minty rerolls. That's amazing.
Team Astra looks so beaten up over their loss. They worked really hard to, you know, 5 point difference. Both teams played really well.
Yeah. Then we come into a commercial pretty soon, though.
Yeah, and we will be tossing to the break very shortly, by the way. Next up, we will have the second half after a 10-minute break, I believe. So
It'll be 10 minutes, so stay glued to your seats. You'll have more high-level play from these players coming up pretty soon. We should go to the break at any minute.
And, you know, these point values will come in handy in the second half. We'll talk more about that later.
Yeah, we're not quite done with those points yet.
mission.
The original sin is the fairest. Everyone sinks. Make the most of the final feast, because for the sinners, the curtain call has come.
Ladies and gentlemen, she did it! Seeing is believing, my friends. This has been Linny and Lynette's magic show.
The essence of magic is getting people to believe a lie. And the most important part of this is what people see. People don't realize how much they expect their eyes to tell them the truth. But what you see is not real. It's all a show. And every part of the show is carefully controlled.
Controlled how?
By choosing the right time, the right place, and the right people. Whoever controls these three controls everything. But keep your eyes peeled, and you might be able to turn things to your advantage. In a nutshell, magic is what you see with your own two eyes.
Very fun. But it's not enough. Let me make something clear. You think of yourselves as magicians, but when you're on the stage, you're first and foremost actors. Good actors hone their craft to mesmerize the whole crowd.
Boring! I mean, why do I even bother? When are we going to finally see a real twist for once?
Please refrain from levity in the court. This trial is far from over.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here for the second phase of the Summer Invitational Prince Cup. So, do you want to talk a bit about the first phase, Blet?
It was so close. I still kind of, I was screaming about that the whole time.
I know.
Everything
It was so
would
exciting.
come down to a single food or a single decision somewhere, and that's what I ended up at 5 points of difference. That's literally one food. So
Yeah,
I feel
honestly,
very validated.
seeing the 5 points difference between these two teams makes me really excited going into phase 2 because, as we know, they were playing with totally random teams. Us, the casters, gave forth, the support cards and then one character card for these decks, and then they picked face down the caster decks and then also 2 more character cards.
Yeah.
There was no choices there other than the actual moves they were making in the game, right?
Definitely
And
not.
so I'm excited going into phase 2 because they're going to actually be choosing their decks this time. And right now we see an overview of the prize pool.
Yeah, and a lot more prizes on the line in the second half. And if you're joining us for the first time, if you missed the first half, definitely go back, watch the VODs. Very exciting games here. And also I wanted to point out there is a raffle going on the YouTube live stream. We're halfway through the stream now, so there's probably going to be 5 or so more events throughout the session, but there'll be opportunity to shout out your favorite player here, give them a cheer, drop your UID, and be entered into a welcome raffle. So make sure to check out the YouTube live stream.
Yeah, make sure it's the official Astra Carnival YouTube. Any sister streams that are ongoing, like Twitch or my Twitch, will not count towards that. So yes, go to the YouTube. And the difference in prize pool here is
It's
really
huge.
big.
We're entering to a phase where, again, we'll explain the rules in a little bit, but we're entering a phase where it's a very real tournament. We have best of 5 basically among all the players in the team. So each player will play one game against one of their opponents, and they're allowed to really build their own deck, as you would if for a regular tournament. There's no RNG here with the deck choices. No one's going to bring Cryodendro, hopefully.
Yes, I think the only rule is that there's no duplicate characters allowed. And if you see the thing on the right, it's really interesting. So all those points that they gathered in the first half, they can use to buy one of these options here. So for 200 points, you can force your opponent to play with a specific deck. For 150 points, you can ban one of your opponent's decks. And for 100 points, you can actually just use your opponent's deck.
Yeah, last one's really funny to me. With the point totals as they stand, no team's gonna be able to use more than 2 of these options.
Yes.
And in fact, if they force play a deck that's using up pretty much their only option, they won't be able to afford any of the other options. But it's a best of 5. One match counts for a lot.
And we see the lineup here. So it is the same order as before: Shinichi versus Injagi, Davao versus Meito, Amanbo versus Stranger, and then Chikoa versus Buildup. And then if it goes 2-2 like it did in the first phase, we're going to have a random matchup between whoever each team votes to be their ace player.
Yeah, each team is going to have to pick a kind of pinch hitter, an ace player there to finish off in this best of 5 if we get down to it. And with the way the point system works, I'm expecting close games. What I'm anticipating is that both sides are going to hold on to their points in the early matches, see how they go. If we get a team that's going down 2-0, they'll probably dump all their points into the next match, force the opponent into a really bad matchup, and then reverse the stakes there.
Here we see the players' decks for the second half, set 1. Team Astra Shinichi with Monocleve Vape, a Hula Superconduct deck with Shenna, and then Stall deck with Ningguang, Barbara, and Kokomi.
Yeah.
As for
Injagi
on Team Carnival, we have, oh my gosh, Ayaka Ganyu Freeze with Shinjo, Chongyun Raiden Superconduct, and then NEC Nahida Electro Charge.
Yeah, a deck we actually haven't seen a lot of recently, although the newer addition here, Mona instead of Oceanid, has been a very interesting tech option here. A lot more flexible and a lot less reliant on rolling 5 of the same element die.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because that's actually the NEC deck that I was learning to play that core with. Instead of taking Oceanid, I was taking Mona, and I actually really liked it back then. So I'm excited to see it in play here.
Yeah, definitely. I'm actually curious if these point totals, now that I'm looking at it, I wonder if they get to use these for every match, or if it's only once for the best of 5s. Because if it's only once for the best of 5s, I'm not actually going to see them used all that often. But if it's actually, you get to reuse these every single round, there's going to be some very, interesting choices there from each side, because they have some pretty powerful options.
That would definitely
Ooh.
be really interesting. Also, like, I see that Team Astra lost 2 points. So instead of 5-point
did.
difference, it's a 7-point difference.
Look, there's still at least like a food or two that they definitely could have made up there. So I'm still sticking to the thing that, you know, you gotta eat your vegetables, gotta eat your food, don't have any leftovers.
Shinichi is opting to use his opponent's deck.
Yeah, I don't think they know about this beforehand, so they're gonna be playing as. What's really funny here, you can ban one of your opponent's decks, and then they just use your one. And it could actually be the same deck that they banned.
Oh, which one do you think Shinichi's gonna use?
It might be the Mona. I'm gonna guess it's the Nahida Mona official deck. That deck's been one of the very popular ones in the Asia regions, particularly, and is very strong.
The ban! The ban! Both teams using their points. I wonder if they will refresh.
They
I don't
must
think
refresh.
they will.
It's very early to be using up all of the points.
Maybe they want to take an early win.
Yeah, I mean,
Because it's
definitely getting
remaining points,
momentum.
you know?
Yeah, it is remaining points. We'll have to see. Look, a lot of these invitational days can be pretty fast and loose with the rules. You know, a lot of these interesting formats. There's a lot of edge cases that maybe the organizers haven't quite thought of. So we'll definitely get that figured out soon. We'll see, hopefully, after this first match, just how the point systems will come out. But at this point, it's that scenario, like I said, it's very funny. They're going to ban one of Shinichi's decks only for him to use one of the other ones.
That is pretty funny.
Yeah.
Like, they think they're sniping Shinichi, and meanwhile,
Yeah.
Shinichi's like, I am not even gonna use any of them.
No, he outsmarted. They're outsmarting. There's gonna be a lot of mind games, I think, after this one, because Team Connell's gonna realize that they kind of got played here, using their points on a totally ineffective thing. We might just
Especially
see
if they
going
don't
forward.
refresh.
Yeah, we might just see going forward just the strategy of just using your opponent's deck for the whole time.
Well,
No one
yeah,
uses
it
it
definitely depends if they refresh or not. Because if they don't, then it's like, you can only do that once, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're gonna find out pretty soon what the matchups are gonna be. You know, I think if you're using opponent's deck, you might need to actually build it on the spot. So it might be what Shinichi is doing here right now, building one of the opponent's decks. I think Team Carnival probably can see this happening and knows it's happening, so they must be trying to figure out what matchup they're actually playing into. You know, because by banning a specific deck, the players are sort of familiar with each other. They probably know what is likely for the opponent to choose, and so they would have chosen a deck that counters that as effectively as possible, but this definitely throws a wrench in their plans.
Yeah, I really like this mechanism where they could use the points from the first phase to totally mess with the draft here.
Yeah.
Draft phase is super important in games like this.
It is, yeah. I mean, definitely, you know, anyone can stage a comeback. As we saw, RNG matters a lot as well. You know, the dice and the cards do matter sometimes.
And if we throw back to the... Oh? If we throw back to the first match in the first phase between Injaki and Shinichi actually took the win for Team Astra, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So
Yeah, I believe they came out starting with a win. I mean, he high rolled that Zhongli deck, so yes.
definitely
Ooh.
excited to see if Injaki will come back and get a win for himself, or if Shinichi will take another win over Injaki, because it is the same matchups going into phase 2. Also, it looks like Shinichi opted to take Injaki's Chonghyun Raiden Superconduct with that Shenhe there. Very good pick. It's not a mirror matchup.
No, it's kind of funny that he didn't bring his own, because he could have built his own Chongyun Raiden Shenhe deck, but instead he built Ula official Shenhe, and then instead of using his own Superconduct deck, he took his opponent's Superconduct deck. What is up with that?
Maybe they want to force their opponent to play that deck.
It's true. Well, I think you can only force your opponent to play one of the decks that they built, so he was at a risk of getting forced to play his own deck. I'm sure, I mean, Yola got a pretty good buff in the last version. I think we're starting to see her played a little bit more, so we've been a little bit excited to see that version, but instead we're going to get two pretty meta decks pitted against each other. And, you know, once the draft is done, there's no other shenanigans happening here. It's going to be a straight high-level tournament play here of these two
And
very strong decks.
Here we go. Chongyun, Raiden, Shenhe, Superconduct against NEC, Nahida, Official, Mona.
Yeah. And you know, this
We already saw the official Mona core earlier. We know how powerful it is, and Nahida just makes it stronger, so.
Yeah, Nahida is definitely a very powerful choice for Astra. And you know, this is one of the first sets of, aside from WCG, one of the first high-level tournaments that we've got to cast in this version here. So really excited to see these competitors play against each other with these decks.
Indeed. Also, I see a Rana on Team Carnival side. I think it's a very good card to use in a deck that has, rainbow characters. You don't have any elemental resonance, so you don't have woven, so you kind of need the dice generation, especially for, the elements that you're actually playing, not just random dice. So Rana's a very good support card to take here.
One of the new support cards added in that giant update in 3.7 with all the new TCG cards. He's able to generate a character of your next character after using a skill. So not the one you're currently on, but the one following. So it's very natural to put her down, use a skill, and then swap into that next character. And swapping characters is really, these Electrocharge decks with Nahida, they're always looking to swap into new ones. Ooh, a double runner.
Double runner. Also, noticing Shinichi has send off in his hand, is choosing to keep it. Very good against NEC. Though, this iteration of NEC isn't as summons heavy as the iteration with Ocean instead of Mona. It still does rely on the summons between Official and Mona a bit to do that Electrocharge damage and get those reactions off, and so send off could help a lot with that.
Yeah, unfortunately the dice roll's not collaborating here with Inzaghi there. Shinichi though with very good dice rolls. No Electro actually though to start on Raiden, which could be awkward.
Oh, the Electro is for Inzaghi, I guess.
Yeah. Awkwardly though, he doesn't have 2 dice to actually play a Rana, which is what he wants. We might see him use, there we go, the toss up, reroll everything but 3 Electro and 1 Hydro.
Yep.
This makes the most sense. Looking really just for a double. Yep, okay, he's got at least 1 double.
Perfect. It's actually perfect. It's actually perfect. Beautiful.
Can he play 2? I think, no, he can't play 2 runners. He doesn't have enough to swap.
No, I think you play... Yeah, you think you play one
runner. Just play the single one,
and
then lead off on that Oz summon. Yeah, he's hovering over that one, he's checking his dice. Not going to be enough, is 1 short. So just going to be an Oz into a Mona.
Beautiful. Generates 1 Hydro Dice because Mona is the next character in the lineup. That's what Rana does, use an elemental skill, and it generates 1 dice according to the next character, next to your active character. So you could swap to Mona for Mona skill. It's beautiful.
Yeah, actually not going to matter in this case because of how good that toss-up roll was, but still going to be setting up for later turns. The earlier you can draw Rana and place it down, the faster she accrues you the advantage, basically giving you an extra dice every turn. And we see here Shinichi calculating. Biding his time. I mean, he knows his turn. He has it all planned out. It doesn't matter what his opponent is going to do. He's going to have the exact same play. So it's just waiting for an opponent here. Shinichi with a more interesting decision on when to use that send-off. Obviously, probably going to save those 2 Dendro dice there, but he doesn't have any Electro right now for Raiden. So we might actually just see a normal attack into some ramp cards here.
Yeah, it is really unfortunate to have this bad of a start on Chongyun Raiden because you really want to get her skill out there. It applies Electro for that Superconduct.
It is actually possible to see a swap onto a different character here, especially... Oh, it's tuning! Oh, wow. That's really aggressive.
Is that a Vanarana too?
Yeah, it was a Vanarana and a send-off. Both of those cards yeah, that's actually really surprising to me. I think sending off Oz here, especially knowing your opponent is almost always going to switch off into Mona, is actually really huge.
And it's really interesting that you'd go for the send-off tune, considering, I mean, I feel like Oz is such an important summon, or even Mona summon. Either of them could be important.
Especially if you make this play here, where you're planning to swap off Shenhe to deny your opponent that Electro Charge hit. By getting rid of Oz here, it really puts your opponent in an awkward spot reaction-wise. Whereas the way it works right now, I think it's perfectly playing into the Electro Charge game plan.
Yep, and this is honestly a perfect first turn for Inzaghi.
Yeah, it's possible with that dice there, we might just see a rush of the burst on Shenhe that, honestly, not a very typical start for the Superconduct deck. They're much more likely to lead on Raiden and Chongyun. Get Chongyun that 1 energy, so that Raiden's burst can actually fill up his bar and let him burst as well.
Inzaghi is just spending this time thinking about his next turn. He already put the Timmy down knowing he's about to end his turn, but he has to think about his game plan for next turn because the timer does count down.
It's true, yeah. It's always interesting to see these high-level matches where players will play cards just to extend their timer and extend their thinking time. But here we go. Summons going off at the end of turn, doing the reactions. Ooh, Gambler's draw.
Gambler's and Adeptus.
Gambler's and Adeptus, but double Lotus Crest on Shinichi's side. If you can find good places and times to use those, they could mitigate a lot of damage here and help him out and kind of recover the really bad dice here that he had in his first round.
Speaking of bad dice, Inzaghi, look at that sad smile. He needs to roll everything and hope he gets some Dendro.
Yeah, well, Shinichi's not doing much better.
No!
No Dendro. And that's kind of the risk you run with some of these decks that have 5-cost skills, is that so dice heavy. And he already had to use that toss-up earlier.
Yeah, I think Rana, using those 2 Electro, it'll generate 2
so
Dendro.
Rana will give... Oh, that's true, yeah. So he could generate 2 Dendro by doing that. He will still need to tune a lot of his hand to make that work. I don't think... Well, maybe that's a fine play here if you're not planning on going back to Fischl. Getting those 2 extra die...
or maybe Inzaghi will tune this Rana and then...
Yeah, I think it depends on whether or not you want to use 2 skills. Because one of the plays that Inzaghi... Of course, he can't use the 5-cost Nahida skill, but he could use a 3-cost and follow up later with another 3-cost to spread more of those seed statuses around. But we're definitely going to see a Mona skill to start, but the question is where to go from that. Yeah, I don't think
if we see the Mona skill without the second Rana, it's going to get tuned, for sure.
Almost certainly. Yeah, I think that's the most likely thing.
Oh,
I mean,
he's in pain.
Yeah. Oof, this Lotus Crest, yeah, it's no protection here, so it's going to be a rush of Shenhe's burst out there. Not going to go for Raiden at all. Treasure Seeking Sealy drawing some much needed cards. Ooh, that Liu Su is going to be pretty good, I think.
I think we're going to see a swap to Nahida and then those 3 cards on the right he's going to tune. Unfortunately, Adeptus is one of them, not something you really want to tune, but for the 5-cost skill, it might be worth it.
It might be worth it. I mean, you're not doing anything else with your dice this round, unfortunately. It's a little bit awkward, so yeah, this might be the play here.
He's so sad about it. He's so sad about it.
Sometimes this happens. I mean, don't forget that Shinichi had to tune 2 cards as well for a skill in the early game. So, despite being that they're kind of on equal footing, the advantage that Shinichi does have, though, is he was able to play a Treasure Seeking Sealy very early on. So he's refilled his hand at this point. Is a lot more protected against any future turns of bad dice.
Yeah, and that Bloom Core is going to do some extra damage with Oz's Electro. Unfortunately, Shinichi tuned to send off, so there's no mitigating that. It's a question of who's going to take it.
Yeah, and still wonder if that send-off at the beginning wasn't too greedy. I would have really liked to see it played instead of being tuned there and just go for a Raiden normal attack. It's not the ideal start, but it's actually very valuable to keep all of those cards around, especially in this matchup.
Shinichi's also sitting on some pretty bad dice. I think he's thinking about what to tune. He has Cryo Res. I would hate to see that get tuned. Liu Su gets tuned. Sealy gets tuned. Playing the Cryo Res. Shenhe's Burst. I think this was a good play.
Yeah, this threatens the lethal on Nahida. She's going to go down before she's able to use her Burst, which is actually very important for this deck. You know, this deck loses out on Oceanid and the power and kind of makes up for it by using Nahida's Burst a little bit more to increase the damage on reactions.
Now the question is, it looks like Shinichi wants to play Gamblers. Who's it gonna go on? I think Chongyun. Or would it go on
usually
Raiden?
a finisher. No, it's almost certainly... Raiden's not a very good finisher because her skill is so hard to get damage in quickly. So it's almost 100% Chongyun here. You know, I think another reasonable play is to swap off of Shenhe so that
考察
you
の
don't lose her
災い
here and you have more useful things like I haven't lost yet. But this is fine too. Each side now trading kind of a dispensable
Oh,
character.
electro charge.
Yeah, those seeds are gonna proc again
Yep.
because of Electro card. Yeah, having to tune so many cards from here definitely hurts, but she can definitely make up for it with how much damage that her skill puts out. And now you're having to think pretty carefully here about what he wants to do.
I think Mona's often the safe one to go to because you can just quick swap off of her if you.
Yeah, especially with the opponent starting on Raiden, it's not as much of a risk of some kind of surprise damage happening here.
すでに我が
But
支
it's
柱
gonna
の
start
糸
official.
が絡めと
Oh, two bestes. Not the best thing to draw, but at least it guarantees he'll be able to.
Yeah, play his
Use it.
cards. But watch him roll perfect dice this round because he has two bestest.
There's no bounty this time, Blub.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, and all bounties are off the table. That's all done. Ooh.
Ooh, Mondres, that's pretty good. I bet Injagi is very sad that he didn't get one of those bestes earlier when he had to tune all those important cards.
Exactly, exactly. Yeah, that would have been he would have been able to save 2 of his cards for that time, and that could have made all the difference. But I think this has been a pretty decent draw so far. Both sides not working with, you know, Shinichi tuning the other treasure-seeking Sealy there and a lot of cards as well for his turn. So he's also not working with a lot of resources. So it's really going to come down to just the character skills and their raw abilities here. I think Inzaki is slightly favored here, being at higher health, and Shinichi not being able to have deployed his burst yet.
I think Injagi is trying to calculate if he goes for Oz and then into Electro Charge with Mona skill, or if he goes for normal, because one of them does more damage earlier on, and then the other one does more damage through reactions with summons.
Yeah.
So
Either way, though, it looks like he's not going to be able to take out Raiden here. Actually, I think he's thinking about normal attack, because if you Oz here, you can't actually threaten lethal on Raiden, but with a normal attack, you can't safely stay on Raiden, and that might be what he's thinking about.
playing best is just for time.
Yeah, if he doesn't need the cards in his hand to tune, I mean, what else are they going to be for? Yeah, I think it's a normal attack here. I like this a lot.
I think this is pretty smart. I think this is pretty smart because you can use Mondstadt Res if, you know, assuming that Shinichi doesn't have food for Raiden.
Yeah. Like, your opponent is... one of the best ways your opponent can come back is to Raiden burst into a Chongyun burst on your official, but doing it this way... But of course, we do know that Shinichi does have a Lotus in hand. Oh, interesting. So he's going to sack the Raiden here. Oh, he's playing around Mondstadt Res too. Yeah. Very heads up there.
Mondres Gamblers?
Definitely the Gamblers equip. I don't know if you need to play the Monres here, because your opponent is already Lotused. You'd much rather just let them take their turn.
満天の星は
And yeah,
こ
kind of
の
offer
手
the
のひ
swap
らの
here.
中にあります
So not playing into things like I haven't lost yet. You know, if those last 2 cards in the opponent's hand are double I haven't lost yet, you could be in a bit of a bind. And definitely with the Gamblers already equipped on Chongyun there, it's very risky to let him have any attacks on a character.
I think this
So
makes
Shinichi
sense.
here.
I think this makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, and Shinichi could burst by tuning the last 2 cards in his hand. He's thinking about it. It would leave Mona on 1, and the summon and end turn would finish her off, and Fischl would be low, but Chongyun wouldn't be able to burst right away. So he's leaving himself open, would leave himself open a little bit to a Lotus on the other side. But I think that's a pretty good position for him overall. You know, Chongyun threatening burst can be pretty important.
The other thing is, I mean, so Mona using her skill is going to generate another dice. It's going to be Electro, but
Yeah. I really like just going for the burst here, because first of all, it doesn't kill the Mona, so you're not putting yourself at risk. Yeah, he's going to go for it. He's not putting yourself at risk if I haven't lost yet. You're going to let your summons take out the work. Oh, actually, it's fine. Oh, right, the burst. Okay. That's even better then.
候補者の名のもとに
Yeah. So, Shinichi might need to try and finish the game on this turn, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it.
I do not think that Injaki can pull off a win here actually with Raiden's
No, it
burst
needs
taking
to
out Mona.
be See, gamblers into he can gamblers into a normal attack into official summon, but then is gonna be dead.
It's not enough.
to-
It's not
yeah.
enough.
It's not enough.
And Chungyun has a Lotus on him, so he can survive anything. He could survive a normal burst, honestly, and those summons are gonna do so much damage. Look at Inzaghi. He's like, no. He's shaking his head. Surprisingly, his heart rate's very low.
Yeah. Okay, so he's opting to wait with the rest of his dice. So what he's looking for now is, because he has that Monraz, he can go immediately after the opponent's turn. He's going to wait out the Lotus Crisp. Hope he draws a food. I don't think that's the right one. If he had a Lotus Crisp, that might have been enough. But Hash Brown is the wrong food. That puts him at 3, which is still enough to go down to a Chongyun skill. So I think that is going to be game. First round set going to Shinichi with the opposing deck snipe too. Being beat. Look at Inzaghi. He's just like, I'm being beaten by
like, I'm
my
done.
own deck.
He was re-rolling his dice knowing it was pointless. Like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
more dice is gonna give me health.
I mean, this is actually really close. If he had drawn a Lotus Crisp, that would have been just enough to put him back in the game. Because he could have normal attacked. Yeah, he's still going to play it, play out the cards the best he can.
Why
Unfortunately,
not?
Fischl's not the strongest finisher here. And we'll see her go out with a flourish with her burst, but it will not be enough.
But he tuned his Adeptus at the start.
Oh, it's true. It's true. He did tune his Adeptus.
It would be what wins here.
It would have been what
It's
wins.
the right food.
It's the right food. It all comes down to food. If there's one thing that the Summer Invitational will be about, it will be about the food. And we'll all remember it fondly for the food. It is the food invitational. Much more so than the other one. And game 1 goes to
Takes out
Shinichi.
Fischl. Yes, game 1 it goes to Shinichi. Shinichi also took the first game in the first phase against Inzaghi. So Shinichi is currently 2-0 against Inzaghi despite the different playing conditions. Very good match here. And you could see the pain on Inzaghi's face knowing he had to tune that Adeptus early on and did not get anything he needed to survive. Poor guy.
No, I mean, both sides kind of getting a little bit unlucky with the dice, having to tune key cards in the matchup. And we saw Send-Off being tuned on Shinichi's side early as well. Definitely sending off the Oz Summon at the beginning, especially in a deck running Rana, can make it very awkward for them to follow because they have to go back to Fischl to resummon for their reaction. So both sides not having the optimal starts, but eventually Shinichi coming out on top there, barely, being able to hang in there with Chongyun. Izanagi trying to make all the right plays, but unfortunately not able to close it out.
Yeah, when the dice force you to tune, you have to tune important cards, and it's really unfortunate that card he tuned ended up being the game breaker, right? And Shinichi is just sitting there with a very calm confidence. He took that deck from his opponent and played it well, beat his opponent.
I think being
Zen.
beaten by your own deck, especially when your opponent doesn't have that same deck, is it's gotta be like an extra harsh thing to rub it in. And it wouldn't be even funnier if the deck they banned was Shinichi's Superconduct deck, and so he just ended up taking his opponent's Superconduct. I'm really curious what the ban was. I don't know if we'll get to find out, but that would be another layer of irony, I think.
Yeah. It would be pretty funny if the ban was the deck he actually... like the other Superconduct deck.
Yeah, so Shinichi making a very strong showing. I believe this is his first in-person and live stage tournament. He's played in the Cat's Tail gatherings before, but was not able to make any of the streamed rounds. So I'm very happy for him winning both of his on-camera matches today. So we see a highlight.
I think Inzaghi also, this is his first live tournament as well. So both of these players have played in Season 2 Cat's Tail's Gathering together, Asia, and now they're here in person.
Yeah. I'm sure it's very exciting to play. I mean, the stage looks amazing. I think it's really cool to be on. I love the way they've set everything up, and those giant cards displayed. I can't wait to see the next set just fly up on screen.
See the players' reactions is so funny. -5 that Raiden burst doing everything.
Yeah. I always forget that the skill buffs burst as well. You never think about it because her skill is already so good. Being able to hit 3 times with Electro that I always forget about that buff.
Yeah. You gotta count every last thing. Every last point matters.
Yeah. And definitely in that spot, you saw them tanking over there about the decision. Playing around I haven't lost yet into official burst would have been very much on his mind. But Shinichi managed to avoid that, playing his line for the win and making a good showing.
It's so sad. I mean, Izagi had exactly the dice he needed if he had that Adeptus earlier to cast that burst, and it's just so unfortunate. We see the damage breakdown here. Official on Izagi's side, getting a double kill, 16 damage, doing the most damage in this match.
Yeah, and Nahida, usually outputs a lot of damage with her seeds. I don't know if that's probably factored in there already, but not able to make the most use of that because she was taken out very early by that Shenhe burst and that combo. Both sides doing pretty unusual starts for the deck, I think, because they had to play around their bad dice.
Yeah, and Shinichi's character's doing damage across the board, I think. I mean, Chongyun wasn't really the star of the show here, but did manage to get a kill himself, so...
Yep. Very spread out, each team, each character on Shinichi's team responsible for taking out one of the opponent's one. Sharing is caring, I guess. Keeping alive. The total damage, though, is actually very close, only 2 life.
3 points.
I think Chongyun was left on 2 at the very end there, so it was almost enough for Inzaghi to come back.
Yeah, 3 points of damage difference.
So as we go into the next, I'm curious to see what the point totals look like, whether or not the original totals were deducted and they're carrying forward the same amount. I have to imagine so.
Oh, here's the players' decks. We have Dabao versus Metal. Once again, seeing the Eula official Shenhe Superconduct deck on Metal's side. I see NEC, traditional NEC. I see an iteration of Bin, except instead of Barbara, it's Amber, so Pain without the P, and Pyro Kaching. Lovely Pyro Kaching. And then... is that Agent EC? Agent Electrocharge?
Yeah,
for
it's
deck
basically
2
the
on
Electrocharge deck.
Side. And then Bin.
Using Yae instead of Official, because Official's, of course, in the Superconduct deck. So, Dabao's very interesting choices. The list that he brought very much remind me of kind of 3.7, the patch before this one. The deck choices there are a little bit more old school, and so the points definitely do carry forward. And look at, there's both teams aggressively using their points. And we have the reverse situation now with Dabao choosing to ban an opposing deck and the opponents just choosing to use their deck.
I wonder if they're gonna take the NEC deck from Dabao.
They might. And of course, for those at home, if you take one of your opponent's deck, it doesn't mean that you don't get to play it yourself. So you could very much get into a situation where you're facing your own deck. And look at that, high five there for good luck.
And after this, they will have no more points left, right?
No, that's kind of all the point systems out of the way. It was very expensive to buy those tickets, and here we go, Pyro Kaching versus NEC.
Oh my gosh, 2 very, very, very meta decks.
Yeah, and again, a little bit like, I wouldn't say old school because it's just the last version, but a lot of the 3.7 tournaments were dominated by these 2 decks. The Pyro Kaching decks have fallen out of favor a little bit because of the new arcane cards that we talked about in the first half of the stream, being so powerful with Mona and Klee especially. The reasoning there is Overload messes a little bit with your ability to execute a first turn kill on a character because it forcibly switches your opponents off of that. So a little bit less popular nowadays, but still a very strong choice.
Both of these decks have really high damage output. In the case of NEC, the goal isn't to do any reactions with Dendro, it's to apply Nahida's Seeds, normally with her 5-cost skill if you can, and then go for Electrocharge reactions with Oceanid and Official Summons. And so it's basically a better iteration of what used to be called MMEC, which was Mirror Maiden Electrocharge back before Nahida was added. Just very heavy summons damage, and then Nahida's Seeds amplify it. Yeah, if you're a fan of summons, definitely, this Nahida Electrocharge deck, you'll see it in action pretty soon, is a very good deck for... I know some players would like to grind out into this as summons achievement in-game with that deck as well, because it's very easy to do. But I believe in this matchup, we're definitely going to see Maytel favored a little bit here. One of the things that the Electrocharge deck will struggle with is one of the goals for the Overload deck is going to be trying to play Pyro onto a lot of the opponent's characters, and when you're switching around
in that other deck between Oceanid, Fischl, and Nahida to use all of their skills, you kind of start. It's very dangerous to get a lot of pyro applied to your characters quickly, and for Kichi to clean up very easily at the later rounds.
Yeah, so Pyro has gone through many iterations since Genius Invocation was released. Before Klee was in the game, Agent was favored, and then especially with the addition of Mondstadt Res, Klee became favored over Agent because with Bennett and Klee, you can use Mondstadt Res and get a lot of kills really easily that way.
Yeah, Mondstadt Resonance definitely one of the standouts from the series of Resonance cards that were added in 3.7. Most decks actually trying very hard to build their character in such a way to take advantage of that card.
The beautiful NEC animation, Fischl out front and center.
Yeah.
Very important in this deck, honestly.
Yeah.
And then
You
we have...
put Fischl in the center, right? Like, it has to be Fischl in the middle.
I think Kaching should be in the middle for this one.
Kaching should be in the middle. You always put the one that's different in the middle, I think. It is funny that against some decks it can matter, especially facing a Nemo decks that can swap you into it. But here we go.
Also, if you have Rana.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, having Rana, of course, matters a lot.
And there is Rana.
Yeah, there is Rana in the Maytail deck.
Double Woven?
Oh, what a start. This, you know, as far as a comeback goes, this is the best time to make. Oh, he's putting... No way.
No.
There's no way you put back a Woven. You know,
What's
he might be looking...
doing in that case?
My only guess is he's looking for a little bit more ramp, or this is a matchup where you're not trying to pile on damage super quickly, but maybe you're looking for Gamblers or Wind and Freedom, the Mondstadt Resonance card, because they might matter more than just raw power. But it's so hard to imagine throwing back any Wovens. I couldn't do it. I would just look at this hand. And
Both Wovens?
there's no way. There's so much risk here of drawing a handful of food. You know, like drawing a Lotus Crisp. That's... Oh, okay. Maybe Bennett Talent.
Okay, Pyro-Res, Bennett Talent. Okay.
Okay. As far as
redraws
go, that was really good.
That was pretty good, yeah.
Alright, so it looks like the goal here is going to be rushing out that Bennett Burst now that is drawn the talent. And, you know, the Electrocharge deck powers out summons very quickly, but it can be slow to lead on that damage, because it does take a while for those reactions to add up. But Daba rolling really well here.
Oh my god, hey, look, there's the dice jackpot!
There's a dice jackpot!
Where's this one? He should get 20 points for that. He should get 20 points for that.
Oh, and here we go. Look at this. Rana is going to generate Pyro Dice because of Klee, but Bennett is going to be able to use the same Pyro Dice because they share a color. But it's not really going to matter.
It's too good!
Oh, actually, what Maytail's going to be able to do is play Sumeru City.
Sumeru City and go for another Bennett skill.
Go for another skill.
Yeah.
That's going to set him up really nicely for next turn, where he can deploy Bennett Burst and then have a lot of leftover dice for Klee or Kaching.
So I'm looking at Dabal's deck list for Pyro Kaching right now, and it looks like that copy of Mondstadt Resonance that Maytail has in hand is the only one in the deck. So if it ever gets tuned, we will not see it again.
There's no way he's going to tune that card. It's one of the best cards in these types of aggressive decks. The surprise factor, especially with having Pyro Resonance and Bennett Burst up, is just so powerful. I cannot see him tuning it. But Dabal also off to a very good start, able to 5-cost skill on Oceanid and then drop a Lieben and a Timmy. He's going to need that.
Also sitting on a Vanarana for later.
Yeah, he's going to need that, I think, to be able to make a comeback against how good... I can't... The Maytail's draw here is just so good.
It came back for him. Yeah. I can't believe this.
He took a very big risk, you know, I'd like to point out. If he had drawn a handful of food, this game will pretty much be over. You know, Lotus Crisps and cards like that are just never good in your opening hand, and that's the risk you run by putting all of the cards back, is you can draw into cards that aren't useful for you.
I just noticed about Magenta Dice, so it looks like he's not planning on using Nahida right now. I kind of wonder what he's going for in that case.
No, it looks like he's doing a pretty standard play, which is to summon on Oceanid, and then he's probably going to, of course, go into Fischl. We might actually see him set up for a Nahida Burst and not even opt to use her skill, depending on how the game goes. And it can be very expensive to sync all of your dice at the beginning into a 5-cost Nahida, and then 2 skills out of Oceanid, and then Fischl as well. So we're probably going to see definitely a switch into Fischl, but it'll be interesting to see what the follow-up there is after that.
Yeah, I just know not getting those seeds down on your opponent can really hurt you. That's why you bring Nahida, right? To use her skill, whether it's 2-3 costs or if it's a 5 cost, you still want to do something with her, right? So, because otherwise, you know, that's damage across the board you're missing out on. Well, we'll just have to see what the Bao chooses to do. As for Maytel, I think we're gonna see Bennett first with this talent.
Yeah, the Bennett burst is definitely coming. I think he was debating whether he wanted to use that Woven or Bestus to lead on Bennett talent here. I think he's trying to keep that Woven hidden as long as possible. Also, playing more cards out of his hand does make Sumeru City worse. So this is kind of a difficult math problem because, you know, not only do you have Runner generating that extra dice bumping you up, you have to calculate based on how many cards you're spending and how many dice you're spending when Sumeru City will come into play.
Not gonna use it.
Not gonna use the burst. Interesting. Yeah, that's a definitely really interesting choice there. I'm not sure what the reasoning there is. It's possible he doesn't want to just apply Pyro onto Oceanid, or he's saving that burst for a turn where he has more dice to work with, because he is running a little bit low on dice.
That will generate another Electro dice for Kuching, so we might see a swap to Kuching. Skill. Could also see a swap back onto Bennett. I'm not sure why you do that at this point.
No, at this point you're probably not going to swap back onto Bennett. You're not looking to use his burst very often. My fear here is going onto Kuching is going to give your opponent a free swap into Nahida, which is what they probably would want anyway. Nahida then not able to use a 5-cost skill, but still able to get at least one set of seeds out for a Bloom reaction, which would be pretty good right now.
Might see Woven Charge Attack from Klee.
Yeah, definitely possible. It might be interesting. Looks like Maytel's plan is to try and rush out that Klee burst in before using Bennett, but it's a little bit strange because, you know, with Bennett burst you get so much value from that damage buff over time that I'm pretty surprised to see him take this line.
Might actually be a swap back onto Bennett. Would Sumeru City proc at this point?
I believe it's all equal to, so it might. I've had a hard time. The wording on Sumeru City isn't very intuitive, so always confused whether or not it's equal or not. But yeah, I don't think you swap onto Bennett with that line here. If you're going to use Bennett Burst, you would have done it at the beginning of the turn. So he's already committed to not using Bennett Burst here. But I think
Dabao is going to be forced to switch off Official, or else she isn't lethal.
Official will
here.
survive on
7
1.
damage.
Oh, is it? No, it's only 5 damage, right? Because of Overload. There's no Bennett Burst up.
Oh yeah, there's no better burst. Yeah, my bad.
You might be needing to think about Pyro Resonance here if your opponent has another Woven in hand. But I don't think it's going to be enough. I think you stay on Official. Yeah, staying on Official here seems fine. Being on 1 health, yeah, I think that's what it is. Drop Sumeru's City, save that Pyro dice for the next turn, and then just let Kuching give him a free swap. So it looks like Sumeru City is going to trigger. So we could see a Pyro Resonance here to finish Official. Does he want to do that? Looks like no, he's going to save it.
I'm saving it.
And the interesting is, do you end on Kuching? Kuching is your finisher in this deck, so you don't want it to take a lot of damage, but it's pretty dangerous to switch to any character right now.
This game, Bennett, maybe.
I feel like this game will look so different. If you had made Bennett Burst, I think Fischl will just be dead here, because that's 4 extra damage that comes out, including the 2 damage from Bennett's Burst. Although that would have gone onto Oceanid. Yeah, you definitely switch onto Bennett here.
Oh, not enough time!
Oh no. The pressure really gets to you here, you know. Oh, this is really bad. Kuching taking a bunch of damage here. You know, oh no.
She's definitely within lethal now, unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, Maytel would have been sacrificing Bennett in that case because Bennett would have lived on 1 and then Nahida probably would have finished him off, but did not. It let the timer run out. It let the timer run out. So
you know, I think these players are used to playing very close to the timer and kind of making the decision last minute, but occasionally that will cause you to mess up. you have to think carefully about these moves, but sometimes not too carefully. But yeah, we're very much likely to see Kachin go down here. At least Mattel did draw that I haven't lost yet, so he might be able to make a comeback using a combination of Bennett and Klee bursts in the next round.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate there's no elemental reactions that's going to be happening if Kachin falls. It's really unfortunate.
The good thing is, though, I think for Mattel is the only character really in any reasonable health range is Nahida right now, but she's not the one that you normally want to finish on. But we could see maybe even a Calx burst coming out of Nahida right now. That wouldn't be too bad. Nope, just gonna be a regular skill.
Oh, no way she lives.
Yeah, so Nahida's skill without the 5 cost only does 2 damage, but I think this was a very much an intentional choice by Dabao here. Leaving the Kachin on 1, she's going to die to an electric charge proc at some point in the game. There's no reason to rush for a kill here. I think it's pretty heads up, you know, it's very tempting to kill off Kachin.
This is great for Madel, though, because he gets to apply Electro one more time before Kachin falls. You just sack.
Yeah, it might not matter though, because now it strands that I haven't lost yet in his hand, and Kachin is very likely to go down at end of turn to an electro charge reaction.
There's another one in the deck. Tune it.
The problem with tuning the sword though is you have 4 Dendro dice. I don't know what you're gonna do with those 4 Dendro dice if you tune the sword right now.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, this will generate another Pyro dice, so he will be able to at least use maybe Klee's skill into a charged attack. But that Bennett burst and that talent, it feels so wasted at this point.
Well, I feel like you could go for a burst on Bennett with this talent. Though, yeah, I do feel like to make use of those dice, it'd be better to go on the Klee at that point.
Yeah. So Nahida using a Follow Seal, that's going to apply seeds to the other 2 characters, and they won't proc just yet, but you know that electric charge reaction is guaranteed at the end of the round, so there's no way to avoid an extra 2 damage on all characters at this point.
Nahida's burst is also up and very threatening, though, you know, Maytel does have Pyro-Res in hand, so...
Yeah, this might be the moment to use it, but again, unfortunately, like, having all that energy built up on Bennett this whole time and talent in hand and not using it feels like a really big loss, not gonna lie. Even though you will be able to take out Nahida here, your opponent still gets to use 1 more skill at the end of their turn, with 4 dice remaining, and that might be enough even just with summons to end the rest of the game, especially if you think your opponent also has an I haven't lost yet. Because you could be facing an I haven't lost yet into an Oceanid burst for enough damage, I believe, to take out Bennett.
I'm looking at Calx Artificial Burst.
That can also be very deadly here. Okay, it looks like we're going to maybe see a Klee burst with Pyro Resonance. Seems pretty strong right now.
I think
it is still going to leave those 3 dice for Dendro. I mean, Maytel could just tune the rest of his hand to be able to make use of that. That's a pretty big play.
No gamblers, so there's no point playing Mondras. I mean, yeah, because you don't have a charge attack for Klee.
Yeah, I think Maytel at this point isn't thinking about the Klee burst. He's trying to think about his turn after Klee burst and whether he wants to tune his entire hand after that, you know. At the very least, yeah, so the awkward thing with Sumeru City is if you start tuning cards in your hand, you lose your discount, right? So normally you would get a 3 dice discount with 3 cards and 3 dice. But as you start tuning, suddenly Sumeru City stops activating. Yeah, tough
that's true.
spot
You
now for
lose
double.
cards.
I mean, I think you have to at least summon something with Oceanid. You can definitely tune the send-off, probably tune one of your quick swaps, and maybe the Calx? I don't think you need the Calx at this point. He's also thinking about Calx into 3 tune and a burst. That would be enough to finish off Klee. Bennett would take additional damage and he's gonna do it.
Interesting. So
He's done the
Calx are
math.
into Oceanid Burst.
So this is gonna deal enough to kill Klee. 1 electric charge is gonna go down.
Yep.
As long as the seeds proc, and then we're gonna see 3 extra damage go down at the end of turn. But it's gonna leave Oceanid really vulnerable here.
And now those Dendro dice are truly painful.
Yeah, but without Wind and Freedom, I think that's game, right? Because now Maytel can just end the turn And then at the beginning of the next round, he goes first. Bennett is still going to live, and he's going to have it. You can see Maytel breathing a sigh of relief. There's nothing the opponent can do in between there. This is why having the advantage going into round is so important.
No,
he lives on 1
HP.
health.
Oh, the best is 2. It's perfect in case he gets really bad dice.
Maytel, I think, has all the tools he needs to win. I think Dabao realizes this. He's like, okay, why is my opponent not panicking right now? It must be the wind. It's like, why did I add that Wind and Freedom in my deck? If I didn't add it, he wouldn't have drawn it.
If you were watching the heart rates before Maytel didn't use his timer.
Yeah.
His heart rate was super low, and then when he missed the timer, it went super high, like to 110. Now it's back down low again. He knows he won.
Yeah.
Monster is coming
clean up.
into play, able to get 2 kills on that Bennett. Great play coming out of Maytel.
Yeah, definitely making up. He's thanking kind of the RNG there, I believe, giving him the right cards he needed. It's so crazy. We saw him put back 3 dice generating cards to dig for some. At this moment, I can't even imagine what it is because he didn't use that Bennett talent the entire game. Like, what could have been so important?
Not at all.
Yeah. So I'm really wondering about that play there. You know, maybe it's some unfamiliarity with the opponent's deck. You know, Rana is not a very common option for the overload there, but he kept that. Definitely led to a huge advantage over time and made up for kind of that miss with not swapping over. But maybe that saved him the game. You know, maybe that line led to something that Dabao did, and drawing into the right cards ended up winning him the match despite that.
I just think the Mondstadt res was so good. It's exactly what he needed. You know, that card doesn't always help you. Like, it's very situational, right? And that's probably why there's only 1 of them in the deck.
Exactly.
But it's so good that Maytel was able to draw it.
Yeah, it's pretty rare that you ever want to use 2 in 1 round. You know, sometimes you do, but having a card in your hand that could have been any other card can matter a lot. You know, with these high-level player decks, every card they include is very important. Like, they all have a lot of impact on the game. So even if you don't notice it immediately, drawing 1 instead of another can matter a lot throughout the course.
Also, can I just point out that both of these matches so far have been won by players who stole the opponent's player's deck instead of actually just playing their own deck?
I guess in this case stealing is good. I don't know.
Why not just play your own meta deck? Why not just bring your own meta deck?
I don't know. I mean, there's definitely a lot of mind games happening here, right? Like at this point both teams have 1 steal each. So they're out of points right now to steal any more decks. So going into the last 2, we have some of I won't say the stronger players, but definitely like Prince Cup finalists now going at each other head to head with no shenanigans, no strings attached. They only have their own decks to work with. They can't ban out opposing decks, so they're kind of back to a traditional format. Yeah, and we see here with the picks, both teams doing, you know, the strategy of using the points most efficiently, going 1 for 1. And look, that double woven throwback is such.
And then Maytel ends up drawing another woven anyway.
It does. Yeah. It's possible it was digging for that Pyro Resonance card, and that did end up being very clutch there.
Oh, you can hear them going, whoa!
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even see that reaction on camera there. Yeah, very good rolls there. Yeah, this was kind of a very decisive victory. Still, Bennett. Bennett was the first to get to 2 energy, and then just never used his burst the entire game. He was so good that he didn't even need it.
Inchaki just shaking his head, going. I'm sorry, Maytel shaking his head, going, oh.
Yeah. Yeah, this I haven't lost yet. Definitely very huge. Combined with the Pyro Resonance, this was a critical turn for sure. Being able to snipe off that Nahida.
Yeah, force swap onto Oceanid.
Yeah, and we saw that the final round did come down to a single point of damage, and that extra point of damage could easily come from a Nahida burst. Yeah, I definitely do wonder about that play. You know, I think that's probably correct in the circumstances. It wouldn't have mattered if you'd used Oceanid still there. I don't think the Shield Frog would have saved you from the Wind Freedom combo there, so very well done.
1 HP, living with 1
so
HP.
Close.
The number of times we've seen this on stage, Blep. Like, this is not our first time seeing a game 1 on 1 HP. It really comes down to the line like this. between these pro players who know what
Yeah,
they're
I
doing.
mean, 1 HP, 5 points, 1 food. Look, it's all the same. Games are close. These players are all very good.
You
And we
see the damage breakdown here. Ocean surprisingly doing the most damage, even getting a kill on Daval's side. And
A lot
then
of that definitely
Bennett
was summon
double
damage.
kill.
Yeah, it was the Bennett Kaching deck there, or just Bennett Klee at the end. Kaching going down early to a misplay a little bit, but ended up not mattering. Bennett able to claw his way back, that win and freedom, sealing the deal. And you can see how close the damage race was, right? Like, it was 1 HP and it was 1 damage difference.
And so we see the decks going into the second half, set 3. Mambo on Team Astra bringing a Burning deck. I feel like I've seen this before. Actually, look, it's a mirror matchup between Stranger and a Mambo. It would be pretty funny if they both picked them, considering there's no more points left to pick or ban or anything like that.
Well, why use your opponent's deck when you can just bring the same deck? And then
Also, I
use
see
that.
Yanfei. I haven't seen Yanfei yet on stage like at all. Klimona is very popular deck right now, and Yanfei is a good anchor. Also, Agent, Electrocharge.
Ooh, and choosing different decks. Oh, here we go. We're going to see Yanfei on stage. This is a
Yanfei.
really fun version of the deck. One of the things you'll notice about the Yanfei, Klee, and Mona setup is that all 3 characters are Catalyst users. And so you can take advantage of that. You know, normally weapons are a little bit restrictive because you can't equip them to every character. But with a full roster of Catalyst, the deck runs a lot of weapons and weapon cards, which you don't see in many other decks. You really have to build your deck around it to make it work.
Zhang, new card in 3.8, right?
Yes, Master Zhang. A lot of them, people looked at him and thought he wasn't very good, but once you start playing with the card, it's actually very powerful, especially when you can draw as many cards with that new Catalyst as well, Fruit of Fruition. It draws into more weapons to let you make more use of Zhang. And again, with 3 Catalysts, it can go on literally anyone in the deck.
I'm really excited to see Stranger's deck. It's a rainbow deck with Dendro, Electro, and Pyro. I'd imagine it works the same way as NEC, where you're basically getting off a lot of damage with your summons between Yaimiko and Xiangling, and then going for damage with Seeds. But I mean, any reaction there is probably going to be fine. Like, Burning is good. Maybe Quicken wouldn't be ideal.
Quicken wouldn't be ideal. Yeah, I think a lot of that deck is hinged around getting out that Nahida Burst, which not only does damage, but buffs all of your reactions by 1 damage, and then using the rest of the deck as just a very efficient damage reaction heavy summons deck. You know, both Yai and Xiangling having summons, kind of like Ocean did in Fischl, but just working a little bit differently.
I can't get enough of that intro animation to the game. It looks so cool
good.
above the players' heads.
Ooh, here we go. So
Immediately
that
see ramp.
Yeah.
And also,
so the bottom side not very different from other decks we've seen, but you'll notice the Catalyst at the top left, that is that new one of the new cards added in 3.8, Fruit of Fruition. It's a very unique card because it's a weapon that doesn't do anything other than buff damage, but it draws you 2 extra cards. So it kind of acts like a card draw.
I mean, considering all of the support cards that exist now that make it so equipping a weapon or an artifact costs 1 less dice, it's pretty good to have such weapons and artifacts that could actually give you card draw in that case, because you're conserving your dice in some way, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's basically 2 cards in 1, which is actually really powerful. And we're going to see here, Amambo, they're drawing both the Klee talent and Fruit of Fruition, is probably going to go for a line where you can equip Fruit into Klee's skill and then charge attack twice with that Covenant as well. It's a very powerful opener. It's actually enough to 1-turn kill a character if they stay on it. So if Stranger gets a little bit greedy and stays on Yai and Ramp, we could see her go down in the first round. Let's see what he decides to do. If he definitely, he's gonna tune that Lieben.
Tuning the Lieben.
I think the Nahida deck here is pretty aggressive. You know, it cares more about getting damage out quickly. We're kind of gonna see a swap onto Xiangling into Guoba here. But yeah, that Fruit gonna be drawing 2 extra cards. Ooh, a Pyro Resonance too. And that's actually a perfect draw for Mambo there, drawing into the Bestus. He was really struggling for Pyro dice there, but this allows him to have the exact right amount of dice here. Oh no! Stranger is going for a ramp start. He's not afraid of the first turn kill, but because it's gonna happen.
Might be sacrificing Yaimiko here,
This
get
could
her
be intentional.
totem out.
Yeah, you know, one of the things as well with the Covenant cards, not only do you draw it every game, your opponent knows that you have it in your hand. And in this clean mono deck, it's almost 100% that Stranger already sees this line of play.
Yeah.
And he's okay sacrificing Yaya here. Her summon is down, and that's kind of the important thing. And really, in this matchup, the game isn't going to go longer than 3 rounds. So that Yaya totem is basically for the entire game.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, with these pro players, they understand that there are going to be certain cards in certain types of deck. And as you say, like with the Klee deck that relies on charge attacks, having Covenant, which gives you 2 random dice if you have none, it's like the perfect card to put in here. It's why Klee Mona is so popular right now, because you can do this. So you know it's coming. You know, Stranger took first place in the Korea Prince Cup, so I don't think we should undermine that. This is probably a calculated decision from him, and we'll see what his response is next turn.
This is definitely a almost revenge match. I think so far on stream we haven't seen Amambo take a game off of Stranger yet. He's been pretty decisive. And if you're wondering what Amambo was thinking about there, running for so long, so there's definitely a line where you play Vanarana and leave those 2 dice for next turn, because by not killing Yaya there, you force your opponent to switch on their turn to a different character. Yaya is not the character they would want to start on next turn anyway, but decides to go for that first turn kill. So very powerful line of play there, eliminating Yaya at the very first round, but Stranger has been able to set up with a Paimon of his own.
Noticeably, you know, that extra dice that could have been used swapping from Yaya went into playing Liu Su. So Xiangling casting Guoba now has her ultimate ready, and that's kind of huge. I mean, considering you were saying earlier, you know, these games are going to end in 3 turns because both these decks are very fast. And I think that's why it's okay to lose Yaya here, because you can set Xiangling up for her burst. You have both summons on the board with Yaya Totem and Guoba. You just go for that Xiangling burst, right?
Yeah, and you know, that's one of the reasons why I think Stranger was okay sacrificing Yaya there. Having drawn that Li Su guarantees that Xiangling can burst right away. His dice are struggling a little bit right now. He needs to tune at least 2 cards in order to burst here on Xiangling, and that has to be what you want to do. There's no way that you want to do anything other than that. Unfortunately, it is going to give your opponent a free swap onto Mona, so they'll be able to follow up with a Mona skill there, which is going to be pretty strong.
You're tuning,
forced tune.
Tuning changing shifts. Tuning Adeptus as well.
Adeptus.
I think it
That's
makes
an
sense.
interesting one. You know, he doesn't have a lot of dice to work with, but Adeptus seems like it would have been good to finish this game here, because you know the damage is going to pile on very quickly once the summons go at the end of turn. But I think you might have needed the Adeptus to come back there.
I feel like Stranger either wants to. Well, I think he wants a quick swap so he can end his turn first, maybe.
I mean, you're probably.
I imagine we're going to see a Star Signs on Nahida.
We probably will see a Star Signs to use up 2 of those dice and then end the turn, and then followed by a Nahida 5 cost maybe at the start of next turn. It's going to be really close. You know, Klee's already at 4, but she's already done a lot of her work and that's one of the other really powerful ways, things with that start, is not only do you get to first turn kill a character exactly for 10, you build up 3 energy for Klee's burst right away with all of those attacks. So having that burst out at this point is going to matter a lot. You know, I think definitely Stranger is on the back foot here.
Xiangling left at 1 HP, so I think we might actually see a swap onto Nahida and then Star Signs.
Yeah, swap onto Nahida here makes sense for sure. Yeah.
Well, tuning it for normal. That was the other option I was considering. I wasn't sure. So yeah, Xiangling is gonna eat that last tick of Klee's burst, and then Nahida's there. No more Klee burst. And then Pyro is applied onto Mona. So
yeah, as decent things are, I mean, Stranger is now only left with 1 character. It's also one of the risks you run sacrificing a character so early, is that you have less options to swap to as well. So now we are forced to have Nahida be on 1. I mean, that Gamblers can still change everything in an instant. But with the summons having that delayed damage at end of turn, it's going to be really tricky for Stranger to get himself to a situation where he can actually finish off the opposing characters in time.
hey Kuchirai, hey Kuchirai.
I mean, you know, this reaction, this Nahida deck really is also looking to end the game by round 3. And so Kikujirai pretty much is going to guarantee it free dice on the turn. Obviously, too late right now. We're most likely not going to see it played, but it will probably be Star Sign's Burst. And then it'll be a game of trying to see if Nahida can survive until the end of turn. But this Pyro-Res is going to change a lot.
Very painful. And once again, having that Adeptus would just be so great here. 8 damage onto Nahida.
Yeah. It honestly won't matter here. You know, Nahida was just a couple of turns away from actually being able to sweep up the entire team between the seeds and all the other reactions. So this game was actually pretty close, but that Pyro-Res definitely seals the deal here. As we're going to see Yanfei, not even with the charge attack, just in a normal attack clear. Oh no, that was a charge attack. Cleaning up very nicely.
In the third game of the second phase, going very, very quickly with another win for Team Astra here.
Yeah, and Amambo finally able to take a game off of Stranger. You know, I think that must feel good. Stranger definitely, you know, faced a very strong opening from Amambo's side. I think he played correctly in that situation, but Amambo drawing that Pyro Resonance, also being able to get that Clear Burst off was definitely too much advantage to overcome.
And just a reminder, so Team Astra is currently 2-1 against Team Carnival. If these teams do go 2-2, we will see a tiebreaker match where each team will vote their ace player to play for them as their representative. So it'll be really interesting to see if Team Carnival can get a win going into Game 4.
Yeah, we could see a big reversal here for sure. The game is still very much close and undecided.
I definitely think the Clean Mona deck was showcasing how powerful it is in this current meta early on. As we saw in patch 3.7, it really favored fast decks, right? And this is definitely a fast deck as opposed to the stall we've been seeing in 3.8.
Yes. It is the fastest.
Well.
Yeah,
it
works
is
very
the
well
fastest.
He has a lot of opening lines. You know, the fruit version of the deck with the weapons isn't the same as you see with the agent there, but you saw that it opens up another line of the already existing first turn kill potential, so it's very consistent at pulling that off. So going to be very exciting to see what we see in the fourth. So far, every matchup has been different. I don't think we've had a repeat of any deck yet going to this any of these matches. So
no, and
cool
for casting, yeah, for casting, it's very fun for us to watch a lot of different things happening instead of like the same things over and over. Like, you know, seeing Pyro pitching once is great. Seeing like they're waving. But seeing Pyro pitching like 10 games in a row can get a little sad.
Yes. Chico there playing next, not at all phased by having to take the stage. And for those of you who are watching at home again, this is your last chance to join in on the raffle happening on the YouTube version of the Astra Carnival live stream. You know, we're going to have at least one more match, but after that, it's your last chance to cheer for one of these players. Drop your UID into the YouTube live stream chat for a chance to enter into Welcome Raffle.
Yeah, drop your UID into the Astra Carnival official YouTube chat channel and make sure to shout out a player you think will win.
Yeah, and then the last two plays are going to be, of course, Chikua and Buildup. Going to be very cool to see what decks they bring. Again, a lot of these regions have very different choices as well with the types of decks that they prefer playing or are comfortable playing with or against. So far we've seen a lot of unusual choices as well.
Considering Chikoa taking first place in GP Prince Cup, I'm really excited to see him bring a deck that he's chosen. I really want to see his gameplay.
Definitely a fun player to watch. I mean, all these players have done very well. You know, a lot of them are already used to this stage, have been on stage quite a few times, these high-level matches, and so know how to put on a good show there. But yeah, this is going to be very close.
And here we're going over the highlights for set 3 of the second phase.
Yeah, and definitely one of the things we saw in this matchup, you know, both of these decks are actually pretty fast. You saw how low Stranger got his opponents with his deck, but because your damage comes from summons, it can a lot of the time, you know, be a lot more delayed than your opponent here. And yeah, we see here ending the turn here, again, realizing that this was going to happen, but being okay with sacrificing Yai here.
I actually think this was, very calculated on Stranger's part, and I think it was like the best choice for him to do because it made sure that he could get Xiangming's burst off quickly. But I just think that Amanbo had such a good start with that draw, getting the weapon for clean, all the card draw and everything, being able to have her talent on her, going for 2 charge attacks to take down Yayumiko. It was just too good.
This is good. And again, a lot of this does come like that summon damage is very threatening, but it only happens at the end of the round. So your opponent can make full use of their dice on their turn to take out Nahida and win before those summons can even do their damage. But look, I mean, you can see that other side of the board. I couldn't see it exactly, but it probably would have been enough to take out the remaining characters on the other side.
And look at that damage coming in. 2 kills on Klee, 18 damage total. And then, we saw Yanfei do that -8, I believe it was, with the Pyro-Res Vaporize reaction.
Pyro-Res, Vaporize, 3-cost skill for 8 damage is one of the scariest things you do. And, if you like playing decks that are fast, you want your games to go quick, definitely check out this Vaporize deck. A very threatening set of cards and synergies in 3.8.
Miko doing 1 damage. Oh, here are the decks going into the last match, assuming that we don't go 2-2. So I do see Bin right off the bat for Chikoa Team Astra deck 1. Deck 2, NEC, deck 3, Chongride and Superconduct. As for buildup, we have Pain without the P. Bin with Amber instead of Barbara for deck 1. Deck 2 is Pyro Kaching, and deck 3 is another NEC with Ocean instead of Mona. So
pretty similar.
Once again, neither teams have any points left to pick or ban each other's decks, so we're just gonna have to see what Chikoa and buildup decide to play going into this match and who will come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, this can be very matchup dependent. Ito decks, especially the Barbara ones, I have to imagine Chikoa is thinking if he wants to pick that, because if he can get a matchup into the opponent's Kaching deck, it's very favorable in that matchup. Unfortunately, if he had the points, he totally could have forced his opponent to play that deck and would have won immediately. Ooh.
And I see NEC versus Pyro Kaching. I feel like we just saw this earlier.
We did. It's slightly different. Again, the first turn kill potential on the Pyro Kaching deck is a lot less. So there could be more breathing room here. And we also see Fischl instead of Yae in the Electrocharge version, which has a little bit more front-up damage and can deal a lot more burst damage as well with the Fischl burst. So, despite being very similar, it's not going to at all go the same way, I think.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how this match goes. I feel like Pyro Kaching is always a very sturdy deck. Gets out a lot of damage quickly. I know it's not as fast as Mona Klee is right now, but, I think Covenant is still pretty strong if you take it with any Klee deck.
And you also have to think if there are decks that you're definitely more comfortable playing with than others that you might have had got more practice with. Pyro Kaching has been around for a long time. The cards haven't changed very much, got any new updates, and its strategy is very well defined. So if you're used to playing that deck, it definitely makes sense to bring that over maybe a newer deck with newer cards.
Kaching's still not in the center. I think she should be in the center. I'm biased.
To be fair, it can matter with Sumeru City if you're running a list with, Rana.
Yeah.
Because you might actually want to generate dice in specific situations. So we can forgive that, maybe.
Yes, that's true.
And
see how the dice rolls in our potentially last match.
It could be the very last match. Ooh, Panup is going to throw away its entire hand. Okay. I wonder if he was actually looking for that Bennett talent.
Double even.
Double even is pretty good, but when we saw this opening as well in our previous game, I think in round 2 between Dapal, where that Bennett talent was there the whole time and never used. So maybe we'll get to see it used this time.
I am looking at the deck list here, by the way. So buildup does bring Sumeru City and Pyro Kaching, so the order of the characters does matter a lot.
It does matter? Okay.
Oh, no. Wait, no Rana. Never mind. Rana is in NEC. Rana's in NEC.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Sumeru City's in both decks.
You could definitely still set it up so that, if you put Bennett all the way to the right and then Klee all the way to the left, you'll get the same order, but put Kaching in the middle. So, if you put a little more effort into your deck building, you can make it look aesthetically good, which is very important for us casters here. It's the little details. Oh, pretty good actually opening here on buildup. He's going to be able to unfortunately not going to be able to make use of 3 of his dice, or at least 2 of his dice. Not maybe going onto a Lieben to end the round, but not his ideal start, I think. Ooh, Chico are not with great dice rolls.
Maybe you could swap around a little bit before ending on Lieben. So swap.
Yeah, well, we're probably going to see a Bennett skill into 2 Liebens and just have 2 of those dice on Lieben for a future turn. Probably going to be the best play that he can have at this point.
Chico looks very nervous. Heart rate 147. That's some nervousness. One gun, the Omni.
So Chico has a very powerful opening here. He has changing shifts in hand, which allows him to change to another character for free. What this allows him to do is actually play 2 skills in one turn. That's what he's thinking of. He's going to need to tune 2 cards though. He was hoping that toss-up would give him enough dice that he would probably only tune 1 card. But with the way things are going, yeah, he's going to...
No, using strategize would kind of...
No, if you use strategize, okay. So you're no longer going to be doing that. We could see a 3-cost skill into... Ooh, okay, a Rana now.
Rana might not be too bad here in this case.
Yeah, I wonder with drawing that Rana, we might see Chikua play Rana using that extra Geo die, and then just go for a 3-cost Nahida skill, and then swap into a 3-cost official skill here. Not really the ideal start, I think, you want for this deck, but it does make the best use of both your dice and the cards in your hand.
And normally you want to go for 5-cost Nahida, especially, and that's why you'd start on her. Either you do 2-3 costs to spread the seeds, or you do 5 costs right off the bat, and then you just don't even need to be on Nahida at that point.
Yeah.
And it looks like we are seeing Rana into 3 costs, and then probably changing shifts onto official for Oz. For Chikua.
And this line will actually work pretty well, given what we know about Bunup's hand. You know, Bunup is probably not interested in swapping off of Bennett, so he's going to get that quicken reaction off of Oz. It's going to do a lot of damage onto Bennett. I'm actually wondering if instead of doing a Lieben, it might be even better to try and get Bennett's burst up quicker, because he's going to take a bunch of damage at end of turn, and he's in danger of Bennett dying before he's able to apply his burst.
Well, it is a slow swap on the official, so it gives Bunup some time to think about how he wants to respond, right? So
yeah, definitely
we'll see.
2 Liebens is going to be the best use of his dice, but I think getting that second energy on Bennett here might be more important than potentially granting the extra dice from Lieben.
You can see him doing the math here. He's thinking it over. It's hard to tell what's going through the players' minds. But it's the time they take to make decisions is because they're carefully counting out everything, every possibility that they can foresee, right? So
yeah, and Bunup's definitely in the harder position here because a loss here does mean that his team is out of the running. He's going to take second place there, so he needs to win this match in order to win the tournament for his team. And that's kind of the other thing.
Right now.
Yeah, and you're not just playing for yourself, you're also playing for other people on your team, and you've got to think about that feeling of, you know, letting your teammates down.
I think this was a good decision. I think going for the tune into normal attack was good. This sets Bennett up to have his burst next round with that talent, and then, I mean, Lieben's gonna have to make do with only 2 dice for now. He can have another one later.
Yeah, this is definitely gonna, you know, Bonnet's gonna be a little bit at the mercy of his dice roll here, but, you know, because of that quicken, Oz doing 3 damage there puts Bennett into a very precarious position. So I think very smart choice here to get that extra energy early and not get too greedy and play the second, play a Lieben that immediately triggers.
Yeah, and I actually like the cards that Bunup drew. Best is to ensure that he's actually able to put down that Bennett burst, and then also a Sealy for card draw. I think it's pretty good, actually. I think he'd play Sealy here. No? Or tune it? Maybe?
So, depending, you really have to count the dice here. You know, you have 4 dice for Bennett's burst. You need a dice to swap. And then you probably also want to save a dice for that Lieben. So, this probably is the better play here. There's not really any time to play Sealy. You might, I think the line here is you just Bennett burst, and then you might just normal attack with Bennett, and then leave that last dice on, so you can trigger Lieben. Or play a second Lieben here would also be good if you don't think your opponent can kill you this turn. But with 7 dice, we're just going to go for it. Okay. So Bennett probably...
yeah, 4 dice going to Lieben because the other Lieben needs 1 more, so...
Yeah. So he's setting up for a very... So he's definitely looking to end the game next round. He's going to have a total of 12 dice with a Bennett Burst up. And that's exactly what you want to do with Bennett Burst. You set up in a turn and then have a... The more dice you can have in one turn, the better it is and the more value you get from his burst. So
Yeah, also, the Levin's gonna draw 2 cards each, and then 2 cards for ending turn. So he's
Exactly.
gonna have 8 cards in his hand. So hopefully he'll have, we already see Pyros, maybe we'll see Woven, maybe we'll see Gamblers, maybe we'll see... Who knows?
Yeah, and Chikawa definitely is going to be using Mona's skill here. I think, there's not really a reason not to. But gonna draw with Strategize first, see what he gets.
Now, dice aren't very good right now.
Ooh.
He has to tune something to use her skill.
Yeah, I mean, tuning 1 card at this point, I think you can drop Sumeru's City. That's gonna be enough cards to let you use her skill for 2, but that doesn't leave you with enough dice to do anything else on your turn without tuning additional cards. So it's
I don't think you
definitely a
need
tough
him
spot.
anymore. I don't think you need him anymore. I mean, it's getting to a point where you might not really benefit from because it takes 3 rounds for Timmy's
does.
counter to go up to actually give you the Dyson card, right? So at the start of next turn it'd be 2, and then it would be the turn after where you actually get something from it, and the game might be over by then.
The game, I mean, I'm almost certain the game will be over by that point, so Chico has to play very carefully, thinking about how he wants to kind of go into that last round here. So he's
And we
gonna
do
drop
see Sumer
Sumeru
City coming down.
Yeah. Okay, so
That's tune 1.
a skill here from Nahida is actually pretty good because it will let him spread the seeds. If you use Nahida's 3-cost skill onto a character with seeds already, it will spread it to the other characters, just like a 5-cost skill does in one go. So this is nice. It's going to kill Bennett here. And the official summon's going to get 1 more hit in with Quicken.
Yep, and that Timmy did get tuned, so it was right.
Definitely. Yeah, Timmy is not what you want here. The game is not going to be long enough for that Timmy. So now Banap has to think carefully who he wants to leave exposed to Electro.
Who can take that damage right now? Who should be sacrificed in a sense?
Yeah, he does get to go first next round, so there is definitely the thought of putting Kaching out so you can take out a character. The unfortunate thing, he doesn't have something like Mondrez or Gamblers to really make that. Yes, it's going to sound unclear. I think this is a sensible choice. Klee hopefully is going to apply Pyro to that last character, Mona. And with your dice advantage, you're probably looking to stall the opponent out as much as possible. Yeah, Chikawa having very awkward dice here, having 2 unable to be used at the end of turn. Gonna swap to Mona.
Swapping to Mona's normally good at the end of turn though, because Mona's passive gives her free swap onto another character. Free fast swap, I should say. It still costs 1 dice, but you don't sacrifice a turn in doing that. So, and she's also nice and healthy.
Yep, nice and healthy. And I think for Chikawa, it's in his best interest to try and last 1 more turn to get through the Bennett Burst. If he can make it that far, I think there's going to be enough with summons at end of turn to dish out the damage. But he's really going to have to avoid Bunup sweeping his entire team in a single turn, which is a very real possibility here. Oh, Bunup missing that last Anemo die on the reroll.
What do you mean? Let the wind lead. Keep the animal dice. There's 2 Mondstadt characters here. Obviously that Mondstadt dice is for strategize or something.
Obviously. And drawing that fast swap here for Kaching is actually huge. Yeah.
That Bennett burst, giving
Bennett burst
that
is gonna
bonus
add up to
plus
so
2
much.
damage.
Which is why I was so surprised that we didn't see Maytel play it in the last round. It's just how good it is when you draw it. You don't always draw it in every game, but when you do, it's just so good.
Also, all of the opponent's characters, all of Chiko's characters have Pyro applied to them.
They do,
Kaching is going to have a party. Look at all those Electro die on Bunup's side.
It's true, but without Mondstadt Resonance, it's very risky to go for those plays. I wonder if we're going to see him play Tandoori Roast Chicken here. I think you need to, because you need to get some damage onto your opponent's characters and threaten them a little bit more. You could also maybe use a Mona's skill into... maybe a Nahida Burst here wouldn't be out of the question. Quick swap into Nahida Burst.
there's always burst.
Yeah.
There's even Adeptus in hand. So.
You do want to... Well, that's what I'm thinking. You might want to save that Adeptus Burst for Kaching and not use it here. So we could actually just see a Mona's skill, which would let him get Kaching down to 8, which I think is the critical number. With that quicken stack, Adeptus Nahida Burst is exactly 8 damage. And if you can kill off Fischl here, it's pretty good.
Lotus coming down onto Mona, and Chikawa will cast Elemental Skill, looks like. You could have played the Lotus for time.
Could have played the Lotus for time. I mean, it's 3 damage either way, but yeah, looks like... I like this line better, because again, it's a little bit more defensive with that extra shield, and you're really looking to get Kaching into range of a burst here.
Also generates, you know, one more die with Rana for Nahida, if we do want to see a swap over there.
But that Bennett burst here
Buildup going for the woven into Klee charge attack, pretty standard play, I think.
Pretty standard, and with 8 dice remaining against the opponent's 5, it's going to look very likely that Buildup is just going to sweep the opposing side. Even without gamblers, that's still 2 or 3 more attacks coming out from Klee. And there's still the option of just staying on Klee here and using a skill into a burst. But we're probably going to see a fast swap.
Yeah. I think that was good.
I mean, I guess you could Fischl burst.
You could Kalksar into
burst.
Fischl burst. You could.
I don't know if that's any good though. If you Fischl burst here, it's not really enough to finish off any characters.
No gamblers. No gamblers either.
Yeah, no gamblers. But the problem with this line is you have 2 dice left, which you can't really make use of. And this is kind of, I was wondering if Chikawa should have used the Tandoori here, because the Tandoori would have added up to 2 more skill damage, which might have been enough to kill Klee here and prevent her from healing back up.
Yeah, it's just so unfortunate. Buildup is sitting on 5 dice total. I mean, we know 4 of those are Electro, so I don't think, unless we see a Bestis and some tuning coming in, I don't know if we'll see Klee's Burst or if we'll see a swap to Kaching. But, yeah, Chico probably a loss of what to do here. Swapping onto Nahida for now. All you can really do, right?
Fast swap? Oh no, this is gonna be a Klee burst.
Yeah, two into Klee burst. Ooh. Man,
that healing.
That's rough. Bennett's burst still up. It will be gone after this, but you know that damage. +2 damage, and then +2 healing if you're below 7 HP, nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, we see Klee here at a very health lag total, and does still have a charge attack too, so this is really big.
That's why you have to
I think it makes sense to use it here. Yeah, you get that extra damage out of Bennett Burst there, the last tick. Now all of your opponent's characters are going to die to the Klee Burst trigger. So you're basically you basically have 1 more skill or 2 more skills to finish the game, which I don't think is possible given how high the health totals are on the opposing side.
We might see a game 5.
We could see a game 5, an ace match. I mean, I don't think Tandoori Chicken's enough. That's gonna be, unfortunately, only 4 damage onto Klee. Maybe there would have been a chance here if your Tandoori Chicken was enough to kill Klee here, and then they're forced to swap into Kaching, and then you can use your last character to kill Kaching with something that does 4 damage. But still, I don't think that's gonna be enough. Especially with Lotus on the other side. Yeah, I don't see a way...
Imagine if you had Electro Charge for Buildup.
3 in 1 go.
Funny.
Yeah.
I really want to see Kaching burst all of a sudden.
Probably not going to happen in this game, but who knows? I mean, Chico's in a really rough spot here. He could do something funny, like Calc's Mona Burst, but unfortunately, none of the other characters deal enough damage in order to make that attack work. You know, both Fischl and Nahida, while doing a lot of AoE damage, aren't very good at single target here. Ooh.
Oh, Mondstadt Resonance.
Oh, that might be the difference.
Oh! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Wait.
So this kills Klee, puts Kaching down to... Actually, Kaching down to 5. That's still not
look
actually...
at Buildup's reaction.
So...
But Mona's burst is gonna double damage.
Yeah, this looks good, But I think buildup with Lotus Crisp in hand shouldn't be too worried about this. Because the Lotus Crisp is going to eat up whatever double damage, and...
But it's Bonsai Resonance!
Oh, that's true, it's Bonsai Resonance, yeah. But either way... So this is...
Is it going to be 4?
It's going to be 4, but then it's going to be 4. I don't think there's another way to get another extra point of damage out.
Oh
I think
my
Chikwa
God,
miscalculated.
Look at Chikwa's reaction. He knows. No.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I think it was a really tough spot for him anyway. I don't know if he had a winning line there, even if he didn't use Mondstadt Resonance or didn't do that, because he's a couple of dice short, especially with his Rana.
No,
and
you go
City.
you go Nahida. You Lotus skill. Lotus. It's 2 costs. Lotus.
No. The skill only does 2 damage though, so it only goes up to 4.
I know, but you Lotus, so you survive.
Do you survive? I think Kachin
No,
can go through a
no.
Lotus.
Actually, okay. So no.
Yeah.
The thing is, buildup has enough dice to attack twice.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you have to remember the Cleave Burst is still active, so even if you're using Mondstadt Resonance, it actually kills your characters just as quickly. But no, it's gonna Lotus. If buildup didn't have a Lotus or a healing item, it would have been over. But we know with that Lotus Crisp there, I think he's sitting safe. He'll be able to tank this damage here. Chikwa's gonna be very sad to see that Lotus go down, because that really is gonna be the difference in this game.
It's so sad. I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, Chikwa has no more dice left. The thing is, like, buildup literally just wins before summons go off. That's the problem.
I think buildup's trying to see if he can get Mondstadt Res, then it's an automatic win, but even without it, it doesn't matter. Yeah, he just needs to apply Lotus here, kill off Nahida, and then Fischl is left. As long as the only thing that you would lose to in that sense is a double, if your opponent has double Ito into Fischl Burst. With the Quicken proc there, that would be exactly 4 damage. But I think at this point, this is your only play. So you just make it and hope your opponent doesn't have it, which we know he doesn't.
Your Lotus, normal attack even. Maybe buildup goes through something flashy here.
No.
You see the smile?
Yeah.
I think he's thinking about it.
Well, Chikwa mousing over his thing. Yeah, he has to end the turn here. We know, of course, buildup. He has so many dice in hand. He's gonna have that extra dice.
No Kaching Burst?
No Kaching Burst.
No.
It's supposed to be a regular old attack. On 1. Evens it out 2-2.
Did not go for the double I haven't lost yet. Kaching Burst went for the nicer play into just the normal attack to go 2-2 against Team Astra. So we will be going to a game 5, which means that both these teams are going to choose who they think is their ace player, and then those 2 players will represent those teams and then go forward to face off in one last battle. So everything is on the line. This entire prize pool here is on the line in the second half. So
game half, and this is Chikwa also had to fight in a best of 5, 2-2, and win a 3rd game as well. So he's the most used to playing in this under pressure situation. I wonder if we'll see him back on the stage here. We could see a new pairing up here. But you can see buildup's relief that he knows that he had to get a little bit lucky to win that, because he almost didn't have enough dice to finish the game here. That Mondstadt Resonance play coming in super clutch, almost winning Chikwa the game here, but it's these fine edges that makes TCG so fun to watch sometimes.
It must be so amazing for buildup to get a win off against Chikwa, who came first in Prince Cup Japan, because buildup finished in the semis in that same tournament. So, it's kind of like proving himself in a way even.
Definitely. I mean, one of the things, for buildup especially, he's one of the players that's appeared a lot in our Cat's Tail Gathering tournaments, but he hasn't managed to make it on screen yet in one of the knockout rounds. Losing pretty early in the top 16, top 8, but I think the showcase day today very much shows how strong of a player he is. He's very consistent. A very consistent player. And, it takes... Even if you're the best player in any region, it still needs a bit of luck in order to make it onto these stage matches. So I'm very glad that he's got to make a good showing here, being able to close out the game for his team. Again, there's a lot of pressure because you're playing not just for yourself, but 3 other people behind you.
There is a lot of pressure. You know,
So
we can
much.
see it in the way that these players' heart rates skyrocket during matches. You know, especially when they like make a mistake or they see that something's about to happen that could completely change the
Yep.
pace of the match. And so,
Yep.
I mean, there's a lot on the line. You're here at a live event, one of the first ever live events for this game mode. In fact, you know, because this year is the first time it was released. And like, there's a lot of money on the line. You're in front of an audience. There's so much to consider.
There is. Not to mention the 3 other pro players who are literally backseating you and watching you make these mistakes. That must be a tremendous amount of pressure, more so than usual when you're only just playing for yourself. But I'm pretty excited to see a Game 5 here. I really wonder who they're going to choose. Both
Also wondering who
teams.
they're gonna choose. I feel like we're gonna see Stranger come out.
He could. I mean, Stranger has had the most dominant performance out of any of the players, going 3-0 in his finals match against Amambo, of course, actually. But both sides do have at least one Prince Cup champion, and both sides have people with very dominant performances. It might just come down to who they think has the better deck matchup against the other field, because you know, with all of the picks and bans kind of off the table here with the point system, it's really down to just the deck choices.
And here we have the highlights from this fourth match in the second phase.
Yep.
Tuning Sealy.
Yeah, and this is definitely a matchup where you saw Bennett's talent shine.
Yes.
And very heads-up approach there with that up here, being okay to sacrifice Bennett and drop those 2 lead-ins because he knows the critical turn is coming next round. But it really does
honestly, I was just gonna say, like, this turn completely carried the entire match for buildup, I think.
It did.
Because it set him up to do everything he needed to do. That Bennett burst, you know, staying up for one more round, and then the double leaping, giving him all those cards. It was just a beautiful setup for this deck.
It was a lot, but I mean, we saw how close that Chikawa actually came to overcoming that overwhelming advantage, right? He was down 4 dice. I mean, he does have Rana and Sumo City, which are effectively 2 more dice for his turn as well. But he got so close, and it really came down that Lotus Crisp could have made the difference there. But in the same vein, that Mondstadt Resonance from Chikawa was also very key at giving him that chance to steal away the game at the very end.
The -5 from Klee's Burst, -4 from a charge attack. Just such heavy damage for so little dice with Bennett's Burst.
Yeah. Although, you know, in this spot, it's actually very good. I guess this is a good position if you're playing against these pyro decks. They can't deal single, like, 1 or 2 points of damage very efficiently. So having your characters survive on 1 is almost as good as having them be at 12 health.
Yeah, and as we see, that's what Chikawa was trying to do here, right? Like spreading the damage out evenly over his characters to try and get some advantage, but it wasn't quite enough. Also, I love seeing the players' reactions so much. It's great. The camera work is great.
The camera, yeah, I would have loved to see those backseat reactions live in the moment, but you know, they're definitely rooting for their team.
Another 1 HP win.
Yeah, but 1 HP is all you need.
That look on his face.
Wow,
Ooh,
look at that
21 damage on Clean. 1 kill.
37.
Kaching coming in with double kill, only 4 damage. It's kind of funny, actually.
Yeah, you can see there how much the Bennett burst was able to heal through, and you know, we saw how close that game was, and that was despite Bennett burst healing through 6 whole points of damage. And so, I mean, yeah, it was really, really close there. You can see Buildup there is very relieved. Can't imagine what it's like to have that pressure on you, you know, on stage like this and fighting for 3 of your teammates here.
Especially against, you know, first place winner from JP Prince Cup. Like, lots of pressure, and he was able to pull off that win. So good job to Buildup. And so I am wondering who they're going to choose as the ace.
Is it gonna be Buildup back? I mean,
They just chose ace?
They might have chosen Buildup as his ace. Yeah, he has a pretty good strong selection of decks, and he just did so well under pressure. Maybe they're just thinking that he'll be able to make a repeat performance there. Who is the ace
Congratulations,
on Team Astra's side? Is it gonna be a rematch? It's not gonna be a rematch. Is
It might be.
I mean, Chico's putting on. Oh yeah,
It is! It's a rematch!
it's a rematch.
Literally rematch
Wow.
of the matchup we just saw too. Like, not even like an earlier rematch.
Yeah.
Chico versus Buildup once again.
This is a lot to put them put them through, having just had to fight, you know, in their last match, putting them directly back into the hot seat there, picking out on the deck. I have to imagine we're going to see different deck choices there, trying to play around what your opponent is choosing. But yeah, very excited to see these players back in action.
Who do you think will be favored to win before even seeing which decks they pick?
That's I mean, I would have to say
based off their performance.
I mean, just based on their deck choices alone, I would say Chikua's decks are more what you would, I would say the recent kind of pro players have kind of collectively landed on as the strongest decks in 3.8. You know, with the addition of those new cards and things, they have slightly shifted which decks work and which are stronger than others, whereas buildup's deck lists seem to be very much from 3.7. You know, the first version when all those new cards were released and people were figuring out the good decks, doesn't seem as up to date with kind of the current trends, but you know, there's nothing wrong with having tried or true good decks. A lot of it will end up depending on the matchup here, so it might just be a bit of a mind game of who can next level the opponent into the right deck choice.
It would be pretty interesting to see Barbara Ito Noel against Amber Ito Noel.
Yeah, I don't think.
And by interesting, I mean it would take like 30 minutes to get through the game, but we haven't seen Bin at all. I'm really shocked actually.
Yeah, that matchup.
Bin dominates the scene just like in general right now, and to not see it whatsoever is kind of a shock to me.
You know, I feel like definitely against the pro players, it's not as good as it tends to perform against other people, because Bin not only is a hard deck to play, especially in these high stress situations, you know, where you don't have as much time or you're more concerned with making the right play. It does have a lot closer lines. Ooh, wait, what is this? Do they have a different ace deck? Oh, I didn't know about this. This is surprising for us back in this, you know, caster seat. I think they really
like this deck.
I think they have a fourth ace deck that maybe the other team doesn't even know about, because it's not in any of the deck lists and the deck choices that we were given by the players. So this might be what led them to choose the specific players, is whoever had what they thought was the best ace list. Oh, okay.
Bin, here's the bin. Bin means Barbara Ito Noel. This is a stall deck. And then Ito is obviously the carry who will put out all the damage in the end once he gets all set up to go. But it's very good because Barbara can cleanse elemental reactions with their skill, so it's actually very strong right now.
It is. It's a good combination of both a stall deck and a combo deck, because Ito is a very powerful character just on his own. Being able to have a 2-cost attack after his burst as well really puts out the damage very quickly, so you're always wondering about, you know, whether or not you are being threatened with a one-turn kill here. The interesting thing though, on buildup's side, you know, normally Barbara will have to cleanse the auras on your characters very well, but when your opponent has a Nemo character that can swirl, and looks like also swirling Hydro, it can be pretty tough for you to keep those elements off your characters.
I'm really curious about the deck that buildup is bringing, by the way. It was Venti, Keqing, and Mona, I believe.
Yeah, it was.
So I'm kind of wondering... It is Electrocharge, yeah, and then there's some swirl with Venti. I wonder if Venti's talent will be included in this deck.
Probably. So Venti's talent increases, reduces the cost of normal attacks. I don't think that's really what the deck is interested in. It's really looking to set up Venti's skill. We're probably going to see Mona into Venti's skill, and then that'll allow buildup to swap very easily between any of these characters to trigger the right reaction at the right time. It is still, I think, an unfavorable matchup, mainly because the Geo decks like Barbara, that feature Ito also run Tenacity of the Millith, and one of the things is swirl damage isn't piercing, so even if your characters are off field, your swirl damage can be blocked by that shield.
Venti's ultimate also draws characters to the center, right? So
of course you should know this. We had that Let the Wind deck lead where we
Let the Wind lead, Mono Animal. I remember it was so great. That was the last invitational we were casting.
It was the last invitational, yeah. Definitely more crazy decks. Some of them maybe didn't work as well as the others, but yeah, much more crazy decks. We had a Mono Animo deck where we learned all about the different Animo effects and how they move your characters around.
Okay, so Venti's burst does keep the enemies characters front and center. So basically, if you're on a side character, it will swap you to the center character.
Yeah, it's whatever character is active for you at the moment. So you can essentially force your opponent onto a set character, provided that character of yours is still alive, which can be pretty hard. I mean, against the Ito decks that are looking to prolong the game, your characters aren't likely to die very early, so we might... It'd be very interesting to see if we can see Venti Burst pull out Ito at really awkward times. Like, that would be amazing.
Proper front and center, like the idol she is.
This is the right way to build a deck, folks. You have to have the different element character in the middle. That's just the rule. Of course,
well, this one's rainbow, so it doesn't count.
Maybe if you're rainbow, you can have a little more.
Venti's Animal Archon, you can be front center, right?
That's true. Venti should be in the middle in this one. I think I would agree with that. Mona, I think, would also be a fine choice. You know, for whatever reason, since Mona can fast swap, she feels like she should be in the center. And here we go.
I can have Ace set. Looks so fancy. Let's go.
It is. This is going to be the last match of today. You know, whichever way it ends up going. So we will see. Oof. Carnival. Oh no.
Full mulligan up on upside, and he gets 3 food, and
3 food.
I haven't lost yet. You don't want that just yet.
Yeah, this could be a really awkward starting turn, and Chiku in there with a pretty decent start. Having the bell, I think, is definitely looking for tenacity. That's kind of the main card in this matchup. If you get tenacity on your Ito early on, you feel much better, especially against the Swell deck. Ooh,
no tenacity. Okay. Did get a Sumer City, which isn't too bad, but
no, it's not too bad.
I think the bell is okay too for now.
Bell is good. You know, I think what Chico's gonna be looking for is 3 Geodice and the 3 of any other element in order to Ito skill. But no, rolling no Geodice here. That's actually really bad. He might have to reroll everything. Oh, it's pretty great. If he keeps that 3 Anemo, he can definitely equip the bell, but it's gonna make it less likely. Is he gonna do it?
It's gonna be less likely to actually find Geodice, but I think it's, you know, you have Vanarana, you have Sumer City, you have the bell to equip, you can swap to Barbara and use your skill. There's a number of things you can do here with this setup. So, I mean, I don't think you'd want to tune everything. You could tune the food.
No. Well, one of the cool things about Sumer City in this spot is if you're doing something like equipping Bell, which is using up a lot of dice, you can actually get underneath the effect for Sumer City much easier. So you can spend 5 dice here equipping. That puts you down to 3, and that does...
Then
yeah, that does
Sumer
mean...
City for another 2 dice.
That's still one short, though, because you're going to need to tune 1 dice as well, which then untriggers Sumer City. We might actually just see an equip into Vanarana and end. So I don't know. This is tricky.
Might see Sumer City come out.
But even if you do here, you can't tune. If you tune one of your cards, you won't be able to get the discount. Yeah, so just see a normal attack here, which makes sense.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
No. It's
the
good.
Bell's still plus 1 damage. You get a shield onto Ito. It's not bad. And then Vanarana for the Omni dice. That's pretty good, actually.
Yeah.
You could even go for a Lotus if you think that your opponent's going to do a lot of damage, but I don't think we're going to... Yeah, Vanarana pass. Seems good.
No, your opponent's almost certainly going to go into Venti and do a Swell here, although...
Dice looks pretty bad. I honestly see Liben pass, maybe Hash on Mona.
Yeah, I mean, it could just be a fast... you could be a fast swap onto Venti just... you can still go... I guess your opponent's already passed, so you won't be able to go first. I kind of like getting more damage on Ito at this point, yeah.
Tuning.
You don't really need that food.
I guess you would tune Liben if you don't plan to play it right now.
I mean, Liben will still probably be good next round. Yeah, I think I prefer I haven't lost yet or another food there. The food might come in clutch, but you're really racing against the clock here. If your opponent draws into tenacity, it's pretty bad for you. I like this play a lot. You use up the Hydro on Ito, and since your opponent already ended, you reapply Hydro and really threaten him with another big attack later on.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, it's like you say, to race against the clock, because once Ito gets all set up to go, then it's really hard to come back from that when you're against Bin. And Ito, you know, ending on Ito and getting him down to 5 HP hurts a lot for Chikua.
Yeah, and I wonder if we're going to see Venti much this turn. You know, I think you would have really wanted in that first window. Yeah, he's gonna decide if he wants to save that Nemo dice. The thing is, if you're not swallowing anything with Venti, his skill is actually very weak. And right now, the only one with an element applied is Ito, that your opponent is almost certainly going to swap off of. There's no way that you stay on Ito here, even with the bell. I think it's just too risky.
Yeah, I you'd ever stay on Ito. Looks like we might see Nushi anyway. At least you guys think about it. Pizza onto
It's
Ito.
Ushi. Yeah, unlike the Pyro decks, they're not going to have Pyro Resonance to snipe off Ito. That's one of the main ways that Ito can go down against some of these more aggressive decks is Pyro Resonance, because it's
The
like
double
3 damage is a lot.
The double shield from Ushi and then also from the bell. It's actually not bad.
No,
It's
no,
not
I
going to
think
do a
pretty
ton
good.
of damage through those shields if Buildup goes for the Electrocharge.
Yeah, I believe this is a safe play on Shikua's end. Ito isn't at risk here and is really building up those that energy pretty fast for the burst.
Noticing Buildup drew the other I haven't lost yet in this deck, and so I fear that if he tunes it, he's not really going to have any resources if he's in a tough situation later on. Because, that's both of them gone, right?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, against the Ito deck, your characters are all going to either go down after you end your turn in one go to Ito or not at all. So I haven't lost yet loses a lot of value. You're much better off. The food ends up being more important, where you can prevent Ito from sweeping your team immediately. But yeah, we're going to see probably a
Stiletto into Mona skill. And then
This looks like a
probably
Mona
a
skill
swap
into
into Venti
Yeah.
skill. Yeah.
We'll see if Chikua decides to stay on Barbara, because I think he must be expecting the Venti swell. His characters already have Hydro, so it's not a huge deal, but because he doesn't have any shields yet on Ito, Ito's going to get down to 5 with the swell from Venti, so it might almost be worth switching over to Noelle.
To Noelle, yeah. I think so. And then that would really throw a wrench in Buildup's plans, because, 3 animal dice, what are you going to do other than swap over? Maybe you could feed 2 of them to Lieben, Hash, Kaching or something, but...
I think he's thinking about normal attacking with Barbara here. I'm not sure if I like this, because your opponent's almost certainly going to swap off of Mona, and so Ushi isn't going to get out that Crystal Island no matter what. Yeah, this Venti skill here is very strong. The old Covenant into Varnarana.
One of them's Hydro. Pretty good.
One of them is Hydro, yeah. So Ushi here, gonna go off end turn, not gonna be able to crystallize here. I like Banana's position a lot here. I mean, things could change pretty quickly, especially Chikua can drag out the game long enough for that Wharf to come in and also to... Ooh.
Covenant into
Lieben.
Lieben already has 1 counter, so that's pretty satisfying actually.
Yeah, and one of the things Buildup doing there, swapping over to Kaching, he had a free swap because of Venti's skill, but because his opponent already ended, he was using that time to swap preemptively since he doesn't have a fast swap available from Mona.
Deptus, that could come in handy against Bin.
Yeah,
Big
it's
time.
definitely a key card to draw right now. Any surprise damage that you can have against Ito. We've seen Chikua been pretty aggressive at putting Ito out front, especially equipped with the bell. You want to try and make use of that, so we might be able to find a spot, especially can find more energy for Kaching to burst. But I'm surprised to see Adeptus in this deck, mainly because most of the bursts of the deck are pretty expensive. You have 2 3 cost burst and Venti.
I feel like we might see Chikua going for Barbara Burst just because Ito's been front and center taking a lot of damage. Because Barbara Burst would heal all those characters across the board, and that would really help Chikua stall until he does find Tenacity of the Millith for Ito. For now, I do see, Geo Resin Hand, which is also pretty good. Send off for potential Venti summon from his burst. I think Chikua is in an okay position right now.
Yeah, and Chico's trying to race to the burst as well, but at the same time, Buildup is really threatening Barbara a lot with his skills, so
there it
not going to be
is.
fast enough though. Barbara is going to be able to get her burst off, but Kaching is able to counter the burst with her own burst, so this is kind of interesting. I think Barbara's burst is a little stronger.
Well, I mean, you say that, but I'm looking at those 3 Hydro dice. I think they're on the wrong
They are on the wrong
team.
side, yeah. You still have one fast swap remaining. You know, you might actually swap to Mona here. Or actually, a Venti Swell would be pretty powerful. So Chico has to think if he is okay. The problem is if he stays on Barbara, Venti's going to swell that Electro, and then his own skill is going to reapply Hydro, but going to save that dice here. Yeah. I think this is a good play from Buildup. What do you want to tune? I think you want to keep
Looks
this
like he's
Strategize, to be
tuning...
honest. I think you turn this.
I guess he wants to keep Stiletto.
It's
Just
true,
in
yeah.
case. So, man, that's so much damage coming out of that swirl. It's so good.
Yeah, counteracting a lot of that Barbara burst there, but still, you know, Bin at this point is still very healthy there. Ito now back up to 8, still not drawing Tenacity. So this could
Still
be...
not drawing Tenacity at the
Yeah,
moment.
still
I mean,
game. That Kaching burst now that's set up as well is very threatening, especially if anytime Banap is on Mona and is able to fast swap onto Kaching, could be very threatening damage-wise.
having Ito be healthy, though, is always good, you know?
It
It's
is.
a far cry from the low HP he was at before, so... like, it's just a matter of waiting it out, right?
Yeah,
And we could probably see a swap onto Noelle at this point, just to stall even more.
Yeah,
waiting
I mean,
for that card.
luckily Ito, I think, at this point is at a range of a Kaching Adeptus Burst, which does 7 damage to the active character. Almost certainly going to see Chikua swap off of Barbara here, because a Venti Burst into Barbara's Hydro Aura here would be pretty bad. It would put not only Ito with Hydro, but also put him in range of that Adeptus Burst. But that summon, if Chikua decides to play into that summon, he does of course have a send-off.
And
So he
Chikua
might just-
thinking carefully about what to do.
Yeah, he might decide to refresh Barbara's skill here and apply. He unfortunately doesn't have a lot of good dice for Ito.
Hovering over that Lotus.
Mm-hmm.
Will he play it? On Ito?
Yeah, looking to play Lotus on Ito. I mean, I think swapping to a character with that aura makes sense, and at this point it might as well be Ito here. Oh, I wonder if I can see... I really want to see Venti Burst here.
It'd be pretty
a
funny to see
Stiletto.
Venti Burst. And then we see
Actually, this is
immediate
pretty
send-off.
So unfortunately that Stiletto... Yeah, I don't think playing Stiletto here makes sense, because you're playing to your opponent's Lotus Crisp, and then your Adeptus Burst doesn't actually kill them because they don't have any elements applied. Ito is also going to get an extra shield as well, not only from an Ushi that probably is coming, but from the Bell. So it might just be better to go with Venti, or you could actually go to Mona. I think going to Mona here wouldn't be the worst.
I think we're seeing this whether you like it or not, Blep. Stiletto on a Kaching. Her burst is threatening, but as we know, Banap is sitting on not very good dice for it. I think Timmy is gonna get tuned again.
I really don't... I'm not a fan of this play because it not only plays into the Crystallize on the other side from Ushi. So, I mean, now I think Chico has a very strong play here with Ushi. As long as he doesn't lose Ito in this one go, I think he's totally okay taking this risk. You know, there's no Pyro Resonance on the other side. Yeah, especially with his Geo Resonance here, it's going to put Ito in a very comfortable spot. He's going to need to tune in on the card, unfortunately. That Sumeru City, yeah, it's slightly miscalculated. The Sumeru City is no longer giving him a discount. He could draw 2 cards with Strategize, and then that would put him... Oh, okay. This works too.
Just for context, so if Banap's dice was good, Kaching Burst is 4 and then another 3 with Adeptus. So even without all those shields, Ito would have still lived. But yeah, that Geo Res is so bad. There's so many shields to break through. It's bad for Banap, it's good for Chikua. Look at all those shields.
Yeah, I think we're going to probably see Chikua swap here, probably to Noelle. He kind of wants to keep his turn active, because he has that send-off in hand. I think he's really thinking about sending off the Venti summon that might be coming. He's going to opt to draw cards instead. Let's see what he draws into. Ooh, a pizza.
Bolvin. We looked at different things there.
Oh. Well, the pizza is, just puts Ito at a really good total for life. And he's ready to burst next turn. And that burst is going to be threatening to sweep the other side on the next round.
I think the good thing about playing Strategize, Ito has a charge attack now. Could go for it.
Oh, that's true.
Well.
Yeah.
A lot of
good
damage
lead
on
with
the
the charge
Venti.
attack here.
And then if you need to, you play the wolf and swap off. But I mean, with all those shields, I don't think you need to. Especially, Chikawa doesn't know this, but poor Bonup's dice are just so bad.
So here's the thing, though. Venti Burst here could be really interesting because you can force your opponent off of Ito by using that burst. He is going to have to tune 3 cards, which is really painful. This is one instance. Yeah, definitely Timmy.
Ito.
You probably can't tune Vanarana because you need those 2 extra dice. Yeah, he's looking at whether it's worth it or not.
Maybe Gamblers, since you should have another copy in your deck somewhere.
Gamblers might actually be the right card here. Because you probably want to... It's going to be pretty hard to kill an opposing character, but at the same time, you really need Gamblers maybe to stage a comeback against the Ito deck. Because the other characters are getting low-ish. But I think you have to use Venti Burst here. It's just too good not to. You get to swell off of Ito, you get your summon down.
Yeah, Gamblers. He's really thinking. It's hard to tune those cards.
I think it must be, it has to be I Haven't Lost Yet, and it's probably Gamblers or Lotus Crisp. Because you need that Vanarana. It's unfortunate, but you need that Vanarana.
You do need the Vanarana.
Otherwise, you're just losing 2 dice at the end of turn. You're basically losing 2 dice that, Vanarana or Gamblers could have given you anyway if you tune Vanarana. So it looks like it's going to be the Ito... the Venti Burst.
So good. The Electro Charge damage coming in as piercing damage going through those shields. The great thing about Superconduct and Electro Charge, it does not actually eat the shields, it just goes underneath them.
This should... I forget when. I haven't seen Venti's Burst in action very much. I don't know if it pulls them before or after dealing the damage. Ideally, you actually want the Electro to hit Ito here. But if it pulls Barbara first, then it might hit Barbara, and then your opponent might actually be able to get to Ito anyway. So we'll have to see what the order of the effects are. Bushi there going off. Ito's sitting at very comfortable health. Oh, yep, so that first, and this should switch to Barbara.
And move to Barbara, yep. So yeah, it goes when someone actually deals damage.
So this does prevent your opponent from bursting on Ito at the beginning of their turn. They're forced to slow swap into it. But honestly, with how much health Ito has, doesn't have any active elements applied to him.
Oh,
I think it's
all those
safe.
Omni. You see all those Omni? Also, all the Geo dice for Chikawa?
Yeah.
Where were these dice rolls in the first half when they were actually trying to get, like, the 20 bounty points? Like,
Dice are never around when you need them. They're always...
Never.
They're always
Also, Kid Kuchirai coming in way late once again.
I mean, this game is very likely to head into another turn. I don't think this turn is... With both sides at 10 dice, I don't think this is when Chikawa wants to set up for Ito. We'll probably see Ito burst, but wait a turn to sweep the opposing team. There is a Mondstadt Resonance, though.
A Mondstadt Resonance, also Tenacity of the Middle, that finally...
Yeah, Chico's in a really awkward spot because he doesn't want to swap to Ito or Noelle. Noelle here could eat a Swell, which would put Electro onto Ito. Although Electro's not the most threatening warrior. One of the tough things about this matchup is buildup does not have a lot of ways to threaten a single character, and that's one of the main ways you beat the Ito decks, is if you have a way to take out Ito quickly, and avoid getting too many shields and things reapplied, then that's one of the ways you win. But yeah,
very interesting. Why not go for Barbara skill? Why go for normal in that case?
Again, I think you're anticipating the game going another turn, and you probably don't want that self-Hydra application. It's probably more to your detriment at this point than your advantage, so I think the normal attack is fine there. The healing on your side characters isn't going to matter too much. That extra point on Barbara or Noelle probably won't be the difference. So I think
guess
that's fine.
if you plan to end your turn first, so that Venti summon
Yeah.
as well is going to be
Exactly.
applying Electro, like it already swirled Electro, so it would just be a free Electro Charge reaction for buildup. So I think Chico is anticipating ending first, which makes sense considering the dice difference. So
Yeah, although we have to remember, Chico not only had this 10 dice, but he has those 2 Sumeru cities, so he's actually sitting at effective 12 dice, so he actually does have more dice than his opponent. So he is going to eventually elect to do the Barbara summon there, probably because Barbara looked like she was going to take the hit from Mona anyway. But this is going to be pretty tough. It's going to switch to Ito here. I wonder if this is going to be a Mona Adeptus Burst.
it could be.
It could be. I mean, I think you'd have to Mona Burst here. Probably not Adeptus, but it's so close to... I mean, Adeptus putting Ito at 1 is actually not the worst play. That puts Ito low enough to... Actually, that would put Ito within lethal of an Electro Charge, and you almost have a guaranteed Electro Charge at end of turn. So it forces your opponent...
I have to wonder why Chico would swap into Ito, seeing that Mona's Burst is up, and also Kuching's Burst is up, and you could easily swap from Mona to Kuching. Like, I'm really curious as to the decision making there. Why Chico would do that?
It's true. I think the danger of going to Noelle is if Mona bursts onto Noelle, you not only lose Barbara, but I think Noelle does go down to 1, is going to go down to summons at end of turn, and that's going to leave you with only Ito with that Mona burst passive up, and that's just going to be really bad news into Kaching. So I think this play, even though you are going to take Mona burst on Ito, this leaves you with more options for characters to switch onto in order to soak up that Mona burst.
Interesting.
Okay. What the?
What is going on here?
That's a stall swap for sure. You know, having to swap not only off of Kaching, but also onto Venti in order to wait out the turn. Yeah, I think one of the things that that buildup has to worry about there is Ito able to sweep here at the end of turn, and it must be worried about that. I don't think he can though, so definitely a bit of a weird play here.
The shield points going on to Ito is so good too. Wait, are we gonna see a Vanarana Lieben pass? Really?
We might see Vanarana Lieben and a Kid Kujirai into a pass. I mean, the decisive turn definitely is going to be next turn there.
So I guess on Chico's side, are those 2 Omni gonna be passed over, or do you think he's gonna use them, or do you think he's gonna use Woven, put Tenacity the Millith down?
Tenacity, it's pretty late for Tenacity. You're not going to get the full effect here, I think. I don't know if it's worth it. You will get a dice. Yeah, I think Pizza here makes sense.
Pizza is pretty good. Woven?
There's even... You could even consider swapping to Barbara? No, or maybe even to Noelle, and then just letting Barbara die to Electro Charge, but starting on Noelle there. Yeah, either way it doesn't... I mean, Ito is looking to sweep the next round. That Mondstadt Resonance is looking better and better as well for Chikua there. I think buildup has to be thinking about that card. That could very easily be a way that the game turns around. Yeah, they're going to stay on Ito here. We're probably going to see a... Okay, so Chikua's almost certainly going to swap back onto Ito here, yeah.
Oh, and then the Barbara skill, cleansing the Electro. It's so good, actually.
Yeah, so the unfortunate thing for Buildup side, I think he's tried to set up for this big turn, but he's going to get really wrecked by that Mondstadt Resonance. It's going to allow Ito to not only take out Venti, but take an additional turn to take out the next character immediately. So he's going to lose access to that burst. Oh, but he does have a chance.
And that Kid Kujirai is giving Chico the
so
dice
that
this
Lotus
turn.
Crisp is going to be really key. He needs to deploy this now before one of his characters go down to Ito. That would
The
let
unfortunate thing about having both Mona and Kuching's burst up and having 2 Adeptus, and then they're too low. You can't.
Oh no, it doesn't. He has a
leave
quick swap. He has a quick swap. So I think there is a line here where you need to quick swap into Mona. Adeptus Burst with a Lotus on Mona so that she doesn't die.
You can't Adeptus burst.
Oh,
and
that's right.
Lotus
Adeptus
Mona.
on Lotus. Okay. Well, then what you need to do is you need to Lotus Kaching to put up to 7. But I think actually with a Heavy Strike in hand, that might actually not be enough because Heavy Strike plus Ito's attack is actually 6 damage. But I think you have to quick swap into Mona Burst here. Like this is really your only line. It's really I don't see any other way around it.
I mean, you could Mona Burst without the Adeptus.
I think you need to start using your Adeptus. Like it's the damage is gonna be really important here.
But you could Lotus, is what I mean. You
True.
could Lotus and you could
true.
Adeptus Kuching Burst.
Yep. Yeah, you could definitely. That definitely is a line here. The unfortunate thing is, I think Lotus would be really bad here because it actually will still lose to Heavy Strike. Do you use? You have to count your dice really carefully here, but I think you Adeptus. Yeah, I think you need to threaten Ito to be able to go through potentially another Georez, maybe a shield here. You have 12 dice to work with. Yeah, I mean it's. Using both Adeptus is very expensive, but I think it's what you have to do.
-7 onto Ito. And then also the next instance of damage is going to be double due to Mona's Burst passive.
Yeah.
Very strong burst. You don't often get it off because it requires, 3 energy points. But that's why it requires 3 energy points. It's very strong.
Yeah, this puts Chico in a really awkward position because no matter what he does, he's probably going to lose Ito here, but of course we know with that Wind and Freedom, Ito is going to be able to take a second turn right after taking out Mona here, and the Crystallize as well is going to add up. Every damage here counts. Yeah, obviously going to sacrifice Venti here. Ito undoubtedly going to do another normal attack. Look at that, is that a free attack?
It is a free attack. What is this?
So I think...
What is this?
I think Chico is going to need to finish the game with Noelle, although he does have the option. No, I don't think swapping to Noelle makes sense here. Does it? It might.
That's pretty smart. Hash brown on.
If you hash Ito, I think it means you're about to swap to Noelle, because Ito would probably die to a burst anyway.
It
Although
could
this does
be.
protect
It looks like
from
it is a
Venti.
Noelle swap.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so this puts your opponent in a little bit of a tough spot.
I feel like
Because
you
if
have
they
to swirl
skill
here.
here... Well, if you swell here, you eat up that... It could be a swap stall. If you swell here, you use up that burst for Mona, and you don't get to use it on Ito anymore.
That is true, but...
Yeah. And not to mention, Venti's burst is not very powerful. Ooh, this is going to be a heavy strike. It's going to be able to snipe of Kaching, or Buildup sees it. All he needs is a Geodice here to make it a charged attack. Buildup not expecting the heavy strike. That's going to take out Kaching before she can get her burst off.
-4
That's going to be the game. Oh, look at Chico doing a little
falls,
dance.
Let's just say it.
That's it. Yeah, the game's definitely over now.
I really do think that Buildup should have went for the Venti swirl there, even if it eats up the Mona's Burst, because, Venti will... be taken down after that, and then you can go for the Kuching Burst, and it would be a lot of damage in that instance, especially with Adeptus.
If your opponent is... I think if Venti swells there, you just stay on Noelle and use Breastplate, and there's nothing else that you can do past that.
Yeah, but you can Kuching Burst, Adeptus Burst with maybe even Gamblers. I didn't do like the math in my head beyond
It's late for us to be doing math. If you're not aware, it's like 5 in the morning for us right now.
It's 8 a.m. for me.
But congratulations to Team Astra, taking 3 games to 2. Chiku are having to play another best of 5, going down 2-2 and having to stage a comeback. So very well done.
And so Team Astra taking this win, this 5th win in the second phase, means that the entire prize pool will go to their team.
They'll have each about
impressive.
$1,500 per player, and of course, there's still a consolation prize. Second place still nets you, I think,
700.
Yeah, 700.
700 per player.
Very good either way, but obviously, it's a lot about the bragging rights, and also then sometimes about the prize money. But very strong showing, so close. At least Team Carnival did get that win in the first one, so they kind of split the prize money 50-50
Yeah, they kind of did, because first half winner, each player gets 310 USD, and then the loser of the second gets 700. So overall, Team Carnival is gonna bring home 1,000 USD. Meanwhile, Team Astro will be bringing home 1,500 USD per player. So that's not bad, No,
it's pretty good. And here we go. We see the final set matches.
Look at this. It's like
Back and forth.
symmetrical. It's back and
is.
forth. It
It's
goes
so
Team
close.
Astral, Team Carnival, Team Astral,
I mean,
Team Carnival.
these two teams are so closely matched, right? 5 points difference in the first round, and then at the very end there,
It's actually 7. They corrected
true,
it. It was
true,
actually
7 points difference. I mean, I think buildup definitely had the harder matchup there into the Ito deck with the deck that he was playing. I think it would have done much better against something more aggressive, since it doesn't have a lot of single target damage to take out Ito, but doing very well, doing the best he can, almost making it there with both Adeptus Burst into it, not quite enough.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by these two teams. I feel like they showcase their skills big time. The first half of this tournament had them playing totally random decks that they had no control over. They're choosing decks that we, the casters, created, and then they had to choose 2 random character cards on top of that. They're not even seeing the characters, they're just picking from face down cards. And they still, came that close to each other. And that really showcases like the skill is evenly distributed between these players. And then going into the second phase where they're actually bringing decks that they created themselves. They know these decks well, they crafted them, they've played with them, they've probably brought them to tournaments before, and they were still able to be this close. It went to a 2-2. They had to pick an ace, and it went,
Well, if you're Shinichi or Maytel, you actually didn't bring your own deck. You stole your opponent's deck and won with that.
Okay,
instead,
that's true.
so.
That's true. That was pretty funny to watch, actually. And here we have the highlights. Oh man.
This was very close, but Barbara was able to get a burst up. You just saw how much raw power out of that healing was, and even though it was countered a little bit by Venti's swell and the burst, not quite enough. Ito may manage to stay at a very high life total throughout the game, but very well played by buildup there, trying to really bring down the juggernaut that is Ito. We've seen him being played a lot.
It was very well played, and I feel like the mistake buildup actually made was in preparation for that one round.
I mean, it's a very tough matchup because, like I said, this deck without Pyro Resonance or any other cards that really deal a lot of heavy damage, it's really hard to take out Ito. Buildup, when Ito isn't threatened, it's very easy to play around a lot of different cards. So you really need a deck with a lot of good pressure, and this probably wasn't the best matchup going in.
Well, I don't think buildup knew that Chico would bring Bin.
No, of course not.
I really do think the Venti Swirl with that Mono Burst was the best thing for buildup to do in that case.
Probably, yeah, but definitely afraid that Noel there would just sit on breastplate all day and kind of tank until Ito was ready to take back the build. You see how happy Chikua there is with that last turn. He's really hoping. Such an expressive player. Oh, I wonder if that row of plays is kind of commenting on that. But that Mondstadt Resonance, definitely coming in very huge for Chikua there. Being able to not only take out Mona here, but immediately follow up into another attack on Venti.
And -7 onto Ito. Wasn't able to quite defeat Bin, but still got some good damage off onto Ito, both in the beginning of this round and towards the ending. It was very well met, especially considering buildup is playing a rainbow deck here. It's really hard to manage your dice in these decks, especially without something like Rana. So.
Yeah, look at Team Astra there, knowing that they're in a very good spot. I'm sure a lot of those players have been in the same situation before, with Ito getting pretty low, but knowing that Noel can really finish the job here. With that heavy strike, very much not planning around that.
Yeah, absolutely love the reactions from the players, by the way. It's so great to watch.
Yeah.
And that is the last of that match. So I think it's time for us to say goodbye. This has been the Summer Invitational Prince Cup. Once again, my name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah on Twitch and Twitter, and I am here with...
And Blep, Love the Cat on YouTube and Twitter as well. This won't be the last time we're seeing us, so hope everyone enjoyed the show, and I'm really excited to kind of get around to whatever one of these rolls around again.
Yeah, it's been really fun. I always love casting for these invitationals because, as you have seen, they're very chaotic.
Very chaotic.
There's lots of things that don't normally happen in these competitive tournaments, but they're still very competitive in nature. So it's a showcase of player strengths, and yeah.
Yeah, in the end, we're all here to have fun, and hopefully, viewers at home had fun as well watching the matches here. I think pretty soon we will be throwing back to the stage at some point where we'll get to have the players attend an interview. I think there will be subtitles, so we can hopefully tune in and watch that happen. So at some point in time, you might see it disappear. So hopefully, again, you've enjoyed the show.
Yeah, it's been really fun. Thank you for having us.
And for those of you in our time zone, thank you for staying up if you're still up with us.
It's
It
super late
is-
here.
it
It's
has been
8
quite the
a.m. for
journey.
me, so
So your day's just starting, right? Like that's what it is. You just replace sleep with TCG.
it's been fun. It's been worth it. I have watched some really amazing matches today.
Mhm.
I've had the pleasure of casting over them, so it's been really great. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, and again, if you really want to see more high level play, we do have the Cat's Tail Gathering Season 3 finals and third place matches coming up for all regions on Sunday. It's gonna be a full day of TCG for whatever time zone you're in. So definitely stay tuned for those and catch those if you want to see more high level play.
Yep, we'll both be there as well. And thank you so much to our players for giving us a really great show today. Here.
Yep.
네, 후반전 승리를 차지한 팀 아스트라 선수들에게는 팀 상금 780만 원이 지급이 되고요. 팀 아스트라 선수들에게도 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 이렇게 모든 선수들이 무대 위로 올라왔습니다. 그럼 오늘 별의 축제 왕자님컵 인비테이셔널 서머에서 활약해준 모든 선수들과 한번 인터뷰를 또 안 해볼 수가 없거든요. 그래서 양쪽 우리 팀 아스트라 선수들부터 한번 인터뷰 나눠보도록 할게요. 네, 팀 아스트라 선수들부터 인터뷰 한번 나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
Hello guys to everyone here. So this is a very unique experience for me, and I was kind of nervous at first, but it turns out good things happen for a reason, and we won. That's all. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 정말 독특한 경험이었고 처음에는 매우 긴장했지만
안녕하세요
좋은
여러분.
일들은
오늘
모두
이번 경기에 참여할 수 있는
어떤
건
이유가
저에게 굉장히
있어서
특별한
발생하는 것
경험이었습니다.
같습니다. 감사합니다.
처음에는 굉장히 떨렸지만 나중에는 굉장히 즐겁게 참여할 수 있었습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 바로 방금 내용이 이제 통역이었고요. 다른 선수 인터뷰도 한번 볼까요?
오늘 되게 플레이하시면서 다양한 플레이 스타일을 보여주셨는데 혹시 본인만의 스타일을 딱 정의할 수 있다면 어떤 게 있을까요?
首先，你可以说一下你自己的风格吗？打游戏的风格怎么样？
我平常就喜欢玩那些可以召唤 token 的角色，像是落地啊的飞谢尔，因为只要召唤出召唤物，就可以回合结束就造成伤害，就让对方思考是谁来承受伤害。我觉得这样是我喜欢的。
저는 평소에 소환물이 있는 카드 덱을 많이 선호해서 상대방에게 추가 딜을 주는 걸 많이 좋아합니다. 그래서 소환물을 소환해버리고 상대방이 머리 쓰게 만드는 편입니다.
I usually prefer to do a summons and do an additional deal for the opponent so that they can use their brains a little bit more. So that's what I usually prefer.
한번 물어보고 싶습니다.
今大会においてエース選手として選ばれたんですけれども、今のお気持ちを教えていただければと思います。
はい、とても嬉しな気持ちと新鮮な気持ちが2つ同時にあるって感じです。なんか特別なルールで、なんか七星召喚を初めてプレイした時のようになんかワクワクするような面白い新しい今まで体験したことない新しいゲーム体験を今この場でこの素晴らしい場所で体験できてもう本当にとても新鮮で最高に気持ちいいです。ありがとうございます。
네, 정말 특별한 기분이 들어서 최고로 기분이 좋습니다. 이러한 특별한 규칙을 가지고 대전을 하는 것은 이제 출시된 지 얼마 안 된 게임 룰인데요. 그렇기 때문에 두근거림과 함께 지금까지는 할 수 없었던 새로운 게임을 할 수 있었던 것 같습니다. 정말 기분이 최고로 좋습니다. 감사합니다.
Yes, that was a very special experience. I feel the best. And this kind of tournament with special rules has been launched very recently, so I was able to play with a fresh mindset. Thank you very much. I feel really the best.
저희가 사실 국적도 다 다르고 말도 잘 안 통해서 서로 이야기하기 힘들었는데도 적극적으로 서로 피드백도 해주고 준비 다 같이 하다 보니까 또 준비했던 대로 흘러가는 경우도 많았고, 그래서 같이 또 더 친해지는 계기가 될 수 있어서 굉장히 기쁘게 생각하고 또 이런 자리 만들어 주셔서 정말 감사하다고 생각합니다.
Even though we had different nationalities and languages and it was hard to communicate, we became friends with each other, and in the process of preparing, I think things went along exactly like we planned, and I feel really happy. I also want to thank the organizers for hosting this event.
네, 전반전 승리 축하드리고요. 그 다음에 개인적으로 좀 다른 지역 선수들하고 함께 플레이를 했는데 언어가 달라서 좀 약간 플레이가 좀 불편하거나 그런 거 없었을까요? 어떻게 해결하셨을까요?
언어 문제는 아까 아만보 선수가 말씀했듯이 저도 똑같이 겪었고, 디스코드를 통해서 메시지를 보낸 다음에 번역기를 통해 가지고 좀 번거로운 작업을 하면서 그래도 팀끼리 협업도 하면서 이제 또 여러 가지 상황도 받아들이면서 그런 식으로 진행하게 되었습니다.
아, 그렇군요.
With the language barrier, I had the same problem as Amambo mentioned just now. We used Discord and translators in order to translate our messages, and it was a bit of a hassle, but we were able to cooperate with the teammates all the same.
끝나면서 큰 실수가 한번 있었는데 그거를 이겨내고 승리했거든요. 그게 그때 기분과 그 비결이 있을지.
Do you have any special kind of tips on how you overcame that big mistake at the end?
そうですね。ちょっと、2択ですごい迷ってしまって、結果的にちょっと時間が間に合わないということになってしまったんですが、その後はもう仕方ないので、そこからできるベストな動きに切り替えられたのは良かったと思います。そこからはキャラクター、デッキたちのパワーとキャラクターたちのパワーで勝てました。
네, 처음에는 시간 제한을 지키지 못했다는 것이 꽤나 충격으로 다가왔는데요. 어쩔 수 없다고 생각해서 그 후에는 제가 할 수 있는 최선을 다했다고 생각합니다. 그리고 캐릭터들의 파워를 통해서 이길 수 있었다고 생각합니다.
Yes, at first it was a very big shock that I wasn't able to meet the time limitations, but it was for the best, and I did the best I could, and I think I could win because of the character powers.
아쉬운 결과를 얻었다고도 생각할 수 있는데 그럼에도 불구하고 끝까지 계속 최선을 다했거든요. 혹시 오늘의 약간 뭐 안 좋은 원인이 있다면 그리고 또 그걸 어떻게 극복할 수 있을까요 앞으로?
So it was a bit.
said that you couldn't show your usual skills today, but you did your best until the end. So, do you have any mindset for the game today?
Honestly, I'm not that disappointed whether I win or lose or my team wins or lose. I'm just happy that I can be in Korea and play with people from around the world.
사실 오늘 경기를 이기지 못해서 조금 속상했습니다. 하지만 한국에 와서 이렇게 경기를 할 수 있었다는 것에 대해 감사하게 생각하고 있습니다.
그리고 마지막으로 반합 선수.
Lastly, we have Banap.
오늘 마지막 에이스 결정전까지 진출해서 정말 끝까지 경기해줬는데
Banap has been concentrated in this play until the very end. And how do you feel after this day of
今日は
playing?
エースとして最後まで頑張っていただいてるんですけれども、どのようなお気持ちなのかお聞きしたいと思います。そして他の地域のメンバーたちと交流しながら感じたこととか得たことがあれば教えていただきたいです。
最後に自分を出させてもらったのに負けてしまって申し訳ない気持ちしかないですね、今は。日本の出演召喚のチームみたいなのに所属してるんですけど、その人たちに怒られちゃうかもしれないですね。
네, 먼저 제가 에이스로 대표로 나섰는데 마지막에 지게 되어서 되게 죄송스러운 마음입니다. 그리고 일본에서도 7성인의 소환의 그룹에 소속되어 있는데요. 그 친구들에게 아마 혼날 것 같네요.
So first, I would like to say sorry for losing at the end as the ace, and I'm in the Genius Invocation group in Japan as well, and I think I'm going to be told on by my teammates that they're. So this is the end of all the games of the Genius Invocation TCG Invitational Summer Contest. I would like to ask you all to continue showing your support and interest in this contest. And thank you very much to all the guests who have attended this event, both online and offline. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
No kyochi.
私に